Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being begun in November 2024, and it is Kapital, A Critique of Political Economy, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. So, Kapital. Das Kapital, the big one. We're going to read it, and you're going to understand it. As the title, Volume 1, implies, there are several volumes of Kapital, all of which are quite lengthy, but we're going to start with this one and get to the others in due time. This entry is number 25 in the Basic Marxism-Leninism Study Guide playlist, which we've actually been cracking away at since February 2020. Along the way, we have covered several hundred other audiobooks, but it's always good to come back to these foundational texts, as I know that there are plenty of people who have never read this, and we're going to read it together, breaking each chapter down with a study guide, key concepts, all of that. So if you've been listening to the Basic Marxism-Leninism Study Guide playlist, which I highly recommend, you already will have heard some shorter texts, which in a way are kind of summaries of this one. Value, Price, and Profit, in particular, is kind of a condensed version of Kapital. That one's also published under the title Wages, Price, and Profit. And Wage, Labor, and Capital is another short, I think that the video is 2 hours long, kind of an intro to a lot of the key concepts that are going to turn back up in Kapital, and which are foundational to Marx's analysis. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in just a moment, but before we do, I want to mention that we're going to be reading from the first English edition of Kapital. The first German edition was published in 1867, the first English edition published in 1887, which by that time the German version was already on the fourth edition, so really this is equivalent to the fourth German edition, as published by Progress Publishers, Moscow, USSR, and we're going to be reading from the Marxists' Internet Archive version, which I will put a link to in the video description as always. As we're recording this in November 2024, we're going to be posting the book chapter by chapter. So this first installment is just the prefaces. Well, mostly prefaces, but there's also two afterwords to the second German edition and the French edition, which could also serve as prefaces to this later edition because they discuss things that were changed in the text and give other context. But before we even get to the prefaces, I'd like to just take a minute to talk about the significance of this work. So basically, Kapital is a work of economic analysis. While some of Marx and Engels' other works, and then especially the works of Lenin later, would focus more on the political implications of the rule of capital and the struggle of the capitalists to hold on to their system against the interests and efforts of other classes in society, Kapital focuses more on the actual inner functionings of capitalism. In this work, Marx builds off of and critiques earlier economists such as Adam Smith and David Ricardo to build a more complete criticism of capitalism, including, through a historical materialist analysis, how Marx thought it was likely to eventually meet its end someday. And of course, Marx was not neutral on that outcome. It's something he actively advocated for and was active in political movements to try to promote various tactics and strategies in different countries to try to hasten the end of capitalism, specifically by aiding the various workers' movements that were cropping up and trying to help them embrace these ideas, rather than their embracing some of the other competing self-described anti-capitalist ideologies such as anarchism. Some of the major ideas in this first volume of Kapital include the commodity, which Marx described as the basic unit of capitalism, being valuable in capitalism both for use, in as far as whatever the thing can be used for, and in exchange. This may sound very simple, but it's very important to have a solid grasp of these concepts, which form the basis of Marx's understanding of capitalism and the eventual rise of socialism. Also key in this work is the concept of surplus value. Marx showed that the extraction of surplus value is the source of profit in the capitalist system. This is basically the products of labor that the capitalist requires from the worker that they're not paid for, basically as the price of employment. We'll get into more details about that, of course, when we get into the book. But basically, Marx showed that production in capitalism is inherently exploitative. And another major concept in this work is the process of capital accumulation. Again, in describing the inner workings of capitalism, here Marx describes how capital moves through the circuit of capital, the aim of which is for capitalists to get richer by multiplying their capital. So it's a long work, very detailed. We go through the labor theory of value, Marx's vision of it versus earlier economists, and much more. And before we get into it, again, I just want to recommend that you don't start with Capital. That's not to say that you can't understand Capital if this is your starting point. And we are going to try to present it in as accessible a way as possible so that no matter where you're starting from, you can get the most out of it that you can. But again, I would recommend that you go and listen to the earlier portions of the Basic Marxism-Leninism Study Guide playlist first, because it will introduce you to a lot of the important concepts in other words and other forms. It'll also help you adjust to Marx's style of writing, and overall make the subject just more familiar and give you more of a head start. But that said, let's get into the prefaces. We're going to start with Marx's thank you letter to Engels. This is dated the 16th of August, 1867, 2 a.m. Dear Fred, have just finished correcting the last sheet, 49th, of the book, so this volume is finished. I owe it to you alone that it was possible. Without your self-sacrifice for me, I could not possibly have managed the immense labor demanded by the 3 volumes. I embrace you full of thanks. Salut, my dear valued friend, K. Marx. Then there's a dedication. This work is dedicated to my unforgettable friend, Wilhelm Wolff, intrepid, faithful, noble protagonist of the proletariat. Born in Tarnow on June 21st, 1809, died in exile in Manchester on May 9, 1864. And commenting, the well-known academic Richard Wolff claims to be a distant relative of that Wilhelm Wolff. Next is the 1867 preface to the first German edition. The work, the first volume of which I now submit to the public, forms the continuation of my contribution to the criticism of political economy published in 1859. The long pause between the first part and the continuation is due to an illness of many years' duration that again and again interrupted my work. The substance of that earlier work is summarized in the first 3 chapters of this volume. This is not done merely for the sake of connection and completeness. The presentation of the subject matter is improved. As far as the circumstances in any way permit, many points only hinted at in the earlier book are here worked out more fully, whilst conversely, points worked out fully there are only touched upon in this volume. The sections on the history of the theories of value and of money are now, of course, left out altogether. The reader of the earlier work will find, however, in the notes to the first chapter additional sources of reference relative to the history of those theories. Every beginning is difficult, holds in all sciences. To understand the first chapter, especially the section that contains the analysis of commodities, will therefore present the greatest difficulty. So commenting, if you have a hard time with the first chapter, hang in there, listen to it a few times, because according to Marx, it's the hardest chapter and the rest of the book gets easier from there. Continuing, that which concerns more especially the analysis of the substance of value and the magnitude of value, I have, as much as it was possible, popularized. Footnote here, this is the more necessary as even the section of Ferdinand Lassalle's work against Schulze Delitzsch, in which he professes to give the, quote, intellectual quintessence of my explanations on these subjects, contains important mistakes. If Ferdinand Lassalle has borrowed almost literally from my writings, and without any acknowledgement, all the general theoretical propositions in his economic works, e.g. those on the historical character of capital, on the connection between the conditions of production and the mode of production, etc., even to the terminology created by me, this may perhaps be due to purposes of propaganda. I am here, of course, not speaking of his detailed working out and application of these propositions, with which I have nothing to do. Back to the main text. The value form, whose fully developed shape is the money form, is very elementary and simple. Nevertheless, the human mind has for more than 2,000 years sought in vain to get to the bottom of it all, whilst on the other hand, to be the successful analysis of much more composite and complex forms, there has been at least an approximation. Why? Because the body, as an organic whole, is more easy of study than are the cells of the body. In the analysis of economic forms, moreover, neither microscopes nor chemical reagents are of use. The force of abstraction must replace both. But in bourgeois society, the commodity form of the product of labor, or value form of the commodity, is the economic cell form. To the superficial observer, the analysis of these forms seems to turn upon minutiae. It does in fact deal with minutiae, but they are of the same order as those dealt with in microscopic anatomy. With the exception of the section on value form, therefore, this volume cannot stand accused on the score of difficulty. I presuppose, of course, a reader who is willing to learn something new, and therefore has to think for themselves. The physicist either observes physical phenomena where they occur in their most typical form and most free from disturbing influence, or, wherever possible, they make experiments under conditions that assure the occurrence of the phenomenon in its normality. In this work, I have to examine the capitalist mode of production, and the conditions of production and exchange corresponding to that mode. Up to the present time, their classic ground is England. That is the reason why England is used as the chief illustration in the development of my theoretical ideas. If, however, the German reader shrugs his shoulders at the condition of the English industrial and agricultural laborers, or in optimist fashion comforts himself with the thought that in Germany things are not nearly so bad, I must plainly tell them it is of you that the story is told. Intrinsically, it is not a question of the higher or lower degree of development of the social antagonisms that result from the natural laws of capitalist production. It is a question of these laws themselves, of these tendencies working with iron necessity toward inevitable results. The country that is more developed industrially only shows, to the less developed, the image of its own future. So comment what Marx is saying, capitalism just runs on a particular logic. When the capitalist class has its revolution and overthrows the old previous feudal order, it starts running the logic, the processes that constitute capitalism. So it starts wherever feudal society left off, and then it starts acting upon those conditions, transforming them in particular ways. So there are certain social antagonisms, class contradictions, that are just inherently part of the capitalist order in any country, and that's going to be developed to a certain extent in the early days, but then just according to the logic of capitalism inevitably goes towards certain results. Continuing, but apart from this, where capitalist production is fully naturalized among the Germans, for instance in the factories proper, the condition of things is much worse than in England, because the counterpoise of the Factory Acts is wanting. So commenting, even though it's less developed in Germany, some of the conditions are actually worse, because even though capitalism doesn't have such a hold, there are fewer regulations and labor laws. So you have to think about things like that. Continuing, in all other spheres, we, like all the rest of continental Western Europe, suffer not only from the development of capitalist production, but also from the incompleteness of that development. Alongside the modern evils, a whole series of inherited evils oppress us, arising from the passive survival of antiquated modes of production, with their inevitable train of social and political anachronisms. We suffer not only from the living, but from the dead. The dead holds the living in their grasp. So commenting, just because a capitalist revolution has taken place, it doesn't mean that the entire society has been 100% top to bottom remade anew. The capitalist class is of course going to make certain changes that pave the way for them to assert their hold on society collectively as a class and to run capitalism. But all kinds of norms and rules survive from the old order. Continuing, the social statistics of Germany and the rest of continental Western Europe are, in comparison with those of England, wretchedly compiled. But they raise the veil just enough to let us catch a glimpse of the Medusa head behind it. We should be appalled at the state of things at home if, as in England, our governments and parliaments appointed periodically commissions of inquiry into economic conditions. If these commissions were armed with the same plenary powers to get at the truth, if it was possible to find for this purpose men as competent, as free from partisanship and respective persons as are the English factory inspectors, or medical reporters on public health, or commissioners of inquiry into the exploitation of women and children, into housing and food, Perseus wore a magic cap down over his eyes and ears as a make-believe that there are no monsters. Let us not deceive ourselves on this. As in the 18th century, the American War of Independence sounded the tocsin for the European middle class, so that in the 19th century, the American Civil War sounded it for the European working class. In England, the process of social disintegration is palpable. When it has reached a certain point, it must react on the continent. There, it will take a form more brutal or more humane, according to the degree of development of the working class itself. Apart from higher motives, therefore, their own most important interests dictate to the classes that are for the nonce the ruling ones, the removal of all legally removable hindrances to the free development of the working class. For this reason, as well as others, I have given so large a space in this volume to the history, the details, and the results of English factory legislation. One nation can and should learn from others. And even when a society has got upon the right track for the discovery of the natural laws of its movement, and it is the ultimate aim of this work to lay bare the economic law of motion of modern society, it can neither clear by bold leaps, nor remove by legal enactments the obstacles offered by the successive phases of its normal development. But it can shorten and lessen the birth pangs. To prevent possible misunderstanding, a word. I paint the capitalist and the landlord in no sense through rose-tinted glasses, but here individuals are dealt with only insofar as they are the personifications of economic categories, embodiments of particular class relations and class interests. My standpoint, from which the evolution of the economic formation of society is viewed as a process of natural history, can less than any other make the individual responsible for relations whose creature he socially remains, however much he may subjectively raise himself above them. In the domain of political economy, free scientific inquiry meets not merely the same enemies as in all other domains. The peculiar nature of the materials it deals with summons as foes into the field of battle the most violent, mean, and malignant passions of the human breast, the furies of private interest. The English Established Church, e.g., will more readily pardon an attack on 38 of its 39 articles than on 1/39th of its income. Nowadays, atheism is culpa levis, relatively slight sin, as compared with criticism of existing property relations. Nevertheless, there is an unmistakable advance. I refer, for example, to the Blue Book published within the last few weeks, Correspondence with Her Majesty's Missions Abroad regarding industrial questions and trades unions. The representatives of the English Crown in foreign countries there declare in so many words that in Germany, in France, to be brief, in all the civilized states of the European continent, radical change in the existing relations between capital and labor is as evident and inevitable as in England. At the same time, on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, Mr. Wade, Vice President of the United States, declared in public meetings that, after the abolition of slavery, a radical change of the relations of capital and of property and land is next upon the order of the day. These are signs of the times, not to be hidden by purple mantles or black cassocks. They do not signify that tomorrow a miracle will happen. They show that, within the ruling classes themselves, a foreboding is dawning, that the present society is no solid crystal, but an organism capable of change, and it is constantly changing. The second volume of this book will treat of the process of the circulation of capital, Book 2, and of the varied forms assumed by capital in the course of its development, Book 3. The third and last volume, Book 4, the history of the theory. Every opinion based on scientific criticism I welcome. As to prejudices of so-called public opinion, to which I have never made concessions, now, as aforetime, the maxim of the great Florentine is mine. Follow your own course, and let people talk. Karl Marx, London, July 25, 1867. And now the 1872 preface to the French edition. To the citizen Maurice Lachatre. Dear citizen, I applaud your idea of publishing the translation of Das Kapital as a serial. In this form, the book will be more accessible to the working class, a consideration which to me outweighs everything else. That is the good side of your suggestion, but here is the reverse of the medal. The method of analysis which I have employed, and which had not previously been applied to economic subjects, makes the reading of the first chapters rather arduous, and it is to be feared that the French public, always impatient to come to a conclusion, eager to know the connection between general principles and the immediate questions that have aroused their passions, may be disheartened because they will be unable to move on at once. That is a disadvantage I am powerless to overcome, unless it be by forewarning and forearming those readers who zealously seek the truth. There is no royal road to science, and only those who do not dread the fatiguing climb of its steep paths have a chance of gaining its luminous summits. Believe me, dear citizen, your devoted Karl Marx, London, March 18, 1872. And now this is the 1873 afterword to the second German edition. I must start by informing the readers of the first edition about the alterations made in the second edition. One is struck at once by the clearer arrangement of the book. Additional notes are everywhere marked as notes to the second edition. The following are the most important points with regard to the text itself. In Chapter 1, Section 1, the derivation of value from an analysis of the equations by which every exchange value is expressed has been carried out with greater scientific strictness. Likewise, the connection between the substance of value and the determination of the magnitude of value by socially necessary labor time, which was only alluded to in the first edition, is now expressly emphasized. Chapter 1, Section 3, the form of value, has been completely revised, a task which was made necessary by the double exposition in the first edition, if nothing else. Let me remark in passing that double exposition had been occasioned by my friend, Dr. L. Kugelmann in Hanover. I was visiting him in the spring of 1867 when the first proof sheets arrived from Hamburg, and he convinced me that most readers needed a supplementary, more didactic or explicitly educational explanation of the form of value. The last section of the first chapter, the Fetishism of Commodities, etc., has largely been altered. Chapter 3, Section 1, The Measure of Value, has been carefully revised because in the first edition the section had been treated negligently, the reader having been referred to the explanation already given in A Contribution to the Criticism of Political Economy. Chapter 7, particularly Part 2, or in the English edition, Chapter 9, Section 2, has been rewritten to a great extent. It would be a waste of time to go into all the partial textual changes, which were often purely stylistic. They occur throughout the book. Nevertheless, I find now, on revising the French translation appearing in Paris, that several parts of the German original stand in need of rather thorough remolding. Other parts require rather heavy stylistic editing, and still others painstaking elimination of occasional slips. But there was no time for that, for I had been informed only in the autumn of 1871, when in the midst of other urgent work, that the book was sold out and that the printing of the second edition was to begin in January of 1872. The appreciation which Das Kapital rapidly gained in wide circles of the German working class is the best reward of my labors. Herr Meyer, a Vienna manufacturer, who in economic matters represents the bourgeois point of view, in a pamphlet published during the Franco-German War, aptly expounded the idea that the great capacity for theory, which used to be considered a hereditary German possession, had almost completely disappeared amongst the so-called educated classes in Germany, but that amongst its working class, on the contrary, that capacity was celebrating its revival. To the present moment, political economy in Germany is a foreign science. Gustav von Gulick, in his historical description of commerce, industry, etc., especially in the two first volumes published in 1830, has examined at length the historical circumstances that prevented, in Germany, the development of the capitalist mode of production, and consequently the development in that country of modern bourgeois society. Thus, the soil whence political economy springs was wanting. This, quote, science had to be imported from England and France as a ready-made article. Its German professors remained schoolboys. The theoretical expression of a foreign reality was turned in their hands into a collection of dogmas, interpreted by them in terms of the petty trading world around them, and therefore misinterpreted. The feeling of scientific impotence, a feeling not wholly to be repressed, and the uneasy consciousness of having to touch a subject in reality foreign to them, was but imperfectly concealed, either under a parade of literary and historical erudition, or by an admixture of extraneous material, borrowed from the so-called cameral sciences, a medley of smatterings, through whose purgatory the hopeful candidate for the German bureaucracy has to pass. Since 1848, capitalist production has developed rapidly in Germany, and at the present time it is in the full bloom of speculation and swindling. But fate is still unpropitious to our professional economists. At the time when they were able to deal with political economy in a straightforward fashion, modern economic conditions did not actually exist in Germany. And as soon as these conditions did come into existence, they did so under circumstances that no longer allowed of their being really and impartially investigated within the bounds of the bourgeois horizon. Insofar as political economy remains within that horizon, insofar, i.e., as the capitalist regime is looked upon as the absolutely final form of social production, instead of as a passing historical phase of its evolution, political economy can remain a science only so long as the class struggle is latent or manifests itself only in isolated and sporadic phenomena. Let us take England. Its political economy belongs to the period in which the class struggle was as yet undeveloped. Its last great representative, Ricardo, in the end, consciously makes the antagonism of class interests, of wages and profits, of profits and rent, the starting point of his investigations, naively taking this antagonism for a social law of nature. But by this start, the science of bourgeois economy had reached the limits beyond which it could not pass. Already in the lifetime of Ricardo, and in opposition to him, it was met by criticism in the person of Sismondi. And a footnote here, see Marx's work, A Contribution to the Criticism of Political Economy. Back to the main text. The succeeding period, from 1820 to 1830, was notable in England for scientific activity in the domain of political economy. It was the time as well of the vulgarizing and extending of Ricardo's theory, as of the contest of that theory with the old school. Splendid tournaments were held. What was done then is little known to the continent generally, because the polemic is for the most part scattered through articles and reviews, occasional literature and pamphlets. The unprejudiced character of this polemic, although the theory of Ricardo already serves, in exceptional cases, as a weapon of attack upon bourgeois economy, is explained by the circumstances of the time. On the one hand, modern industry itself was only just emerging from the age of childhood, as is shown by the fact that with the crisis of 1825, it for the first time opens the periodic cycle of its modern life. On the other hand, the class struggle between capital and labor is forced into the background. politically by the discord between the governments and the feudal aristocracy gathered around the Holy Alliance on the one hand, and the popular masses, led by the bourgeoisie on the other, economically by the quarrel between industrial capital and aristocratic landed property, a quarrel that in France was concealed by the opposition between small and large landed property, and that in England broke out openly after the Corn Laws. The literature of political economy in England at this time calls to mind the stormy forward movement in France after Dr. Quenet's death, but only as a St. Martin's summer reminds us of spring. With the year 1830 came the decisive crisis. In France and in England, the bourgeoisie had conquered political power. Thenceforth, the class struggle, practically as well as theoretically, took on more and more outspoken and threatening forms. It sounded the knell of scientific bourgeois economy. It was thenceforth no longer a question whether this theorem or that was true, but whether it was useful to capital or harmful, expedient or inexpedient, politically dangerous or not. In place of disinterested inquirers, there were hired prize-fighters. In place of genuine scientific research, the bad conscience and the evil intent of apologetic. Commenting, so what Marx is saying is that as the class struggle started to come out into the open, and the bourgeoisie, now in political power, were starting to be threatened, scientific capitalist economics went by the wayside. The capitalist class was no longer interested in the objective pursuit of truth, but only in hanging on to their system. So it was no longer a question of what economic theorems were true, but just what was going to be helpful to the capitalists in maintaining their hold on power. Continuing still, even the obtrusive pamphlets with which the Anti-Corn Law League, led by the manufacturers Cobden and Bright, deluged the world, have a historic interest, if no scientific one, on account of their polemic against the landed aristocracy. But since then, the free trade legislation, inaugurated by Sir Robert Peel, has deprived vulgar economy of this its last sting. The Continental Revolution of 1848-9 also had its reaction in England. Men who still claimed some scientific standing and aspired to be something more than mere sophists and sycophants of the ruling classes tried to harmonize the political economy of capital with the claims, no longer to be ignored, of the proletariat. I feel like we're still going through that now. Hence a shallow syncretism of which John Stuart Mill is the best representative. It is a declaration of bankruptcy by bourgeois economy, an event on which the great Russian scholar and critic N. Chernyshevsky has thrown the light of a master mind in his Outlines of Political Economy according to Mill. In Germany, therefore, the capitalist mode of production came to a head, after its antagonistic character had already, in France and England, shown itself in a fierce strife of classes, and meanwhile, moreover, the German proletariat had attained a much more clear class consciousness than the German bourgeoisie. Thus, at the very moment when a bourgeois science of political economy seemed at last possible in Germany, it had in reality again become impossible. Under these circumstances, its professors fell into two groups. The one set, prudent, practical business folk, flocked to the banner of Bastiat, the most superficial and therefore the most adequate representative of the apologetic of vulgar economy. The other, proud of the professorial dignity of their science, followed John Stuart Mill in his attempt to reconcile irreconcilables. Just as in the classical time of bourgeois economy, so also in the time of its decline, the Germans remained mere schoolboys, imitators and followers, petty retailers and hawkers in the service of the great foreign wholesale concern. The peculiar historical development of German society therefore forbids, in that country, all original work in bourgeois economy, but not the criticism of that economy. So far as such criticism represents a class, it can only represent the class whose vocation in history is the overthrow of the capitalist mode of production and the final abolition of all classes, the proletariat. The learned and unlearned spokesmen of the German bourgeoisie tried at first to kill Das Kapital by silence, as they had managed to do with my earlier writings. As soon as they found that these tactics no longer fitted in with the conditions of the time, they wrote, under pretense of criticizing my book, prescriptions, quote, for the tranquilization of the bourgeois mind. But they found in the workers' press, see, for example, Joseph Dietzken's articles in the Volksstadt, antagonists stronger than themselves, to whom, down to this very day, they owe a reply. Footnote here, the mealy-mouthed babblers of German vulgar economy fell foul of the style of my book. No one can feel the literary shortcomings in Das Kapital more strongly than I myself. Yet I will, for the benefit and the enjoyment of these gentlemen and their public, quote in this connection one English and one Russian notice. The Saturday Review, always hostile to my views, said in its notice of the first edition, quote, The presentation of the subject invests the driest economic questions with a certain peculiar charm, unquote. The St. Petersburg Journal, in its issue of April 8, 1872, says, quote, "The presentation of the subject, with the exception of one or two exceptionally special parts, is distinguished by its comprehensibility by the general reader, its clearness, and, in spite of the scientific intricacy of the subject, by an unusual liveliness. In this respect, the author in no way resembles the majority of German scholars who write their books in a language so dry and obscure that the heads of ordinary mortals are cracked by it." Unquote. Back to the main text. An excellent Russian translation of Kapital appeared in the spring of 1872. The edition of 3,000 copies is already nearly exhausted. As early as 1871, N. Sieber, professor of political economy in the University of Kiev, in his work David Ricardo's Theory of Value and of Capital, referred to my theory of value, of money, and of capital as, in its fundamentals, a necessary sequel to the teaching of Smith and Ricardo. That which astonishes the Western European in the reading of this excellent work is the author's consistent and firm grasp of the purely theoretical position. That the method employed in Kapital has been little understood is shown by the various conceptions, contradictory to one another, that have been formed of it. Thus the Paris Review Positiviste reproaches me in that, on the one hand, I treat economics metaphysically, and, on the other hand, confine myself to the mere critical analysis of actual facts, instead of writing recipes for the cookshops of the future. In answer to the reproach in regarding metaphysics, Professor Sieber has it, quote, "Insofar as it deals with actual theory, the method of Marx is the deductive method of the whole English school, a school whose failings and virtues are common to the best theoretic economists." Unquote. Monsieur Bloch, in The Theoreticians of Socialism in Germany, extract of the Journal of Economists, July and August 1872, makes the discovery that my method is analytic, and says, "With this work, Monsieur Marx places himself among the most eminent analytical minds." German reviews, of course, shriek out at, quote, "Hegelian sophistics." The European Messenger of St. Petersburg, in an article dealing exclusively with the method of Das Kapital, finds my method of inquiry severely realistic, but my method of presentation, unfortunately, German dialectical. It says, quote, "At first sight, if the judgment is based on the external form of the presentation of the subject, Marx is the most ideal of ideal philosophers, always in the German, i.e. the bad sense of the word. But in point of fact, he is infinitely more realistic than all his forerunners in the work of economic criticism. He can in no sense be called an idealist." Unquote. I cannot answer the writer better than by aid of a few extracts from his own criticism, which may interest some of my readers to whom the Russian original is inaccessible. After a quotation from the preface to my Criticism of Political Economy, where I discuss the materialistic basis of my method, the writer goes on, quote, "The one thing which is of moment to Marx is to find the law of the phenomena with whose investigation he is concerned, and not only is that law of moment to him which governs these phenomena, insofar as they have a definite form and mutual connection within a given historical period. Of still greater moment to him is the law of their variation, of their development, i.e., of their transition from one form into another, from one series of connections into a different one. This law once discovered, he investigates in detail the effects in which it manifests itself in social life. Consequently, Marx only troubles himself about one thing, to show, by rigid scientific investigation, the necessity of successive determinate orders of social conditions, and to establish, as impartially as possible, the facts that serve him for fundamental starting points. For this, it is quite enough if he proves at the same time both the necessity of the present order of things and the necessity of another order into which the first must inevitably pass over. Continuing, and this all the same, whether men believe or do not believe it, whether they are conscious or unconscious of it. Marx treats the social movement as a process of natural history, governed by laws not only independent of human will, consciousness, and intelligence, but rather, on the contrary, determining that will, consciousness, and intelligence. If in the history of civilization the conscious element plays a part so subordinate, then it is self-evident that a critical inquiry, whose subject matter is civilization, can, less than anything else, have for its basis any form of, or any result of, consciousness. That is to say, that not the idea, but the material phenomenon alone can serve as its starting point. Such an inquiry will confine itself to the confrontation and the comparison of a fact, not with ideas, but with another fact. For this inquiry, the one thing of moment is that both facts be investigated as accurately as possible, and that they actually form, each with respect to the other, different momenta of an evolution. But most important of all is the rigid analysis of the series of successions, of the sequences and concatenations in which the different stages of such an evolution present themselves. But it will be said, the general laws of economic life are one and the same, no matter whether they are applied to the present or the past. This Marx directly denies. According to him, such abstract laws do not exist. On the contrary, in his opinion, every historical period has laws of its own. As soon as society has outlived a given period of development, and is passing over from one given stage to another, it begins to be subject also to other laws. In a word, economic life offers us a phenomenon analogous to the history of evolution in other branches of biology. The old economists misunderstood the nature of economic laws when they likened them to the laws of physics and chemistry. A more thorough analysis of phenomena shows that social organisms differ among themselves as fundamentally as plants or animals. Nay, one and the same phenomenon falls under quite different laws in consequence of the different structure of those organisms as a whole, of the variations of their individual organs, of the different conditions in which those organs function, etc. Marx, e.g., denies that the law of population is the same at all times and in all places. He asserts, on the contrary, that every stage of development has its own law of population. With the varying degree of development of productive power, social conditions and the laws governing them vary too. Whilst Marx sets himself the task of following and explaining from this point of view the economic system established by the sway of capital, he is only formulating, in a strictly scientific manner, the aim that every accurate investigation into economic life must have. The scientific value of such an inquiry lies in the disclosing of the special laws that regulate the origin, existence, development, death of a given social organism and its replacement by another and higher one, and it is this value that, in point of fact, Marx's book has." Unquote. Whilst the writer pictures what he takes to be actually my method, in this striking, and as far concerns my own application of it, generous way, what else is he picturing but the dialectic method? Of course, the method of presentation must differ in form from that of inquiry. The latter has to appropriate the material in detail, to analyze its different forms of development, to trace out their interconnection. Only after this work is done can the actual movement be adequately described. If this is done successfully, if the life of the subject matter is ideally reflected as in a mirror, then it may appear as if we had before us a mere a priori construction. My dialectic method is not only different from the Hegelian, but is its direct opposite. To Hegel, the life process of the human brain, i.e. the process of thinking, which, under the name of the capital I idea, he even transforms into an independent subject, is the demiurgos of the real world, and the real world is only the external, phenomenal form of the idea. With me, on the contrary, the ideal is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind and translated into forms of thought. The mystifying side of Hegelian dialectic I criticized nearly 30 years ago, at a time when it was still the fashion. But just as I was working at the first volume of Das Kapital, it was the good pleasure of the peevish, arrogant, mediocre epigonoi who now talk large in cultured Germany to treat Hegel in the same way as the brave Moses Mendelssohn in Lessing's time treated Spinoza, i.e. as a dead dog. I therefore openly avowed myself the pupil of that mighty thinker, and even here and there, in the chapter on the theory of value, coquetted with the modes of expression peculiar to him. The mystification which dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands by no means prevents him from being the first to present its general form of working in a comprehensive and conscious manner. With him, it is standing on its head. It must be turned right side up again if you would discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. In its mystified form, dialectic became the fashion in Germany, because it seemed to transfigure and to glorify the existing state of things. In its rational form, it is a scandal and abomination to bourgeoisdom and its doctrinaire professors, because it includes in its comprehension and affirmative recognition of the existing state of things, at the same time also the recognition of the negation of that state, of its inevitable breaking up, because it regards every historically developed social form as in fluid movement, and therefore takes into account its transient nature not less than its momentary existence, because it lets nothing impose upon it, and is in its essence critical and revolutionary. The contradictions inherent in the movement of capitalist society impress themselves upon the practical bourgeois most strikingly in the changes of the periodic cycle through which modern industry runs, and whose crowning point is the universal crisis. That crisis is once again approaching, although as yet but in its preliminary stage, and by the universality of its theater and the intensity of its action, it will drum dialectics even into the heads of the mushroom upstarts of the new Holy Prusso-German Empire. Karl Marx, London, January 24, 1873. And now the 1875 Afterword to the French edition. Mr. J. Roy set himself the task of producing a version that would be as exact and even literal as possible, and has scrupulously fulfilled it. But his very scrupulosity has compelled me to modify his text, with a view to rendering it more intelligible to the reader. These alterations, introduced from day to day, as the book was published in parts, were not made with equal care, and were bound to result in a lack of harmony and style. Having once undertaken this work of revision, I was led to apply it also to the basic original text, the second German edition, to simplify some arguments, to complete others, to give additional historical or statistical material, to add critical suggestions, etc. Hence, whatever the literary defects of this French edition may be, it possesses a scientific value independent of the original, and should be consulted even by readers familiar with German. Below I give the passages in the afterword to the second German edition, which treat of the development of political economy in Germany and the method employed in the present work. Karl Marx, London, April 28, 1875. We now go to the 1883 preface to the third German edition, and this and the next two prefaces were written by Engels. Marx was not destined to get this, the third edition, ready for press himself. The powerful thinker, to whose greatness even his opponents now make obeisance, died on March 14, 1883. Upon me, who in Marx lost the best, the truest friend I had, and had for 40 years, the friend to whom I am more indebted than can be expressed in words, upon me now devolved the duty of attending to the publication of this third edition, as well as of the second volume, which Marx had left behind in his manuscript. I must now account here to the reader for the way in which I discharged the first part of my duty. It was Marx's original intention to rewrite a great part of the text of Volume 1, to formulate many theoretical points more exactly, insert new ones, and bring historical and statistical materials up to date. But his ailing condition and the urgent need to do the final editing of Volume 2 induced him to give up the scheme. Only the most necessary alterations were to be made. Only the insertions which the French edition already contained were to be put in. Among the books left by Marx, there was a German copy which he himself had corrected here and there and provided with references to the French edition. Also a French copy in which he had indicated the exact passages to be used. These alterations and additions are confined, with few exceptions, to the last, or in the English edition, the second to last part of the book, the accumulation of capital. Here the previous text followed the original draft more closely than elsewhere, while the preceding sections had been gone over more thoroughly. The style was therefore more vivacious, more of a single cast, but also more careless, studded with anglicisms, and in parts unclear. There were gaps here and there in the presentation of arguments, some important particulars merely being alluded to. With regard to the style, Marx had himself thoroughly revised several subsections, and thereby had indicated to me here, as well as in numerous oral suggestions, the length to which I could go in eliminating English technical terms and other anglicisms. Marx would, in any event, have gone over the additions and supplemental texts, and have replaced the smooth French with his own terse German. I had to be satisfied when transferring them with bringing them into maximum harmony with the original text. Thus, not a single word was changed in this third edition without my firm conviction that the author would have altered it himself. It would never occur to me to introduce into Das Kapital the current jargon in which German economists are wont to express themselves. That gibberish in which, for instance, one who for cash has others give them their labor is called a labor giver, Arbeitgeber, and one whose labor is taken away from him for wages is called a labor taker, Arbeitnehmer. In French, too, the word travail is used in everyday life in the sense of occupation. But the French would rightly consider any economist crazy should he call the capitalist a donneur de travail, a labor giver, or the worker a receveur de travail, a labor taker. Nor have I taken the liberty to convert the English coins and monies, measures and weights used throughout the text to their new German equivalents. When the first edition appeared, there were as many kinds of measures and weights in Germany as there are days in the year. Besides, there were two kinds of marks. The Reichsmark existed at the time only in the imagination of Zottberg, who had invented it in the late 30s. Two kinds of gulden, and at least three kinds of thaler, including one called Neues Zweidrittel. In the natural sciences, the metric system prevailed. In the world market, English measures and weights. Under such circumstances, English units of measure were quite natural for a book which had to take its factual proofs almost exclusively from British industrial relations. The last named reason is decisive even today, especially because the corresponding relations in the world market have hardly changed, and English weights and measures almost completely control precisely the key industries, iron and cotton. In conclusion, a few words on Marx's art of quotation, which is so little understood. When they are pure statements of fact or descriptions, the quotations from the English Blue Books, for example, serve of course as simple documentary proof. But this is not so when the theoretical views of other economists are cited. Here the quotation is intended merely to state where, when, and by whom an economic idea conceived in the course of development was first clearly enunciated. Here the only consideration is that the economic conception in question must be of some significance to the history of science, that it is the more or less adequate theoretical expression of the economic situation of its time. But whether this conception still possesses any absolute or relative validity from the standpoint of the author, or whether it has already become wholly past history, is quite immaterial. Hence these quotations are only a running commentary to the text, a commentary borrowed from the history of economic science, and establish the dates and originators of certain of the more important advances in economic theory. And that was a very necessary thing in a science whose historians have so far distinguished themselves only by tendentious ignorance characteristic of careerists. It will now be understandable why Marx, in consonance with the afterword to the second edition, only in very exceptional cases had occasion to quote German economists. There is hope that the second volume will appear in the course of 1884. Frederick Engels, London, November 7, 1883. Now the 1886 preface to the English edition, also by Engels. The publication of an English version of Das Kapital needs no apology. On the contrary, an explanation might be expected why this English version has been delayed until now, seeing that for some years past the theories advocated in this book have been constantly referred to, attacked and defended, interpreted and misinterpreted in the periodical press and the current literature of both England and America. When, soon after the author's death in 1883, it became evident that an English edition of the work was really required, Mr. Samuel Moore, for many years a friend of Marx and of the present writer, and than whom perhaps no one is more conversant with the book itself, consented to undertake the translation which the literary executors of Marx were anxious to lay before the public. It was understood that I should compare the manuscript with the original work and suggest such alterations as I might deem advisable. When, by and by, it was found that Mr. Moore's professional occupations prevented him from finishing the translation as quickly as we all desired, we gladly accepted Dr. Aveling's offer to undertake a portion of the work. At the same time, Mrs. Aveling, Marx's youngest daughter, offered to check the quotations and to restore the original text of the numerous passages taken from English authors and blue books and translated by Marx into German. This has been done throughout, with but a few unavoidable exceptions. The following portions of the book have been translated by Dr. Aveling. Chapters 10, The Working Day, and 11, Rate and Mass of Surplus Value. Part 6, Wages, comprising chapters 19 to 22. From Chapter 24, Section 4, Circumstances that, etc., to the end of the book, comprising the latter part of Chapter 24, Chapter 25, and the whole of Part 8, Chapters 26 to 33, and the two authors' prefaces. All the rest of the book has been done by Mr. Moore. While thus each of the translators is responsible for his share of the work only, I bear a joint responsibility for the whole. The third German edition, which has been the basis of our work throughout, was prepared by me in 1883 with the assistance of notes left by the author, indicating the passages of the second edition to be replaced by designated passages from the French text published in 1873, comment which was already discussed in previous sections. Continuing, the alterations thus effected in the text of the second edition generally coincided with changes prescribed by Marx in a set of manuscript instructions for an English translation that was planned about 10 years ago in America, but abandoned chiefly for want of a fit and proper translator. This manuscript was placed at our disposal by our old friend Mr. F.A. Sorge of Hoboken, New Jersey. It designates some further interpolations from the French edition, but being so many years older than the final instructions for the third edition, I didn't consider myself at liberty to make use of it otherwise than sparingly, and chiefly in cases where it helped us over difficulties. In the same way, the French text has been referred to in most of the difficult passages as an indicator of what the author himself was prepared to sacrifice wherever something of the full import of the original had to be sacrificed in the rendering. There is, however, one difficulty we could not spare the reader: the use of certain terms in a sense different from what they have, not only in common life, but in ordinary political economy. But this was unavoidable. Every new aspect of a science involves a revolution in the technical terms of that science. This is best shown by chemistry, where the whole of the terminology is radically changed about once in 20 years, and where you will hardly find a single organic compound that has not gone through a whole series of different names. Political economy has generally been content to take, just as they were, the terms of commercial and industrial life, and to operate with them, entirely failing to see that by so doing, it can find itself within the narrow circle of ideas expressed by those terms. Thus, though perfectly aware that both profits and rent are but subdivisions, fragments of that unpaid part of the product which the laborer has to supply to his employer, its first appropriator, though not its ultimate exclusive owner, yet even classical political economy never went beyond the received notions of profits and rents, never examined this unpaid part of the product, called by Marx surplus product, in its integrity as a whole, and therefore never arrived at a clear comprehension either of its origin and nature or of the laws that regulate the subsequent distribution of its value. Similarly, all industry, not agricultural or handicraft, is indiscriminately comprised in the term of manufacture, and thereby the distinction is obliterated between two great and essentially different periods of economic history: the period of manufacture proper, based on the division of manual labor, and the period of modern industry, based on machinery. It is, however, self-evident that a theory which views modern capitalist production as a mere passing stage in the economic history of mankind must make use of terms different from those habitual to writers who look upon that form of production as imperishable and final. A word respecting the author's method of quoting may not be out of place. In the majority of cases, the quotations serve, in the usual way, as documentary evidence in support of assertions made in the text. But in many instances, passages from economic writers are quoted in order to indicate when, where, and by whom a certain proposition was for the first time clearly enunciated. This is done in cases where the proposition quoted is of importance as being a more or less adequate expression of the conditions of social production and exchange prevalent at the time, and quite irrespective of Marx's recognition or otherwise of its general validity. These quotations, therefore, supplement the text by a running commentary taken from the history of the science. Our translation comprises the first book of the work only, but this first book is in a great measure a whole in itself, and has for 20 years ranked as an independent work. The second book, edited in German by me in 1885, is decidedly incomplete without the third, which can't be published before the end of 1887. When Book 3 has been brought out in the original German, it will then be soon enough to think about preparing an English edition of both. Das Kapital is often called on the continent the Bible of the working class. That the conclusions arrived at in this work are daily more and more becoming the fundamental principles of the great working class movement, not only in Germany and Switzerland, but in France, in Holland and Belgium, in America, and even in Italy and Spain. That everywhere the working class more and more recognizes, in these conclusions, the most adequate expression of its condition and of its aspirations. Nobody acquainted with that movement will deny. And in England, too, the theories of Marx, even at this moment, exercise a powerful influence upon the socialist movement, which is spreading in the ranks of, quote, cultured people, no less than in those of the working class. But that is not all. The time is rapidly approaching when a thorough examination of England's economic position will impose itself as an irresistible national necessity. The working of the industrial system of this country, impossible without a constant and rapid extension of production, and therefore of markets, is coming to a dead stop. Free trade has exhausted its resources. Even Manchester doubts this, its quondam economic gospel. Footnote here, at the quarterly meeting of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce held this afternoon, a warm discussion took place on the subject of free trade. A resolution was moved to the effect that, quote, having waited in vain for 40 years for other nations to follow the free trade example of England, this chamber thinks the time has now arrived to reconsider that position. The resolution was rejected by a majority of one only, the figures being 21 for and 22 against, unquote. That's quoting from the Evening Standard, November 1st, 1886. Back to the main text. Foreign industry, rapidly developing, stares English production in the face everywhere, not only in protected, but also in neutral markets, and even on this side of the Channel. While the productive power increases in a geometric, the extension of markets proceeds at best in an arithmetic ratio. The decennial cycle of stagnation, prosperity, overproduction, and crisis ever recurrent from 1825 to 1867, seems indeed to have run its course, but only to land us in the slough of despond of a permanent and chronic depression. The sighed for period of prosperity will not come. As often as we seem to perceive its heralding symptoms, so often do they again vanish into air. Meanwhile, each succeeding winter brings up afresh the great question, what to do with the unemployed. But while the number of the unemployed keeps swelling from year to year, there's nobody to answer that question, and we can almost calculate the moment when the unemployed, losing patience, will take their own fate into their own hands. Surely, at such a moment, the voice ought to be heard of a man whose whole theory is the result of a lifelong study of the economic history and condition of England, and whom that study led to the conclusion that, at least in Europe, England is the only country where the inevitable social revolution might be effected entirely by peaceful and legal means. He certainly never forgot to add that he hardly expected the English ruling classes to submit without a, quote, pro-slavery rebellion to this peaceful and legal revolution. Frederick Engels, November 5, 1886. And now we move on to the final preface, the 1890 preface to the fourth German edition. The fourth edition required that I should establish in final form, as nearly as possible, both text and footnotes. The following brief explanation will show how I have fulfilled this task. After again comparing the French edition and Marx's manuscript remarks, I've made some further additions to the German text from that translation. And commenting, Engels here lists a number of page numbers from 3 different editions of the book. I'm going to skip reading that, but again, I will link to the text. Continuing, I have also followed the example of the French and English editions by putting the long footnote on the minors into the text. Other small alterations are of a purely technical nature. Further, I have added a few more explanatory notes, especially where changed historical conditions seemed to demand this. All these additional notes are enclosed in square brackets and marked either with my initials or DH. Meanwhile, a complete revision of the numerous quotations had been made necessary by the publication of the English edition. For this edition, Marx's youngest daughter, Eleanor, undertook to compare all the quotations with their originals, so that those taken from English sources, which constitute the vast majority, are given there not as retranslations from the German, but in the original English form. In preparing the fourth edition, it was therefore incumbent upon me to consult this text. The comparison revealed various small inaccuracies. Page numbers wrongly indicated, due partly to mistakes in copying from notebooks, and partly to the accumulated misprints of 3 editions. Misplaced quotation or omission marks, which cannot be avoided when a mass of quotations is copied from notebook extracts. Here and there, some rather unhappy translations of a word, particular passages quoted from the old Paris notebooks of 1843 to 45, when Marx did not know English and was reading English economists in French translations, so that the double translation yielded a slightly different shade of meaning, e.g. in the case of Stuart, or etc., where the English text had now to be used, and other similar instances of trifling inaccuracy or negligence. But anyone who compares the fourth edition with the previous ones can convince himself that all this laborious process of emendation has not produced the smallest change in the book worth speaking of. There was only one quotation which could not be traced, the one from Richard Jones. Marx probably slipped up when writing down the title of the book. All the other quotations retain their cogency in full, or have enhanced it due to their present exact form. Here, however, I am obliged to revert to an old story. I know of only one case in which the accuracy of a quotation given by Marx has been called in question, but as the issue dragged beyond his lifetime, I cannot well ignore it here. On March 7, 1872, there appeared in the Berlin Concordia, organ of the German Manufacturers Association, an anonymous article entitled How Karl Marx Quotes. It was here asserted, with an effervescence of moral indignation and unparliamentary language, that the quotation from Gladstone's budget speech of April 16, 1863, in the inaugural address of the International Workingmen's Association, 1864, and repeated in Kapital, Volume 1, had been falsified, that not a single word of the sentence, quote, "This intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power is entirely confined to classes of property," unquote, was to be found in the semi-official stenographic report in Hansard. Quote, "But this sentence is nowhere to be found in Gladstone's speech. Exactly the opposite is stated there," unquote. In bold type, quote, "This sentence, both in form and substance, is a lie inserted by Marx," unquote. End bold text. Marx, to whom the number of Concordia was sent the following May, answered the anonymous author in the Volksstadt of June 1st. As he could not recall which newspaper report he had used for the quotation, he limited himself to citing first the equivalent quotation from 2 English publications, and then the report in the Times, according to which Gladstone says, quote, "That is the state of the case as regards the wealth of this country. I must say, for one, I should look almost with apprehension and with pain upon this intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power, if it were my belief that it was confined to classes who are in easy circumstances. This takes no cognizance at all of the condition of the laboring population. The augmentation I've described, and which is founded, I think, upon accurate returns, is an augmentation entirely confined to classes possessed of property." Unquote. Thus Gladstone says here that he would be sorry if it were so, but it is so. This intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power is entirely confined to classes of property. And as to the semi-official Hansard, Marx goes on to say, quote, "In the version which he afterwards manipulated, Mr. Gladstone was astute enough to obliterate this passage, which, coming from an English Chancellor of the Exchequer, was certainly compromising. This, by the way, is a traditional usage in the English Parliament, and not an invention gotten up by little Lasker against Babel." Unquote. The anonymous writer gets angrier and angrier. In his answer in Concordia, July 4th, he sweeps aside second-hand sources and demurely suggests that it is the, quote, "custom to quote parliamentary speeches from the stenographic report," adding, however, that the Times report, which includes the, quote, "falsified" sentence, and the Hansard report, which omits it, are, quote, "substantially incomplete agreement," while the Times report likewise contains, quote, "the exact opposite to that notorious passage in the inaugural address," unquote. This fellow carefully conceals the fact that the Times report explicitly includes that self-same notorious passage alongside of its alleged opposite. Despite all this, however, the anonymous one feels that he is stuck fast, and that only some new dodge can save him. Thus, whilst his article bristles, as we have just shown, with impudent mendacity, and is interlarded with such edifying terms of abuse as bad faith, dishonesty, lying allegation, that spurious quotation, impudent mendacity, a quotation entirely falsified, this falsification, simply infamous, etc., he finds it necessary to divert the issue to another domain, and therefore promises, quote, "to explain in a second article the meaning which we, the non-mendacious anonymous one, attribute to the content of Gladstone's words," unquote, as if his particular opinion, of no decisive value as it is, had anything whatever to do with the matter. This second article was printed in Concordia on July 11th. Marx replied again in the Volksstadt of August 7th, now giving also the reports of the passage in question from the Morning Star and the Morning Advertiser of April 17, 1863. According to both reports, Gladstone said that he would look with apprehension, etc., upon this intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power if he believed it to be confined to, quote, "classes in easy circumstances," unquote. But this augmentation was, in fact, quote, "entirely confined to classes possessed of property," unquote. So these reports, too, reproduced word for word the sentence alleged to have been, quote, "lyingly inserted." Marx further established once more, by a comparison of the Times and the Hansard texts, that the sentence, which 3 newspaper reports of identical content, appearing independently of one another the next morning, proved to have been really uttered, was missing from the Hansard report, revised according to the familiar, quote, "custom," and that Gladstone, to use Marx's words, quote, "had afterwards conjured it away," unquote. In conclusion, Marx stated that he had no time for further intercourse with the anonymous one. The latter also seems to have had enough. At any rate, Marx received no further issues of Concordia. With this, the matter appeared to be dead and buried. True, once or twice later on there reached us, from persons in touch with the University of Cambridge, mysterious rumors of an unspeakable literary crime, which Marx was supposed to have committed in Kapital, but despite all investigation, nothing more definite could be learned. Then, on November 29, 1883, 8 months after Marx's death, there appeared in the Times a letter headed Trinity College, Cambridge, and signed Sedley Taylor, in which this little man, who dabbles in the mildest sort of cooperative affairs, seizing upon some chance pretext or other, at last enlightened us, not only concerning those vague Cambridge rumors, but also the anonymous one in Concordia. Quote, "What appears extremely singular," says the little man from Trinity College, "is that it was reserved for Professor Brentano, then of the University of Breslau, now that of Strasbourg, to expose the bad faith which had manifestly dictated the citation made from Mr. Gladstone's speech in the inaugural address. Herr Karl Marx, who attempted to defend the citation, had the hardihood, in the deadly shifts to which Brentano's masterly conduct of the attack speedily reduced him, to assert that Mr. Gladstone had manipulated the report of his speech in the Times of April 17, 1863, before it appeared in Hansard, in order to obliterate a passage which was certainly compromising for an English Chancellor of the Exchequer. On Brentano's showing, by a detailed comparison of texts, that the reports of the Times and of Hansard agreed in utterly excluding the meaning which the craftily isolated quotation had put upon Mr. Gladstone's words, Marx withdrew from further controversy under the plea of want of time, unquote. So that was at the bottom of the whole business, and thus was the anonymous campaign of Herr Brentano in Concordia gloriously reflected in the productively cooperating imagination of Cambridge. Thus he stood, sword in hand, and thus he battled in his, quote, masterly conduct of the attack, this St. George of the German Manufacturers Association, whilst the infernal dragon Marx, quote, in deadly shifts, speedily breathed his last at his feet. All this Ariostian battle scene, however, only serves to conceal the dodges of our St. George. Here there is no longer talk of lying insertion or falsification, but of craftily isolated quotation, comment, in other words, taking out of context. Continuing, the whole issue was shifted, and St. George and his Cambridge squire very well knew why. Eleanor Marx replied in the monthly journal Today, February 1884, as the Times refused to publish her letter. She once more focused the debate on the sole question at issue. Had Marx lyingly inserted that sentence or not? To this, Mr. Sedley Taylor answered that, quote, the question whether a particular sentence did or did not occur in Mr. Gladstone's speech, unquote, had been, in his opinion, quote, of very subordinate importance in the Brentano-Marx controversy, quote, compared to the issue whether the quotation in dispute was made with the intention of conveying or of perverting Mr. Gladstone's meaning, unquote. He then admits that the Times report contains a, quote, verbal contrariety, unquote. But if the context is rightly interpreted, i.e. in the Gladstonian liberal sense, it shows what Mr. Gladstone meant to say. The most comic point here is that our little Cambridge man now insists upon quoting the speech not from Hansard, as according to the anonymous Brentano, it is, quote, customary to do, but from the Times report, which the same Brentano had characterized as, quote, necessarily bungling. Naturally so, for in Hansard, the vexatious sentence is missing. Eleanor Marx had no difficulty, in the same issue of Today, in dissolving all this argumentation into thin air. Either Mr. Taylor had read the controversy of 1872, in which case he was now making not only, quote, lying insertions, but also, quote, lying suppressions, or he had not read it and ought to remain silent. In either case, it was certain that he didn't dare to maintain for a moment the accusation of his friend Brentano that Marx had made a, quote, lying addition. On the contrary, Marx, it now seems, had not lyingly added, but suppressed an important sentence. But the same sentence is quoted on page 5 of the inaugural address, a few lines before the alleged, quote, lying insertion. And as to the contrariety in Gladstone's speech, is it not Marx himself who, in Kapital, refers to the, quote, continual crying contradictions in Gladstone's budget speeches of 1863 and 1864, unquote. Only he does not presume, a la Mr. Sedley Taylor, to resolve them into complacent liberal sentiments. Eleanor Marx, in concluding her reply, finally sums up as follows, quote, Marx has not suppressed anything worth quoting, neither has he lyingly added anything, but he has restored, rescued from oblivion, a particular sentence of one of Mr. Gladstone's speeches, a sentence which had indubitably been pronounced, but which somehow or other had found its way out of Hansard, unquote. With that, Mr. Sedley Taylor, too, had had enough, and the result of this whole professorial cobweb, spun out over 2 decades in 2 great countries, is that nobody has since dared to cast any other aspersion upon Marx's literary honesty, whilst Mr. Sedley Taylor, no doubt, will hereafter put as little confidence in the literary war bulletins of Herr Brentano as Herr Brentano will in the papal infallibility of Hansard. Frederick Engels, London, June 25, 1890. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the November 2024 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of Karl Marx's Kapital Volume 1, Chapter 1, Commodities. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. Alright, so Kapital Volume 1 is the 25th reading in the Basic Marxism-Leninism Study Guide video playlist. That is linked in the video description, so if you haven't listened to the earlier readings, I would recommend it. You can understand Kapital just by jumping in at Kapital, but there are other readings in that playlist that will help to familiarize you with these concepts before taking on this big of a very comprehensive work. Alright, before we get into the reading itself, I'd like to break down some of the key concepts that are going to be appearing in this chapter. If you want to skip this section, you can, as we have provided timestamps, but these are presented in the interest of helping you to warm up, to take better notes, and to understand the text better. So Chapter 1 really lays the foundation for the entire rest of the work. You really can't skip it. That said, it is one of the more difficult chapters in the book to understand, as Marx himself said in the prefaces that he wrote to this work, which we've already uploaded. If you're skipping those to get to Chapter 1, I'd actually recommend you go back and listen to those because they do have a lot of interesting pieces of information, and it's likely to just get you excited about reading it. I actually thought that those prefaces were good, and believe me, I'm reading them out word for word. When I'm trying to record something that is boring to me, I really struggle with it, but I actually found those very interesting. But anyway, it is one of the more difficult chapters to understand, so we'll try to help you break it down with in-text notes. But if you have trouble on the first try, just listen to it a few more tries, don't get discouraged. So anyway, some of the key concepts here are commodities, value, exchange, and money. As capital is first and foremost an explanation and analysis of how capitalism works, these are really important concepts to have a firm grasp on. So when it comes to commodities, these are goods and services that are produced to be exchanged. We can therefore say that they're the material form of the exchange of labor. It's important to understand that commodities have a dual nature. One side of their nature is use value. That is, commodities are useful. They can be used by humans to do something. And it doesn't matter whether people want them due to some biological need or to meet more of a mental need. It just matters that people want them and can use them. So a shovel, for example, can be considered a commodity if it's produced for exchange because it has the use value of being able to dig holes or whatever else you want to do with a shovel. Qualitatively, that is in its nature as a shovel. And then the other side of its dual nature is the exchange value. While use value is qualitative, exchange value is quantitative, and it's expressed in terms of the quantity of other commodities that it can be exchanged for. And that specific quantity is going to vary based on what it takes to produce that commodity in a given society and market conditions, but at any given time it has that quantitative value. So again, commodities have a dual nature, use value, and exchange value. And in a capitalist economy, almost everything that's produced is produced for exchange. So almost all the goods and services produced in a capitalist economy are commodities. There are some things that are produced that are not commodities, even in capitalism. You make yourself a sandwich or you cook dinner for yourself and some friends or family. Well, that's not for exchange. So you just produced something that wasn't a commodity. That was produced directly for use, to satisfy a need or a want, whatever. It can be a desire, it can be totally frivolous, but you did it just to satisfy some need, not to exchange it for something else. So the sandwich has a use value, it has nutritional content, it gives you some energy, it makes you feel less hungry, but again, it was not produced for exchange, it was just produced so that you can satisfy some need. Now, if a business produced a sandwich to exchange it for something else, such as money, which as Marx says is the universal equivalent or the general form of the value of all commodities, in other words, it's sort of a stand-in that you can exchange commodities for and then later exchange it for any other commodity that you can access. Well, then that sandwich is a commodity because it was produced for exchange. It still has the use value of being a sandwich, useful in all the ways that a sandwich you would make for yourself is, but this one has an exchange value because, again, it's produced for exchange. So that's commodities versus just goods and services produced for use to satisfy some want or need, not for exchange. So again, basically all goods and services have a use value. They have some value to somebody. They're useful. You do a favor for a friend, it's useful, but it's not a commodity. It wasn't produced for exchange in some kind of a trade or barter situation. So it has the use value, but it doesn't have the exchange value. So another key concept that we actually just touched on is the role of money and how it functions as a universal equivalent standing in for all commodities. It facilitates exchange by providing a common measure of value. So it is both a medium of exchange and it's also a measure of value. As a measure of value, it allows us to compare the exchange values of different commodities. So this can be very useful if you have two commodities with very different use values. For example, a pen and a sweater, or a smoothie and an aircraft carrier. They're qualitatively very different things. However, using money, we can quantitatively focus on how equivalent they are in terms of what it takes to produce them. It's not perfect, but it does make it a lot easier to come up with a number of smoothies that equals an aircraft carrier or a number of pens that equals a sweater. This has facilitated an enormous amount of commerce. So again, money is both a medium of exchange and also a measure of value, which allows us to compare the exchange values of different commodities easily. So what does it take in a given society with the given conditions there of how built up industry is, what the education is like, etc., to produce a pen or a sweater or a smoothie or an aircraft carrier? Well, we're also going to discuss the value of commodities and the labor theory of value. So how are the exchange values of commodities determined? According to Marx, it's the socially necessary labor time that is required to produce it. In other words, under the prevailing conditions of production, how long does it take to produce? So for example, if you have a society where a given commodity has been produced by hand due to a lack of technological innovation, it might on average take 10 hours to produce a particular commodity. One factory might take 8 hours, another one might take 9.5, another one 12, and those are going to be either ahead of or behind the curve with respect to the average socially necessary labor time. But then let's say that in this society where that particular commodity is being produced by hand and on average takes about 10 hours to produce, somebody comes up with a machine that does the same thing in 1 hour. Well, they're going to have a big advantage for a while until that technology catches on. And then after a while, when that new production technology has caught on and is present in more and more factories, then we can say that in that society, the socially necessary labor time required to produce that commodity has dropped substantially. In other words, in that society and the technology and the entire system that it uses, it just doesn't take as long anymore on average to produce that commodity. And that becomes the new normal. And consequently, its value in exchange is updated as well. So this concept is also closely tied with the labor theory of value. Marx here criticizes earlier theorists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo, and presents a labor theory of value which states that the value of a commodity isn't intrinsic to that commodity, in other words, to its use value or its qualitative nature, but by the labor that is required to produce it. Finally, the last key concept we want to highlight before beginning the reading, coming back around to the dual nature of commodities, is commodity fetishism. And what Marx is referring to with this concept is a consequence of the alienation of labor. In reality, all commodities, as well as non-commodity goods and services, are produced by human labor. That labor-driven production may be, and often is, tool-assisted. But where did those tools come from? Also human labor. So human labor is actually what's driving all of this production. However, capitalism can make this difficult to see. As we mentioned before, most goods and services produced in a capitalist economy are commodities. And with the labor process and the relationship between capitalists and workers being so obscured by capitalism, that the products of that labor, the commodities, start to take on in people's minds in that society a fetishistic, mystical, or magical character, because these things do have value, they are useful, and people in the course of a day will end up interacting with thousands of commodities that have been produced and are being used to satisfy all kinds of wants, needs, and desires. But again, because the labor that went into making them what they are is obscured, it can create the illusion and people start thinking that the commodities themselves actually have that power when it was actually the human labor which produced the commodity. And as mentioned, this is tied up with the idea of alienation, that workers in capitalism become divorced from their own sense of power to create and satisfy wants and needs because they are forced, in exchange for a wage that they need to survive, to sell their labor power to a capitalist who then does with it what they want. So then society becomes awash in products of people's labor, which are really disconnected from the people. Some of them have amazing use values, which would continue to be produced under socialism. But again, in capitalism, the way that they're produced, meaning here specifically the social relations governing production, meaning not production technique or technology, but that a small class of society makes all of the important decisions, the key decisions about industry and what will be produced and when and out of what, etc. And the rest of the population is divorced from all that decision making and forced into selling their labor power into commodity production processes that, again, they have no control over. So we wind up surrounded by products of our labor, which we actually didn't intentionally produce. Somebody else produced it using us. So in that way, the workers are treated by the capitalist just like the tools and machines that the workers actually use in production. They're treated as just another resource for the production process. Many companies have had for a long time human resources departments, for example. And human resources does not mean resources for humans. It means those resources of the company which are human. So through all this dehumanization, you end up with commodities which couldn't be produced without humans, but in which the humans are basically obscured and forgotten. So people wind up looking at the commodities as being somehow independent of that. So in reality, you have relations between people producing things, which gets perceived as relations between things themselves, as though the commodities now were imbued with this labor in such a way that they actually contained it as a sort of imprisoned form of the labor that created it. Marx called this commodity fetishism to make an analogous comparison to, for example, animism, where inanimate objects such as rocks can contain spirits or otherwise have living qualities. And before the commenters start typing, we're not here to debate the merits or lack thereof of animism. It is just a metaphor. Alright, that should be enough to get us started. Let's now begin our reading of Chapter 1, Commodities. Section 1. The two factors of a commodity, use value and value, or the substance of value and the magnitude of value. The wealth of those societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails presents itself as an immense accumulation of commodities, its unit being a single commodity. Our investigation must therefore begin with the analysis of a commodity. A commodity is, in the first place, an object outside us, a thing that by its properties satisfied human wants of some sort or another. The nature of such wants, whether for instance they spring from the stomach or from fancy, makes no difference. And there's a footnote here, quote, "Desire implies want. It is the appetite of the mind, and as natural as hunger to the body. The greatest number of things have their value from supplying the wants of the mind." That's a quote from Nicholas Barbon's A Discourse Concerning Coining the New Money Lighter, in answer to Mr. Locke's Considerations, etc., London, 1696. Back to the main text. Neither are we here concerned to know how the object satisfies these wants, whether directly as means of subsistence or indirectly as means of production. Every useful thing, such as iron, paper, etc., may be looked at from the 2 points of view of quality and quantity. It is an assemblage of many properties and may therefore be of use in various ways. To discover the various uses of things is the work of history. Footnote here, quote, "Things have an intrinsic virtue." This is Barbon's special term for value in use, which in all places have the same virtue, as the lodestone to attract iron, unquote. The property which the magnet possesses of attracting iron became of use only after by means of that property the polarity of the magnet had been discovered. Or commenting, in other words, humans can't use things we haven't figured out how to use yet, or at least not well or consistently. Back to the main text. So also is the establishment of socially recognized standards of measure for the quantities of these useful objects. The diversity of these measures has its origin partly in the diverse nature of the objects to be measured, and partly in convention. The utility of a thing makes it a use value. Footnote here, quote, "The natural worth of anything consists in its fitness to supply the necessities or serve the conveniencies of human life." That's quoting John Locke's Some Considerations on the Consequences of the Lowering of Interest, 1691. In English writers of the 17th century, we frequently find worth in the same sense of value in use, and value in the sense of exchange value. This is quite in accordance with the spirit of a language that likes to use a Teutonic word for the actual thing and a Romance word for its reflection. Back to the main text. But this utility of a thing is not a thing of air. being limited by the physical properties of the commodity, it has no existence apart from that commodity. A commodity such as iron, corn, or a diamond is therefore, so far as it is a material thing, a use value, something useful. This property of a commodity is independent of the amount of labor required to appropriate its useful qualities. When treating of, or discussing use value, we always assume to be dealing with definite quantities, such as dozens of watches, yards of linen, or tons of iron. The use values of commodities furnish the material for a special study, that of the commercial knowledge of commodities. Footnote here, in bourgeois societies, the economic fictio juris prevails, that everyone, as a buyer, possesses an encyclopedic knowledge of commodities. In other words, it may or may not be true, and usually isn't, but that's what capitalism assumes. Back to the main text. Use values become a reality only by use or consumption. They also constitute the substance of all wealth, whatever may be the social form of that wealth. In the form of society we are about to consider, they are, in addition, the material depositories of exchange value. So quick comment, what we're talking about here again is the difference between use value, the qualitative stuff that makes up whatever it is you're talking about, metal, wood, composite materials, glass, in whatever shape and in whatever combination, color, etc. that it is presented in. And Marx says that this is the substance of all wealth, whatever may be the social form of that wealth. So in capitalism, these take the form of commodities. But even when they become commodities, which again are use values produced for exchange, they are still also use values. In other words, making them for exchange, making them into commodities, does not change the fact that they have a use value. They are made of some useful substance. So in any society, the substance of all wealth is use values. But in capitalism, where most of these are being produced for exchange, they also become the material depositories of exchange value. Let's continue. Exchange value at first sight presents itself as a quantitative or numerical relation, as the proportion in which values in use of one sort are exchanged for those of another sort, a relation constantly changing with time and place. Footnote here, quoting one of the physiocrats, Letrosna, value consists in the exchange relation between one thing and another, between a given amount of one product and a given amount of another. Unquote. Back to the main text. Hence, exchange value appears to be something accidental and purely relative, and consequently an intrinsic value, i.e., an exchange value that is inseparably connected with, inherent in commodities. Seems a contradiction in terms. Footnote here, quoting Barbin, nothing can have an intrinsic value. Or, as Butler says, quote, the value of a thing is just as much as it will bring. And it rhymes. Back to the main text. Let us consider the matter a little more closely. A given commodity, e.g. a quarter of wheat, is exchanged for X blacking, Y silk, or Z gold, etc. In short, for other commodities in the most different proportions, X, Y, and Z representing different amounts here. Instead of one exchange value, the wheat has therefore a great many. One amount of blacking, one amount of silk, one amount of gold, etc. But since X blacking, Y silk, or Z gold, etc., each represents the exchange value of 1/4 of wheat, X blacking, Y silk, Z gold, etc. must, as exchange values, be replaceable by each other or equal to each other. Therefore, first, the valid exchange values of a given commodity express something equal. Secondly, exchange value generally is only the mode of expression, the phenomenal form, the form of the phenomenon, of something contained in it, yet distinguishable from it. Let us take two commodities, e.g. corn and iron. The proportions in which they're exchangeable, whatever those proportions may be, can always be represented by an equation in which a given quantity of corn is equated or equal to some quantity of iron, e.g. 1/4 corn equals X hundredweights iron. What does this equation tell us? It tells us that in two different things, in 1/4 of corn and X hundredweight of iron, there exists in equal quantities something common to both. The two things must therefore be equal to a third, which in itself is neither the one, corn, nor the other, iron. Each of them, so far as it is exchange value, must therefore be reducible to this third. A simple geometrical illustration will make this clear. In order to calculate and compare the areas of rectilineal figures, we decompose them into triangles. But the area of the triangle itself is expressed by something totally different from its visible figure, namely, by half the product of the base multiplied by the altitude. In the same way, the exchange values of commodities must be capable of being expressed in terms of something common to them all, of which thing they represent a greater or lesser quantity. This common something cannot be either a geometrical, a chemical, or any other natural property of commodities. Such properties claim our attention only insofar as they affect the utility of those commodities, or make them use values. But the exchange of commodities is evidently an act characterized by a total abstraction from use value. Then one use value is just as good as another, provided only that it be present in sufficient quantity. Comment not for use, but for exchange. Continuing, or, as old Barbon says, quote, one sort of wares are as good as another if the values be equal. There is no difference or distinction in things of equal value. 100 pounds worth of lead or iron is of as great value as 100 pounds worth of silver or gold. Unquote. Comment key phrase, if the values be equal. Continuing, as use values, commodities are, above all, of different qualities. But as exchange values, they are merely different quantities, and consequently do not contain an atom of use value. So comment, in other words, 100 pounds of lead does not have the same qualities as 100 pounds of silver, except for, well, weight. So if you're using it as ballast, then it might be equally useful. Or in the earlier example, a quarter of corn does not have the same qualities as really any amount of iron. Again, unless you had the same amount of weight or the same amount of volume or something like that, but very, very limited ways. Corn and iron are chemically quite different. They have all kinds of different qualitative properties. But if we disregard the use values and just focus on them as exchange values, in other words, things presented in a trade in order to receive something else, then it's just a matter of how much. How much corn equals that 100 weight of iron? How many pens equals that one sweater? How many smoothies equals that one aircraft carrier? We don't need to know anything about the use value, or as Marx says, considered in this way, they don't contain an atom of use value. Continuing. If then we leave out of consideration the use value of commodities, they have only one common property left, that of being products of labor. But even the product of labor itself has undergone a change in our hands. If we make abstraction from its use value, we make abstraction at the same time from the material elements and shapes that make the product a use value. We see in it no longer a table, a house, yarn, or any other useful thing. Its existence as a material thing is put out of sight. Neither can it be any longer regarded as the product of the labor of the joiner, the mason, the spinner, or of any other definite kind of productive labor. Along with the useful qualities of the products themselves, we put out of sight both the useful character of the various kinds of labor embodied in them, and the concrete forms of that labor. There's nothing left but what is common to them all. All are reduced to one and the same sort of labor, human labor in the abstract. Let us now consider the residue of each of these products. It consists of the same unsubstantial reality in each, a mere congealing of homogeneous human labor, of labor power expended without regard to the mode of its expenditure. All that these things now tell us is that human labor power has been expended in their production, that human labor is embodied in them. When looked at as crystals of this social substance, common to them all, they are values. We have seen that when commodities are exchanged, their exchange value manifests itself as something totally independent of their use value. But if we abstract from their use value, there remains their value as defined above. Therefore, the common substance that manifests itself in the exchange value of commodities, whenever they are exchanged, is their value. The progress of our investigation will show that exchange value is the only form in which the value of commodities can manifest itself or be expressed. For the present, however, we have to consider the nature of value independently of this, its form. Commenting, so to restate that, when Marx says the progress of our investigation will show that exchange value, which is to say not use value, we're forgetting whether this thing is a pen or a sweater or a smoothie or an aircraft carrier. Forgetting those qualities, exchange value is the only form in which the value of commodities, not goods and services in general, but goods and services produced for exchange, commodities, can manifest itself or be expressed. So when we're looking for the value of commodities, we are forgetting about use value and just looking at exchange value. Continuing. A use value, or useful article, therefore, has value only because human labor in the abstract has been embodied or materialized in it. How then is the magnitude of this value to be measured? Now listen up, because this is important. Plainly, by the quantity of the value-creating substance, the labor, contained in the article. The quantity of labor, however, is measured by its duration, and labor time, in its turn, finds its standard in weeks, days, and hours. Comment, okay, so Marx has just told us how do you determine the magnitude of the value? Well, how much labor is in it? That's how. But what are the units by which we measure that labor? Well, labor time. so units of time, weeks, days, hours, minutes, etc. But does that mean that just the more time you spend on something, the more valuable it is? Like, if I took 2 minutes to make a sandwich, but you took 2 weeks to make the sandwich, although I imagine it wouldn't taste very good by then, does that make your sandwich more valuable? No, and not just because it'll be horribly putrid. No, we need some concept to express the average amount of time it takes to produce something. So this is what we were talking about before in the key concepts, socially necessary labor time. In other words, not how long an individual worker takes to produce a thing, but how long society on average, given the general level of development, etc., takes to produce it. Marx is about to get into that. So continuing, some people might think that if the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor spent on it, the more idle and unskillful the laborer, the more valuable would their commodity be, because more time would be required in its production. The labor, however, that forms the substance of value is homogeneous human labor, the expenditure of one uniform labor power, the total labor power of society, which is embodied in the sum total of the values of all commodities produced by that society, counts here as one homogeneous mass of human labor power, composed though it be of innumerable individual units. Each of these units is the same as any other so far as it has the character of the average labor power of society, and takes effect as such. That is, so far as it requires for producing a commodity no more time than is needed on an average, no more than is socially necessary. The labor time socially necessary is that required to produce an article under the normal conditions of production, and with the average degree of skill and intensity prevalent at that time. The introduction of power looms into England probably reduced by 1/2 the labor required to weave a given quantity of yarn into cloth. The handloom weavers, as a matter of fact, continued to require the same time as before, but for all that, the product of 1 hour of their labor represented, after the change, only half an hour's social labor, and consequently fell to 1/2 its former value. So commenting, you can in other words continue to keep producing in a way that is way less efficient than the average that society can produce, as in the example of manual weavers versus machine weavers. You can still keep producing cloth that way, and it'll still be usable as cloth. It still has that use value. But given that it took twice as long as society's average, it now is worth half of what it used to be worth. Continuing, we see then that which determines the magnitude of the value of any article is the amount of labor socially necessary, or the labor time socially necessary for its production. Footnote there, quote, the values of the necessities of life, when they're exchanged the one for another, is regulated by the quantity of labor necessarily required and commonly taken in producing them, unquote. That's from Some Thoughts on the Interest of Money in General and particularly in the Public Funds, etc. This remarkable anonymous work written in the last century bears no date. It is clear, however, from internal evidence that it appeared in the reign of George II, about 1739 or 1740. Back to the main text. Each individual commodity in this connection is to be considered as an average sample of its class. Footnote there, quote, properly speaking, all products of the same kind form a single mass, and their price is determined in general and without regard to particular circumstances. That's quoting that same physiocrat again, Latrosne. Back to the main text. Commodities, therefore, in which equal quantities of labor are embodied, or which can be produced in the same time, have the same value. The value of one commodity is to the value of any other, as the labor time necessary for the production of one is to that necessary for the production of the other. Or, to quote Marx from 1859, as values, all commodities are only definite masses of congealed labor time, unquote. The value of a commodity would therefore remain constant if the labor time required for its production also remained constant. But the latter changes with every variation in the productiveness of labor. This productiveness is determined by various circumstances, amongst others by the average amount of skill of the workers, the state of science, and the degree of its practical application, the social organization of production, the extent and capabilities of the means of production, and by physical conditions. For example, the same amount of labor in favorable seasons is embodied in 8 bushels of corn, and in unfavorable only in 4. The same labor extracts from rich mines more metal than from poor mines. Diamonds are a very rare occurrence on the Earth's surface, and hence their discovery costs, on an average, a great deal of labor time. Consequently, much labor is represented in a small compass. Jacob doubts whether gold has ever been paid for at its full value. This applies still more to diamonds. According to Eschwege, the total produce of the Brazilian diamond mines for the 80 years ending in 1823 had not realized the price of 1.5 years' average produce of the sugar and coffee plantations of the same country, although the diamonds cost much more labor and therefore represented more value. With richer minds, the same quantity of labor would embody itself in more diamonds, and their value would fall. If we could succeed at a small expenditure of labor in converting carbon into diamonds, their value might fall below that of bricks. In general, the greater the productiveness of labor, the less is the labor time required for the production of an article, the less is the amount of labor crystallized in that article, and the less is its value. And vice versa, the less the productiveness of labor, the greater is the labor time required for the production of an article, and the greater is its value. The value of a commodity, therefore, varies directly as the quantity and inversely as the productiveness of the labor incorporated in it. So commenting, the more that 1 hour of labor time is able to produce, the less that those things produced in that hour are worth, because each one represents fewer minutes of labor time. So in the example of diamonds, it takes a lot of labor to find the diamonds, and then even when you find diamonds, you only find a few at a time. I'm just going by the text here. I'm not an expert on diamond mining, but basically it takes a lot of labor to just find a few diamonds. However, if some vast diamond reserve was found where 1 hour of labor could yield, 5,000 diamonds, or as Marx said, chemical processes could yield large amounts of synthetic diamonds which were indistinguishable from natural ones, then their value would plummet because you could make them with way less labor. As the productivity goes up, the value of each individual product goes down, because again, less labor time embodied in each piece. Not to get too ahead of ourselves, but as production advances and advances through the centuries, more and more things become very easy, or in other words, require less and less labor to produce. So consequently, what would have taken years to produce several centuries ago might now take only hours. And of course, with advances in chemistry and physical sciences, materials become available which just never were available before at all. Continuing, a thing can have a use value without having value, meaning exchange value. This is the case whenever its utility to man is not due to labor. Such are air, virgin soil, natural meadows, etc. A thing can be useful and the product of human labor without being a commodity. Whoever directly satisfies their wants with the product of their own labor creates indeed use values, but not commodities. In order to produce the latter, commodities, they must not only produce use values, but use values for others, social use values. And not only for others, without more conditions that is. The medieval peasant, for example, produced quit-rent corn for his feudal lord and tithe corn for his parson. But neither the quit-rent corn nor the tithe corn became commodities by reason of the fact that they had been produced for others. To become a commodity, a product must be transferred to another whom it will serve as a use value by means of an exchange. So commenting in those examples of the quit-rent corn or the tithe corn, those were things that the peasants produced for others, but not for exchange. They just had to because of feudalism. So similarly, if you cook a meal for yourself and for friends and family, you're not exchanging, you're not trading with them. So although you're producing something, in this case a meal, for others, it's still not a commodity because you're not presenting it to them in exchange, in trade, in commerce. Continuing, lastly, nothing can have value without being an object of utility. So commenting, as we said before, nothing can become an exchange value unless it's a use value first. In other words, if it has no use, if it can't be used to satisfy any want, need, or desire, then how are you going to present it in exchange? Continuing, if the thing is useless, so is the labor contained in it. The labor does not count as labor, and therefore creates no value. Section 2. The twofold character of the labor embodied in commodities. At first sight, a commodity presented itself to us as a complex of two things, use value and exchange value. Later on, we saw also that labor too possesses the same twofold nature. For insofar as it finds expression in value, it does not possess the same characteristics that belong to it as a creator of use values. I was the first to point out and to examine critically this twofold nature of the labor contained in commodities. As this point is the pivot on which a clear comprehension of political economy turns, we must go into more detail. So comment, Marx is saying you must understand this point if you want to understand political economy clearly. My goal is for everyone listening to this to have a very good chance of coming away with that. Continuing, let's take two commodities such as a coat and 10 yards of linen, and let the former be double the value of the latter. So, if 10 yards of linen equals W, the coat equals 2W. So, a little bit of simple algebra here. We got 10 yards of linen, and the value of that 10 yards of linen is W. Then we've got a coat, which is double the value of the 10 yards of linen. So, if the value of the 10 yards of linen is W, the value of the coat is W times 2, or 2W. So again, 10 yards of linen on the one hand, a coat on the other, and the coat is worth double what the 10 yards of linen is worth. Continuing, the coat is a use value that satisfies a particular want. Its existence is the result of a special sort of productive activity, the nature of which is determined by its aim, mode of production, subject, means, and result. The labor, whose utility is thus represented by the value in use of its product, or which manifests itself by making its product a use value, we call useful labor. In this connection, we consider only its useful effect. So commenting, remember Marx said that there is labor which ends up producing things that aren't useful. For example, standing in a field and just tracing a circle with a stick in the dirt. Okay, so your labor then, moving the stick, has produced a circle in the dirt. Does anyone want that? Probably not. It doesn't really do anything. It was just the product of some aimless activity of your arm. Maybe your mind was wandering. Anyway, that labor was not useful labor. It didn't create a use value. Now, letting your mind wander while you did that may have some value to you, and so it may have satisfied a want, but the actual circle that you produced, again, doesn't really do anything. Continuing, as the coat and the linen are two qualitatively different use values, so also are the two forms of labor that produce them, tailoring and weaving. Were these two objects not qualitatively different, not produced respectively by labor of different quality, they could not stand to each other in the relation of commodities. Coats are not exchanged for coats. One use value is not exchanged for another of the same kind. So commenting, of course, if you had two really different, qualitatively different coats, then of course, yes, you could exchange them. But here Marx is talking about basically two of the same coat. There'd be no point in exchanging them because they're the same thing. You'd be getting back what you gave. Continuing. To all the different varieties of values in use, there correspond as many different kinds of useful labor, classified according to the order, genus, species, and variety to which they belong in the social division of labor. This division of labor is a necessary condition for the production of commodities, but it does not follow conversely that the production of commodities is a necessary condition for the division of labor. In the primitive Indian community, there is social division of labor, but without production of commodities. Or, to take an example nearer to home, in every factory the labor is divided according to a system, but this division is not brought about by the operatives mutually exchanging their individual products. Only such products can become commodities with regard to each other as result from different kinds of labor, each kind being carried on independently and for the account of private individuals. So commenting, in that factory that has the division of labor, the different kinds of labor operating on whatever is being operated on to produce the final product is not considered as commodities being exchanged between the different departments, but more or less just different steps in the production process, as it's all occurring within the umbrella of the one account of the factory, which can't exchange things with itself. Continuing, to resume then, in the use value of each commodity there is contained useful labor, i.e. productive activity of a definite kind and exercised with a definite aim. Use values cannot confront each other as commodities unless the useful labor embodied in them is qualitatively different in each of them. In a community, the produce of which in general takes the form of commodities, i.e. in a community of commodity producers, this qualitative difference between the useful forms of labor that are carried on independently of individual producers, each on their own account, develops into a complex system, a social division of labor. Anyhow, whether the coat be worn by the tailor or by his customer, in either case it operates as a use value. Nor is the relation between the coat and the labor that produced it altered by the circumstance that tailoring may have become a special trade, an independent branch of the social division of labor. Wherever the want of clothing forced them to it, the human race made clothes for thousands of years without a single person becoming a tailor. But coats and linen, like every other element of material wealth that is not the spontaneous produce of nature, must invariably owe their existence to a special productive activity, exercised with a definite aim, an activity that appropriates particular nature-given materials to particular human wants. So therefore, as labor is a creator of use value, is useful labor, it is a necessary condition, independent of all forms of society, for the existence of the human race. It is an eternal, nature-imposed necessity, without which there can be no material exchanges between man and nature, and therefore no life. The use values, coat, linen, etc., i.e. the bodies of commodities, are combinations of two elements, matter and labor. If we take away the useful labor expended upon them, a material substratum is always left, which is furnished by nature without the help of humans. The latter, humans, can work only as nature does, that is, by changing the form of matter. Footnote with a quotation from Pietro Verri here, quote, all the phenomena of the universe, whether produced by the hand of man or through the universal laws of physics, are not actual new creations, but merely a modification of matter. Joining together and separating are the only elements which the human mind always finds on analyzing the concept of reproduction. And it is just the same with the reproduction of value, unquote. Value in use, although very in this passage of his controversy with the physiocrats, is not himself quite certain of the kind of value he's speaking of. Continuing the quote, and of wealth, when earth, air, and water in the fields are transformed into corn, or when the hand of man transforms the secretions of an insect into silk, or some pieces of metal arranged to make the mechanism of a watch, unquote. Back to the main text. Nay more, in this work of changing the form, humans are constantly helped by natural forces. We see, then, that labor is not the only source of material wealth, of use values produced by labor. As William Petty puts it, labor is its father and the earth its mother. Let us now pass from the commodity considered as a use value to the value of commodities. By our assumption, the coat is worth twice as much as the linen, but this is a mere quantitative difference, which for the present doesn't concern us. We bear in mind, however, that if the value of the coat is double that of 10 yards of linen, 20 yards of linen must have the same value as one coat. So far as they are values, the coat and the linen are things of a like substance, objective expressions of essentially identical labor. But tailoring and weaving are qualitatively different kinds of labor. There are, however, states of society in which one and the same man does tailoring and weaving alternately, in which case these two forms of labor are mere modifications of the labor of the same individual, and not special and fixed functions of different persons, just as the coat which our tailor makes one day, and the trousers which he makes another day, imply only a variation in the labor of one and the same individual. Moreover, we see at a glance that in our capitalist society, a given portion of human labor is, in accordance with the varying demand, at one time supplied in the form of tailoring, at another in the form of weaving. This change may possibly not take place without friction, but take place it must. Productive activity, if we leave out of sight its special form, viz. The useful character of the labor, is nothing but the expenditure of human labor power. Tailoring and weaving, though qualitatively different productive activities, are each a productive expenditure of human brains, nerves, and muscles, and in this sense are human labor. They are but two different modes of expending human labor power. Of course, this labor power, which remains the same under all its modifications, must have attained a certain pitch of development before it can be expended in a multiplicity of modes. But the value of a commodity represents human labor in the abstract, the expenditure of human labor in general. And just as in society, a general or a banker plays a great part, but mere man, on the other hand, a very shabby part, so here with mere human labor. It is the expenditure of simple labor power, i.e. of the labor power which on an average, apart from any special development, exists in the organism of every ordinary individual. Simple average labor, it's true, varies in character in different countries and at different times, but in a particular society it is given. Skilled labor counts only as simple labor intensified, or rather as multiplied simple labor, a given quantity of skilled being considered equal to a greater quantity of simple labor. Experience shows that this reduction is constantly being made. A commodity may be the product of the most skilled labor, but its value, by equating it to the product of simple unskilled labor, represents a definite quantity of the latter labor alone. Footnote, the reader must note that we are not speaking here of the wages or value that the laborer gets for a given labor time, but of the value of the commodity in which that labor time is materialized. Wages is a category that as yet has no existence at the present stage of our investigation. Back to the main text. The different proportions in which different sorts of labor are reduced to unskilled labor as their standard are established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers, and consequently appears to be fixed by custom. For simplicity's sake, we shall henceforth account every kind of labor to be unskilled simple labor. By this we do no more than save ourselves the trouble of making the reduction. Just as, therefore, in viewing the coat and linen as values, we abstract from their different use values, so it is with the labor represented by those values. We disregard the difference between its useful forms, weaving, and tailoring. As the use values, coat and linen are combinations of special productive activities with cloth and yarn, while the values, coat and linen, are, on the other hand, mere homogeneous congealations of undifferentiated labor, so the labor embodied in these latter values does not count by virtue of its productive relation to cloth and yarn, but only as being expenditure of human labor power. Tailoring and weaving are necessary factors in the creation of the use values, coat and linen, precisely because these two kinds of labor are of different qualities, but only insofar as abstraction is made from their special qualities. Only insofar as both possess the same quality of being human labor do tailoring and weaving form the substance of the values of the same articles. Coats and linen, however, are not merely values, but values of definite magnitude. And according to our assumption, the coat is worth twice as much as the 10 yards of linen. Whence this difference in their values? It's owing to the fact that the linen only contains half as much labor as the coat, and consequently that in the production of the latter, labor power must have been expended during twice the time necessary for the production of the former. While therefore, with reference to use value, the labor contained in a commodity counts only qualitatively, with reference to value it counts only quantitatively, and must first be reduced to human labor pure and simple. In the former case, it's a question of how and what. In the latter, how much, how long a time. Since the magnitude of the value of a commodity represents only the quantity of labor embodied in it, it follows that all commodities, when taken in certain proportions, must be equal in value. If the productive power of all the different sorts of useful labor required for the production of a coat remains unchanged, the sum of the values of the coats produced increases with their number. If one coat represents X number of days' labor, 2 coats represents 2X number of days' labor, and so on. But assume that the duration of the labor necessary for the production of a coat becomes doubled or halved. In the first case, 1 coat is worth as much as 2 coats were before. In the second case, 2 coats are only worth as much as 1 was before, although in both cases 1 coat renders the same service as before, i.e. it's still a coat, it still keeps you warm and dry, and the useful labor embodied in it remains of the same quality, but the quantity of labor spent on its production has altered. An increase in the quantity of use values is an increase of material wealth. With 2 coats, 2 people can be clothed. With 1 coat, only 1 person. Nevertheless, an increased quantity of material wealth may correspond to a simultaneous fall in the magnitude of its value. Comment, and remember here, when Marx just says value without anything in front of it, he means exchange value. Continuing, this antagonistic movement has its origin in the twofold character of labor. Productive power has reference, of course, only to labor of some useful concrete form, the efficacy of any special productive activity during a given time being dependent on its productiveness. Useful labor becomes, therefore, a more or less abundant source of products in proportion to the rise or fall of its productiveness. On the other hand, no change in this productiveness affects the labor represented by value. Since productive power is an attribute of the concrete useful forms of labor, of course it can no longer have any bearing on that labor, so soon as we make abstraction from those useful concrete forms. However, then productive power may vary. The same labor, exercised during equal periods of time, always yields equal amounts of value, but it will yield, during equal periods of time, different quantities of value in use. More if the productive power rise, fewer if it fall. The same change in productive power, which increases the fruitfulness of labor, and in consequence the quantity of use values produced by that labor, will diminish the total value of this increased quantity of use values, provided such change shorten the total labor time necessary for their production, and vice versa. So comment, it always comes back to total labor time. Continuing, on the one hand, all labor is, speaking physiologically, an expenditure of human labor power, and in its character of identical abstract human labor, it creates and forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is the expenditure of human labor power in a special form, and with a definite aim. Comment, in other words, this abstract general labor doesn't really exist, it's always some form, shoveling, weaving, writing, etc. Continuing, and in this, its character of concrete useful labor, it produces use values. Footnote here, in order to prove that labor alone is that all-sufficient and real measure, by which at all times the value of all commodities can be estimated and compared, Adam Smith says, quote, equal quantities of labor must at all times and in all places have the same value for the laborer. In his normal state of health, strength, and activity, and with the average degree of skill that he may possess, he must always give up the same portion of his rest, his freedom, and his happiness. Unquote. That's from Wealth of Nations. On the one hand, Adam Smith here, but not everywhere, confuses the determination of value by means of the quantity of labor expended in the production of commodities with the determination of the values of commodities by means of the value of labor, and seeks in consequence to prove that equal quantities of labor have always the same value. On the other hand, he has a presentiment that labor, so far as it manifests itself in the value of commodities, counts only as expenditure of labor power, but he treats this expenditure as the mere sacrifice of rest, freedom, and happiness, not as at the same time the normal activity of living beings. Comment, good observation, because if you just define work as like the absence of rest, freedom, and happiness, you're basically saying that it is unnatural for people to work, or that it comes at the cost of happiness. And in capitalist society, that may be the case because the way that people actually work in capitalist societies is they give up control over their labor by selling their labor power to a capitalist, who then uses that labor power as they wish to use it. So yeah, that can be pretty miserable. But actually, the Marxist observation is that it's very normal for people to work and to get a sense of satisfaction, freedom, and happiness from it. It can even be restful in some ways. So on that level, one of the core missions of Marxism is to rescue the human spirit by recapturing the labor power back from the capitalist and returning it to the worker. Continuing, but then Smith has the modern wage laborer in his eye. So it's basically what I was just saying. Smith is talking about the conception of work as presented by capitalism, i.e. you give up your labor power to an employer in exchange for not starving, and they use it as they wish, basically use you because it's coming from you. Continuing much more aptly, the anonymous predecessor of Adam Smith, quoted above in Note 1, says, quote, "One man has employed himself a week in providing this necessary of life, and he that gives him some other in exchange cannot make a better estimate of what is a proper equivalent than by computing what cost him just as much labor and time, which in effect is no more than exchanging one man's labor in one thing for a time certain for another man's labor in another thing for the same time." Unquote. The English language has the advantage of possessing different words for the two aspects of labor considered here. The labor which creates use value and counts qualitatively is work, as distinguished from labor, that which creates value and counts quantitatively is labor, as distinguished from work. That last bit is a note from Engels. So just to comment on that last concept, basically to make a use value, you are doing work. And to create something for exchange, to create an exchange value, is to do labor. So to stick with that terminology for a minute, in any stage of society, when something is being prepared just to fulfill a need, i.e. for use, such as if you make a meal for yourself, or you make your own clothes, or soap, or whatever else you want to make for yourself, that is work. But when you go to your job and you're producing goods and services for exchange, that is labor. And after we're able to reach a stage of society in which production for exchange is abolished, so too can it be said that labor, per se, as distinct from work, will have been abolished. Section 3. The form of value or exchange value. Commodities come into the world in the shape of use values, articles or goods such as iron, linen, corn, etc. This is their plain, homely, bodily form. They are, however, commodities only because they are something twofold, both objects of utility and at the same time depositories of value. They manifest themselves therefore as commodities, or have the form of commodities only insofar as they have two forms, a physical or natural form and a value form. The reality of the value of commodities differs in this respect from Dame Quickly that we don't know where to have it. The value of commodities is the very opposite of the coarse materiality of their substance. Not an atom of matter enters into its composition. Turn and examine a single commodity by itself, as we will, yet insofar as it remains an object of value, it seems impossible to grasp it. If, however, we bear in mind that the value of commodities has a purely social reality, i.e. not material, and that they acquire this reality only insofar as they are expressions or embodiments of one identical social substance, viz. Human labor, it follows as a matter of course that value can only manifest itself in the social relation of commodity to commodity. In fact, we started from exchange value, or the exchange relation of commodities, in order to get at the value that lies hidden behind it. We must now return to this form under which value first appeared to us. Everyone knows, if they know nothing else, that commodities have a value form common to them all, and presenting a marked contrast with the varied bodily forms of their use values. I mean their money form. Here, however, a task is set us, the performance of which has never yet even been attempted by bourgeois economy. The task of tracing the genesis of this money form, of developing the expression of value implied in the value relation of commodities from its simplest, almost imperceptible outline to the dazzling money form. By doing this, we shall at the same time solve the riddle presented by money. The simplest value relation is evidently that of one commodity to some one other commodity of a different kind. Hence, the relation between the values of two commodities supplies us with the simplest expression of the value of a single commodity. A. The elementary or accidental form of value. X amount of commodity A equals Y amount of commodity B, or X amount of commodity A is worth Y amount of commodity B. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat. 1. The two poles of the expression of value, relative form and equivalent form. The whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden in this elementary form. Its analysis, therefore, is our real difficulty. Here, two different kinds of commodities, in our example the linen and the coat, evidently play two different parts. The linen expresses its value in the coat. The coat serves as the material in which that value is expressed. The former plays an active and the latter a passive part. The value of the linen is represented as relative value, or appears in relative form. The coat officiates as equivalent, or appears in equivalent form. The relative form and the equivalent form are two intimately connected, mutually dependent, and inseparable elements of the expression of value, but at the same time, they are mutually exclusive, antagonistic extremes, i.e. poles of the same expression. They are allotted respectively to the two different commodities brought into relation by that expression. It is not possible to express the value of linen in linen. 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen is no expression of value. On the contrary, such an equation merely says that 20 yards of linen are nothing else than 20 yards of linen, a definite quantity of the use value, linen. The value of the linen can therefore be expressed only relatively, i.e., in some other commodity. The relative form of the value of the linen presupposes, therefore, the presence of some other commodity, here the coat, under the form of an equivalent. On the other hand, the commodity that figures as the equivalent cannot at the same time assume the relative form. That second commodity is not the one whose value is expressed. Its function is merely to serve as the material in which the value of the first commodity is expressed. Comment: so just to sum this up quickly, when you have some amount of one commodity equals some amount of another commodity, the first one is in relative form and the second is in equivalent form. In other words, if you're saying 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, the 20 yards of linen is the relative form and the 1 coat is the equivalent. Continuing, no doubt the expression 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat, implies the opposite relation. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, or 1 coat is worth 20 yards of linen. But in that case, I must reverse the equation in order to express the value of the coat relatively. And as soon as I do that, the linen becomes the equivalent instead of the coat. A single commodity cannot, therefore, simultaneously assume, in the same expression of value, both forms. The very polarity of these forms makes them mutually exclusive. Whether, then, a commodity assumes the relative form, or the opposite equivalent form, depends entirely upon its accidental position in the expression of value. That is, upon whether it is the commodity whose value is being expressed, or the commodity in which that value is being expressed. 2. The relative form of value. A. The nature and import of this form. In order to discover how the elementary expression of the value of a commodity lies hidden in the value relation of two commodities, we must, in the first place, consider the latter entirely apart from its quantitative aspect. The usual mode of procedure is generally the reverse, and in the value relation nothing is seen but the proportion between definite quantities of two different sorts of commodities that are considered equal to each other. It is apt to be forgotten that the magnitudes of different things can be compared quantitatively only when those magnitudes are expressed in terms of the same unit. It is only as expressions of such a unit that they are of the same denomination and therefore commensurable. Footnote here, the few economists, amongst whom is S. Bailey, who have occupied themselves with the analysis of the form of value, have been unable to arrive at any result, first because they confuse the form of value with value itself, and second because, under the coarse influence of the practical bourgeois, they exclusively give their attention to the quantitative aspect of the question. Quote, "The command of quantity constitutes value." Quoting from Money and its Vicissitudes, S. Bailey, 1837. Back to the main text. Whether 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or equals 20 coats, or X coats, that is, whether a given quantity of linen is worth few or many coats, every such statement implies that the linen and coats, as magnitudes of value, are expressions of the same unit. things of the same kind. Linen equals coat is the basis of the equation. But the two commodities whose identity of quality is thus assumed do not play the same part. It is only the value of the linen that is expressed. And how? By its reference to the coat as its equivalent, as something that can be exchanged for it. In this relation, the coat is the mode of existence of value, is value embodied, for only as such is it the same as the linen. On the other hand, the linen's own value comes to the front, receives independent expression, for it is only as being value that it is comparable with the coat as a thing of equal value, or exchangeable with the coat. To borrow an illustration from chemistry, butyric acid is a different substance from propylformate, yet both are made up of the same chemical substances, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, and that too in like proportions, namely C4H8O2. If now we equate butyric acid to propylformate, then in the first place, propylformate would be, in this relation, merely a form of existence of C4H8O2, and in the second place we should be stating that butyric acid also consists of C4H8O2. Therefore, by thus equating the two substances, expression would be given to their chemical composition, while their different physical forms would be neglected. If we say that, as values, commodities are mere congealations of human labor, we reduce them by our analysis, it's true, to the abstraction value. But we ascribe to this value no form apart from their bodily form. It is otherwise in the value relation of one commodity to another. Here, the one stands forth in its character of value by reason of its relation to the other. So, commenting for just a second, I kind of feel like Marx is making that a little more complicated than it needs to be. I want to go back to the sentence that says, on the other hand, the linen's own value comes to the front, receives independent expression, for it is only as being value that it is comparable with the coat as a thing of equal value or exchangeable with the coat. What he's trying to say is that a coat and linen are not the same thing. They're not equivalent. That is, a pile of linen is not the same use value as a coat. You can't do the same things with it. It is materially different, qualitatively different. But as Marx says, it is only as being value, i.e. in its exchange value, that it is comparable with the coat as a thing of equal value or exchangeable with the coat. So, as a use value, the linen is definitely not the same as the coat. However, in its immaterial aspect, as exchange value, as an embodiment of human labor, in that sense, and only in that sense, is it equivalent. In other words, they both contain the same amount of labor, and that's where the exchangeability or equivalency ends. Let's continue. By making the coat the equivalent of the linen, we equate the labor embodied in the former to that of the latter. Now, it's true that the tailoring which makes the coat is concrete labor of a different sort than the weaving which makes the linen, but the act of equating it to the weaving reduces the tailoring to that which is really equal in the two kinds of labor, to their common character of human labor. In this roundabout way, then, the fact is expressed that weaving also, insofar as it weaves value, has nothing to distinguish it from tailoring, both make value in other words, and consequently is abstract human labor. It is the expression of equivalence between different sorts of commodities that alone brings into relief the specific character of value-creating labor. And this it does by actually reducing the different varieties of labor embodied in the different kinds of commodities to their common quality of human labor in the abstract. Footnote here, the celebrated Franklin, one of the first economists after William Petty who saw through the nature of value, says, quote, "Trade in general being nothing else but the exchange of labor for labor, the value of all things is most justly measured by labor." Unquote. That's quoting from the works of B. Franklin, etc., 1836. Franklin is unconscious that by estimating the value of everything in labor, he makes abstraction from any difference in the sorts of labor exchanged, and thus reduces them to all equal human labor. But although ignorant of this, yet he says it. He speaks first of, quote, the one labor, then of, quote, the other labor, and finally of labor, without further qualification, as the substance of the value of everything. Back to the main text. There is, however, something else required beyond the expression of the specific character of the labor of which the value of the linen consists. Human labor power in motion, or human labor, creates value, but is not itself value. It becomes value only in its congealed state, when embodied in the form of some object. In order to express the value of the linen as a congelation of human labor, that value must be expressed as having objective existence, as being a something materially different from the linen itself, and yet a something common to the linen and all other commodities. The problem is already solved. When occupying the position of equivalent in the equation of value, the coat ranks qualitatively as the equal of the linen. as something of the same kind because it is value. In this position, it is a thing in which we see nothing but value, or whose palpable bodily form represents value. Yet the coat itself, the body of the commodity, coat, is a mere use value. A coat as such no more tells us it is value than does the first piece of linen we take hold of. This shows that when placed in value relation to the linen, the coat signifies more than when out of that relation, just as many a man strutting about in a gorgeous uniform counts for more than when in mufti. That is certainly one way to put it. In the production of the coat, human labor power in the shape of tailoring must have been actually expended. Human labor is therefore accumulated in it. In this aspect, the coat is a depository of value, but though worn to a thread, it doesn't let this fact show through. And as equivalent of the linen in the value equation, it exists under this aspect alone, counts therefore as embodied value, as a body that is value. A, for instance, cannot be your majesty to B unless at the same time majesty in B's eyes assumes the bodily form of A, and what's more, with every new father of the people, changes its features, hair, and many other things besides. Hence, in the value equation, in which the coat is the equivalent of the linen, the coat officiates as the form of value. The value of the commodity linen is expressed by the bodily form of the commodity coat, the value of one by the use value of the other. As a use value, the linen is something palpably different from the coat. As value, it is the same as the coat, and now has the appearance of a coat. Thus, the linen acquires a value form different from its physical form. The fact that it is value is made manifest by its equality with the coat, just as the sheep's nature of a Christian is shown in his resemblance to the Lamb of God. We see then that all our analysis of the value of commodities has already is told us by the linen itself, so soon as it comes into communication with another commodity, the coat. Only it betrays its thoughts in that language with which alone it is familiar, the language of commodities. In order to tell us that its own value is created by labor in its abstract character of human labor, it says that the coat, insofar as it is worth as much as the linen, and therefore is value, consists of the same labor as the linen. In order to inform us that its sublime reality as value is not the same as its buckram body, it says that value has the appearance of a coat, and consequently that so far as the linen is value, it and the coat are as like as two peas. We may here remark that the language of commodities has, besides Hebrew, many other more or less correct dialects. The German Wertsein, to be worth, for instance, expresses in a less striking manner than the Romance verbs valere, valer, valoir, that the equating of commodity B to commodity A is commodity A's own mode of expressing its value. Paris is certainly worth a mass. By means, therefore, of the value relation expressed in our equation, the bodily form of commodity B becomes the value form of commodity A, or the body of commodity B acts as a mirror to the value of commodity A. Footnote here, in a sort of way, it is with people as with commodities. Since people come into the world neither with a looking glass in their hand, nor as a Fichtean philosopher to whom I am I is sufficient, people first see and recognize themselves in other people. Peter only establishes his own identity as a man by first comparing himself with Paul as being of like kind, and thereby Paul, just as he stands in his Pauline personality, becomes to Peter the type of the genus homo. Back to the main text. By putting itself in relation with commodity B, as value in propria persona, as the matter of which human labor is made up, the commodity A converts the value in use, B, into the substance in which to express its, A, own value. The value of A, thus expressed in the use value of B, has taken the form of relative value. Quick comment here, that's the end of that section. I feel like Marx is kind of beating this to death. We did the first German edition a while back on the channel, and there, this chapter is only about an hour long. Here it's more than twice that, and I kind of feel like Marx is restating things to a fault here. In other words, I feel like I got it the first or second time pretty clearly, but then he goes on, and sometimes I don't think that the subsequent explanations are as clear as the original ones. So if that's happening to you, just know you're not alone. I would say stick with the original thing that you understood, and just kind of let him go on for the rest. Alright, B. Quantitative determination of relative value. Every commodity whose value it is intended to express is a useful objective given quantity, as 15 bushels of corn or 100 pounds of coffee, and a given or known quantity of any commodity contains a definite quantity of human labor. The value form must therefore not only express value generally, but also value in definite quantity. Therefore, in the value relation of commodity A to commodity B, of the linen to the coat, Not only is the latter as value in general made the equal in quality of the linen, but a definite quantity of coat, 1 coat, is made the equivalent of a definite quantity, 20 yards, of linen. The equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat, implies that the same quantity of value substance, congealed labor, is embodied in both, that the two commodities have each cost the same amount of labor, or the same quantity of labor time. But the labor time necessary for the production of 20 yards of linen or 1 coat varies with every change in the productiveness of weaving or tailoring. We have now to consider the influence of such changes on the quantitative aspect of the relative expression of value. 1. Let the value of linen vary, that of the coat remaining constant. If, say in consequence of the exhaustion of flax-growing soil, the labor time necessary for the production of the linen be doubled, the value of the linen will also be doubled. Instead of the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, we should have 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats, since 1 coat would now contain only half the labor time embodied in 20 yards of linen. If, on the other hand, in consequence, say, of improved looms, this labor time be reduced by 1/2, the value of the linen would fall by 1/2. Consequently, we should have 20 yards of linen equals 1/2 coat. The relative value of commodity A, i.e., its value expressed in commodity B, rises and falls directly as the value of A, the value of B being supposed constant. 2. Let the value of the linen remain constant while the value of the coat varies. If, under these circumstances, in consequence, for instance, of a poor crop of wool, the labor time necessary for the production of a coat becomes doubled, we have instead of 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, 20 yards of linen equals 1/2 coat. If, on the other hand, the value of the coat sinks by 1/2, then 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats. Hence, if the value of commodity A remains constant, its relative value expressed in commodity B rises and falls inversely as the value of B. If we compare the different cases in 1 and 2, we see that the same change of magnitude and relative value may arise from totally opposite causes. Thus, the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat becomes 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats, either because the value of the linen has doubled or because the value of the coat has fallen by 1/2. And it becomes 20 yards of linen equals 1/2 coat, either because the value of the linen has fallen by 1/2 or because the value of the coat has doubled. 3. Let the quantities of labor time respectively necessary for the production of the linen and the coat vary simultaneously in the same direction and in the same proportion. In this case, 20 yards of linen continue to equal 1 coat, however much their values may have altered. Their change of value is seen as soon as they are compared with a third commodity whose value has remained constant. If the values of all commodities rose or fell simultaneously, and in the same proportion, their relative values would remain unaltered. Their real change of value would appear from the diminished or increased quantity of commodities produced in a given time. Comment, in other words, what we're interested in is the ratio, in terms of what they're worth in terms of each other. However, if due to various circumstances it became possible to produce more of them with less labor time, then overall you'd be able to see more of them produced in less time. But again, the ratio of the value of one in terms of the other would be unchanged. Continuing, 4. The labor time respectively necessary for the production of the linen and the coat, and therefore the value of these commodities, may simultaneously vary in the same direction, but at unequal rates, or in opposite directions, or in other ways. The effect of all these possible variations on the relative value of a commodity may be deduced from the results of 1, 2, and 3. Thus, real changes in the magnitude of value are neither unequivocally nor exhaustively reflected in their relative expression. That is, in the equation expressing the magnitude of relative value. The relative value of a commodity may vary, although its value remains constant. Its relative value may remain constant, although its value varies. And finally, simultaneous variations in the magnitude of value and in that of its relative expression by no means necessarily correspond in amount. So commenting, when we're talking about magnitude of value, we're talking about how much labor time it takes to produce any particular commodity. So that's more of an absolute term. In other words, it doesn't depend on the value of anything else. It's just how much labor time does it take to make that. And then relative value can change even if the magnitude doesn't change. So for whatever commodity, it might take the same amount of labor time as yesterday to produce that. But in terms of some other commodity, well, the other commodity might have had a change in how much labor time it takes to produce that commodity. So in terms of that commodity, which has changed, then the relative value would change. So let's say in the example of smoothies and aircraft carriers, there's a new blender that gets developed that can process a smoothie in 15 seconds instead of 30 seconds. Well, the amount of labor time just got cut in half. That is a change in the magnitude of value for that commodity. And let's say that at the new 15-second rate, those commodities, the smoothie, are worth 1/1,000,000th of an aircraft carrier. But then there's a big change in aircraft carrier manufacturing technology, meaning that it now takes half as much labor time to produce an aircraft carrier as it used to. Well, if we're trying to express the amount of value in the new smoothie, the 15-second smoothie, in terms of the new aircraft carrier, well, then that one smoothie now equals 2/1,000,000ths of an aircraft carrier, or 1/500,000th of an aircraft carrier. So again, the magnitude is more of an absolute amount, and the relative amount is a ratio of that to some other commodity. 3. The equivalent form of value. We have seen that commodity A, the linen, by expressing its value in the use value of a commodity differing in kind, the coat, at the same time impresses upon the latter a specific form of value, namely that of the equivalent. The commodity linen manifests its quality of having a value by the fact that the coat, without having assumed a value form different from its bodily form, is equated to the linen. The fact that the latter therefore has a value is expressed by saying that the coat is directly exchangeable with it. Therefore, when we say that a commodity is in the equivalent form, we express the fact that it is directly exchangeable with other commodities. When one commodity, such as a coat, serves as the equivalent of another, such as linen, and coats consequently acquire the characteristic property of being directly exchangeable with linen, we are far from knowing in what proportion the two are exchangeable. The value of the linen being given in magnitude, that proportion depends on the value of the coat. Whether the coat serves as the equivalent and the linen as relative value, or the linen as the equivalent and the coat as relative value, the magnitude of the coat's value is determined, independently of its value form, by the labor time necessary for its production. But whenever the coat assumes in the equation of value the position of equivalent, its value acquires no quantitative expression. On the contrary, the commodity coat now figures only as a definite quantity of some article. For instance, 40 yards of linen are worth what? 2 coats. Because the commodity coat here plays the part of equivalent, because the use value coat, as opposed to the linen, figures as an embodiment of value, therefore a definite number of coats suffices to express the definite quantity of value in the linen. So I just want to comment here, that is fairly profound, although it may not seem that way. We know that the magnitude of value comes from the labor time congealed. In other words, how much labor time went into the production of that. But you'll notice that in none of these equations are we talking directly about hours of labor time. What we are talking about is numbers or quantities of commodities. Definitionally, commodities necessarily are embodiments of labor time. But we can forget the discussion of labor time once we have established that. And in fact, in a later section of this chapter, we're going to talk about how the labor time actually does get forgotten. But as Marx says, a definite number of coats suffices to express the definite quantity of value in the linen. So you have linen in some definite measurable amount, and you want to express the quantity of value, meaning exchange value, in it. Do you start talking about measures of labor time? No, not directly. You talk about quantities of commodities. And why? It's because commodities are congealed labor time. So in other words, we talk about congealed labor time rather than labor time in the abstract. So a definite number of coats suffices, is enough, you don't need anything else, to express the definite quantity of value in the linen. Now to establish that ratio, and to be honest, I'm not quite sure why, in my opinion, the helpful word ratio doesn't appear more frequently in this text. But again, once that ratio is established, we don't talk directly about labor time. Continuing. 2 coats may therefore express the quantity of value of 40 yards of linen, but they can never express the quantity of their own value. A superficial observation of this fact, namely that in the equation of value, the equivalent figures exclusively as a simple quantity of some article of some use value, has misled Bailey, as also many others both before and after him, into seeing, in the expression of value, merely a quantitative relation. Comment, which it mainly is, but we do need 2 qualitatively different commodities in order to compare for this equation. Continuing, the truth being that when a commodity acts as equivalent, no quantitative determination of its value is expressed. So that's what I was just saying. We're not talking directly about quantities of labor time in terms of expressing the quantity of its value. Continuing. The first peculiarity that strikes us in considering the form of the equivalent is this: use value becomes the form of manifestation, the phenomenal form of its opposite, value. The bodily form of the commodity becomes its value form, but mark well that this quid pro quo exists in the case of any commodity B only when some other commodity A enters into a value relation with it, and then only within the limits of this relation. Since no commodity can stand in the relation of equivalent to itself, and thus turn its own bodily shape into the expression of its own value, every commodity is compelled to choose some other commodity for its equivalent, and to accept the use value, that is to say, the bodily shape of that other commodity as the form of its own value. One of the measures that we apply to commodities as material substances, as use values, will serve to illustrate this point. A sugar loaf being a body is heavy and therefore has weight, but we can neither see nor touch this weight. We then take various pieces of iron, whose weight has been determined beforehand. The iron as iron is no more the form of manifestation of weight than is the sugar loaf. Nevertheless, in order to express the sugar loaf as so much weight, we put it into a weight relation with the iron. In this relation, the iron officiates as a body representing nothing but weight. A certain quantity of iron therefore serves as the measure of the weight of the sugar, and represents, in relation to the sugar loaf, weight embodied, the form of manifestation of weight. This part is played by the iron only within this relation, into which the sugar or any other body whose weight has to be determined enters with the iron. Were they not both heavy, they could not enter into this relation, and the one could therefore not serve as the expression of the weight of the other. When we throw both into the scales, we see that in reality, as weight they are both the same, and that therefore when taken in proper proportions they have the same weight, just as the substance iron as a measure of weight represents in relation to the sugar loaf weight alone, so in our expression of value, the material object coat, in relation to the linen, represents value alone. Here, however, the analogy ceases. The iron in the expression of the weight of the sugar loaf represents a natural property common to both bodies, namely, their weight. But the coat, in the expression of value of the linen, represents a non-natural property of both, something purely social, namely their value. Since the relative form of value of a commodity, the linen for example, expresses the value of that commodity as being something wholly different from its substance and properties, as being for instance coat-like, we see that this expression itself indicates that some social relation lies at the bottom of it. With the equivalent form, it is just the contrary. The very essence of this form is that the material commodity itself, the coat, just as it is, expresses value, and is endowed with the form of value by nature itself. Of course, this holds good only so long as the value relation exists, in which the coat stands in the position of equivalent to the linen. Footnote here, such expressions of relations in general, called by Hegel reflex categories, form a very curious class. For instance, one man is king only because other men stand in the relation of subjects to him. They, on the contrary, imagine that they are subjects because he is king. Back to the main text. Since, however, the properties of a thing are not the result of its relations to other things, but only manifest themselves in such relations, the coat seems to be endowed with its equivalent form, its property of being directly exchangeable, just as much by nature as it is endowed with the property of being heavy, or the capacity to keep us warm. Hence the enigmatic character of the equivalent form, which escapes the notice of the bourgeois political economist, until this form, completely developed, confronts him in the shape of money. He then seeks to explain away the mystical character of gold and silver by substituting for them less dazzling commodities, and by reciting with ever-renewed satisfaction the catalogue of all possible commodities which at one time or another have played the part of equivalent. He has not the least suspicion that the most simple expression of value, such as 20 yards of linen equals one coat, already propounds the riddle of the equivalent form for our solution. The body of the commodity that serves as the equivalent figures as the materialization of human labor in the abstract, and is at the same time the product of some specifically useful concrete labor. This concrete labor becomes, therefore, the medium for expressing abstract human labor. If on the one hand the coat ranks as nothing but the embodiment of abstract human labor, so on the other hand, the tailoring, which is actually embodied in it, counts as nothing but the form under which that abstract labor is realized. In the expression of value of the linen, the utility of the tailoring consists not in making clothes, but in making an object, which we at once recognize to be value, and therefore to be a congelation of labor, but of labor indistinguishable from that realized in the value of the linen. In order to act as such a mirror of value, the labor of tailoring must reflect nothing besides its own abstract quality of being human labor generally. In tailoring, as well as in weaving, human labor power is expended. Both therefore possess the general property of being human labor, and may therefore, in certain cases such as in the production of value, have to be considered under this aspect alone. There's nothing mysterious in this. But in the expression of value there is a complete turn of the tables. For instance, how is the fact to be expressed that weaving creates the value of the linen not by virtue of being weaving as such, but by reason of its general property of being human labor? Simply by opposing to weaving that other particular form of concrete labor, in this instance tailoring, which produces the equivalent of the product of weaving. Just as the coat in its bodily form became a direct expression of value, so now does tailoring, a concrete form of labor, appear as the direct and palpable embodiment of human labor generally. Hence, the second peculiarity of the equivalent form is that concrete labor becomes the form under which its opposite, abstract human labor, manifests itself. But because this concrete labor, tailoring in our case, ranks as and is directly identified with undifferentiated human labor, it also ranks as identical with any other sort of labor, and therefore with that embodied in the linen. Consequently, although, like all other commodity-producing labor, it is the labor of private individuals, yet, at the same time, it ranks as labor directly social in its character. This is the reason why it results in a product directly exchangeable with other commodities. We then have a third peculiarity of the equivalent form, namely, that the labor of private individuals takes the form of its opposite, labor directly social in its form. The two latter peculiarities of the equivalent form will become more intelligible if we go back to the great thinker who was the first to analyze so many forms, whether of thought, society, or nature, and amongst them also the form of value, Aristotle. In the first place, he clearly enunciates that the money form of commodities is only the further development of the simple form of value, i.e. of the expression of the value of one commodity in some other commodity taken at random. For he says, 5 beds equals 1 house is not to be distinguished from 5 beds equals so much money. He further sees that the value relation which gives rise to this expression makes it necessary that the house should qualitatively be made the equal of the bed, and that, without such an equalization, these two clearly different things could not be compared with each other as commensurable quantities. Quote, exchange, he says, cannot take place without equality, and equality not without commensurability, unquote. Here, however, he comes to a stop, and gives up the further analysis of the form of value. Quote, it is, however, in reality impossible that such unlike things can be commensurable, unquote, i.e. qualitatively equal. Such an equalization can only be something foreign to their real nature, consequently only, quote, a makeshift for practical purposes, unquote. Aristotle therefore himself tells us what barred the way to his further analysis. It was the absence of any concept of value. What is that equal something, that common substance which admits of the value of the beds being expressed by a house? Such a thing in truth cannot exist, says Aristotle. And why not? Compared with the beds, the house does represent something equal to them, insofar as it represents what is really equal, both in the beds and the house, and that is human labor. There was, however, an important fact which prevented Aristotle from seeing that to attribute value to commodities is merely a mode of expressing all labor as equal human labor, and consequently as labor of equal quality. Greek society was founded upon slavery, and had therefore, for its natural basis, the inequality of men and of their labor powers. The secret of the expression of value, namely that all kinds of labor are equal and equivalent, because, and so far as they are human labor in general, cannot be deciphered until the notion of human equality has already acquired the fixity of a popular prejudice. This, however, is possible only in a society in which the great mass of the produce of labor takes the form of commodities, in which consequently the dominant relation between person and person is that of owners of commodities. The brilliancy of Aristotle's genius is shown by this alone, that he discovered, in the expression of the value of commodities, a relation of equality. The peculiar conditions of the society in which he lived alone prevented him from discovering what, in truth, was at the bottom of this equality. 4. The elementary form of value considered as a whole. The elementary form of value of a commodity is contained in the equation, expressing its value relation to another commodity of a different kind, or in its exchange relation to the same. The value of commodity A is qualitatively expressed by the fact that commodity B is directly exchangeable with it. Its value is quantitatively expressed by the fact that a definite quantity of B is exchangeable with a definite quantity of A. In other words, the value of a commodity obtains independent and definite expression by taking the form of exchange value. When, at the beginning of this chapter, we said in common parlance that a commodity is both a use value and an exchange value, we were, accurately speaking, wrong. A commodity is a use value or object of utility and a value. It manifests itself as this twofold thing that it is as soon as its value assumes an independent form, viz., the form of exchange value. It never assumes this form when isolated, but only when placed in a value or exchange relation with another commodity of a different kind. When once we know this, such a mode of expression does no harm, it simply serves as an abbreviation. Our analysis has shown that the form or expression of the value of a commodity originates in the nature of value, and not that value and its magnitude originate in the mode of their expression as exchange value. This, however, is the delusion as well of the mercantilists and their recent revivers, Ferrier, Ganil, and others, as also of their antipodes, the modern bagmen of free trade such as Bastiat. The mercantilists lay special stress on the qualitative aspect of the expression of value, and consequently on the equivalent form of commodities, which attains its full perfection in money. The modern hawkers of free trade, who must get rid of their article at any price, on the other hand, lay most stress on the quantitative aspect of the relative form of value. For them, there consequently exists neither value nor magnitude of value anywhere except in its expression by means of the exchange relation of commodities, that is, in the daily list of prices current. MacLeod, who has taken upon himself to dress up the confused ideas of Lombard Street in the most learned finery, is a successful cross between the superstitious mercantilists and the enlightened free trade bagmen. A close scrutiny of the expression of the value of A in terms of B, contained in the equation expressing the value relation of A to B, has shown us that, within that relation, the bodily form of A figures only as a use value, the bodily form of B only as the form or aspect of value. The opposition or contrast existing internally in each commodity between use value and value is, therefore, made evident externally by two commodities being placed in such relation to each other that the commodity whose value it is sought to express figures directly as a mere use value, while the commodity in which that value is to be expressed figures directly as mere exchange value. Hence, the elementary form of value of a commodity is the elementary form in which the contrast contained in that commodity between use value and value becomes apparent. Every product of society is, in all states of society, a use value, but it is only at a definite historical epoch in a society's development that such a product becomes a commodity, viz., at the epoch when the labor spent on the production of a useful article becomes expressed as one of the objective qualities of that article, i.e., as its value. It therefore follows that the elementary value form is also the primitive form under which a product of labor appears historically as a commodity, and that the gradual transformation of such products into commodities proceeds pari passu with the development of the value form. We perceive at first sight the deficiencies of the elementary form of value. It is a mere germ which must undergo a series of metamorphoses before it can ripen into the price form. The expression of the value of commodity A in terms of any other commodity B merely distinguishes the value from the use value of A, and therefore places A merely in a relation of exchange with a single different commodity B. But it is still far from expressing A's qualitative equality and quantitative proportionality to all commodities. To the elementary relative value form of a commodity, there corresponds the single equivalent form of one other commodity. Thus, in the relative expression of value of the linen, the code assumes the form of equivalent or of being directly exchangeable only in relation to a single commodity, the linen. Nevertheless, the elementary form of value passes by an easy transition into a more complete form. It is true that by means of the elementary form, the value of a commodity A becomes expressed in terms of one and only one other commodity, but that one may be a commodity of any kind, coat, iron, corn, or anything else. Therefore, according as A is placed in relation with one or the other, we get for one and the same commodity different elementary expressions of value. Footnote here, in Homer, for instance, the value of an article is expressed in a series of different things. Back to the main text. The number of such possible expressions is limited only by the number of the different kinds of commodities distinct from it. The isolated expression of A's value is therefore convertible into a series, prolonged to any length, of the different elementary expressions of that value. B. Total or expanded form of value. Z commodity A equals U commodity B, or equals V commodity C, or equals W commodity D, or equals commodity E, or equals etc. Parentheses, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 10 pounds tea, or 40 pounds coffee, or 1 quarter corn, or 2 ounces gold, or 1/2 ton iron, or etc. 1. The expanded relative form of value. The value of a single commodity, the linen for example, is now expressed in terms of numberless other elements of the world of commodities. Every other commodity now becomes a mirror of the linen's value. Footnote here, for this reason we can speak of the coat value of the linen when its value is expressed in coats, or of its corn value when expressed in corn, and so on. Every such expression tells us that what appears in the use values, coat, corn, etc., is the value of the linen. Quote, the value of any commodity, denoting its relation in exchange, we may speak of it as corn value, cloth value, according to the commodity with which it is compared, and hence there are 1,000 different kinds of value, as many kinds of value as there are commodities in existence, and all are equally real and equally nominal. That's quoting from a critical dissertation on the nature, means, and causes of value, chiefly in reference to the writings of Mr. Ricardo and his followers. And that's by the author of Essays on the Formation, etc. of Opinions, London, 1825. S. Bailey, the author of this anonymous work, a work which in its day created much stir in England, fancied that by thus pointing out the various relative expressions of one and the same value, he had proved the impossibility of any determination of the concept of value. However narrow his own views may have been, yet that he laid his finger on some serious defects in the Ricardian theory is proved by the animosity with which he was attacked by Ricardo's followers. See the Westminster Review, for example. Back to the main text. It is thus that for the first time, this value shows itself in its true light as a congelation of undifferentiated human labor. For the labor that creates it now stands expressly revealed as labor that ranks equally with every other sort of human labor, no matter what its form, whether tailoring, plowing, mining, etc., and no matter therefore whether it is realized in coats, corn, iron, or gold. The linen, by virtue of the form of its value, now stands in a social relation no longer with only one other kind of commodity, but with the whole world of commodities. As a commodity, it is a citizen of that world. At the same time, the interminable series of value equations implies that as regards the value of a commodity, it is a matter of indifference under what particular form or kind of use value it appears. In the first form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat. It might, for aught that otherwise appears, be pure accident that these two commodities are exchangeable in definite quantities. In the second form, on the contrary, we perceive at once the background that determines and is essentially different from this accidental appearance. The value of the linen remains unaltered in magnitude, whether expressed in coats, coffee, or iron, or in numberless different commodities, the property of as many different owners. The accidental relation between two individual commodity owners disappears. It becomes plain that it is not the exchange of commodities which regulates the magnitude of their value, but, on the contrary, that it is the magnitude of their value which controls their exchange proportions. 2. The particular equivalent form. Each commodity, such as coat, tea, corn, iron, etc., figures in the expression of value of the linen as an equivalent, and consequently as a thing that is value. The bodily form of each of these commodities figures now as a particular equivalent form, one out of many. In the same way, the manifold concrete useful kinds of labor, embodied in these different commodities, rank now as so many different forms of the realization or manifestation of undifferentiated human labor. 3. Defects of the total or expanded form of value. In the first place, the relative expression of value is incomplete, because the series representing it is interminable. The chain of which equation of value is a link is liable at any moment to be lengthened by each new kind of commodity that comes into existence and furnishes the material for a fresh expression of value. In the second place, it is a many-colored mosaic of disparate and independent expressions of value. And lastly, if, as must be the case, the relative value of each commodity in turn becomes expressed in this expanded form, we get for each of them a relative value form, different in every case, and consisting of an interminable series of expressions of value. The defects of the expanded relative value form are reflected in the corresponding equivalent form. Since the bodily form of each single commodity is one particular equivalent form amongst numberless others, we have on the whole nothing but fragmentary equivalent forms, each excluding the others. In the same way also, the special, concrete, useful kind of labor embodied in each particular equivalent is presented only as a particular kind of labor, and therefore not as an exhaustive representative of human labor generally. The latter indeed gains adequate manifestation in the totality of its manifold, particular, concrete forms. But in that case, its expression in an infinite series is ever incomplete and deficient in unity. The expanded relative value form is, however, nothing but the sum of the elementary relative expressions or equations of the first kind, such as 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, 20 yards of linen equals 10 pounds of tea, etc. Each of these implies the corresponding inverted equation, 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, 10 pounds of tea equals 20 yards of linen, etc. In fact, when a person exchanges his linen for many other commodities, and thus expresses its value in a series of other commodities, it necessarily follows that the various owners of the latter exchanged them for the linen, and consequently express the value of their various commodities in one and the same third commodity, the linen. If then we reverse the series, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or equals 10 pounds of tea, etc., that is to say, if we give expression to the converse relation already implied in the series, we get C, the general form of value, 1 coat, or 10 pounds of tea, or 40 pounds of coffee, or 1 quarter of corn, or 2 ounces of gold, or half a ton of iron, or X commodity A, etc., all equal 20 yards of linen. 1. The altered character of the form of value. All commodities now express their value 1. In an elementary form because in a single commodity, and 2. With unity, because in one and the same commodity. This form of value is elementary and the same for all, they're general. The forms A and B were fit only to express the value of a commodity as something distinct from its use value or material form. The first form, A, furnishes such equations as the following. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, 10 pounds of tea equals half a ton of iron. The value of the coat is equated to linen, that of the tea to iron. But to be equated to linen, and again to iron, is to be as different as are linen and iron. This form, it is plain, occurs practically only in the first beginning, when the products of labor are converted into commodities by accidental and occasional exchanges. The second form, B, distinguishes, in a more adequate manner than the first, the value of a commodity from its use value, for the value of the coat is there placed in contrast, under all possible shapes, with the bodily form of the coat. It is equated to linen, to iron, to tea, in short to everything else, not only to itself, the coat. On the other hand, any general expression of value common to all is directly excluded, for, in the equation of value of each commodity, all other commodities now appear only under the form of equivalence. The expanded form of value comes into actual existence for the first time so soon as a particular product of labor, such as cattle, is no longer exceptionally but habitually exchanged for various other commodities. The third and lastly developed form expresses the values of the whole world of commodities in terms of a single commodity set apart for the purpose, namely the linen, and thus represents to us their values by means of their equality with linen. The value of every commodity is now, by being equated to linen, not only differentiated from its own use value, but from all other use values generally, and is, by that very fact, expressed as that which is common to all commodities. By this form, commodities are, for the first time, effectively brought into relation with one another as values, or made to appear as exchange values. The two earlier forms either express the value of each commodity in terms of a single commodity of a different kind, or in a series of many such commodities. In both cases it is, so to say, the special business of each single commodity to find an expression for its value, and this it does without the help of the others. These others, with respect to the former, play the passive parts of equivalence. The general form of value, C, results from the joint action of the whole world of commodities, and from that alone. A commodity can acquire a general expression of its value only by all other commodities, simultaneously with it, expressing their values in the same equivalent, and every new commodity must follow suit. It thus becomes evident that, since the existence of commodities as values is purely social, this social existence can be expressed by the totality of their social relations alone, and consequently that the form of their value must be a socially recognized form. All commodities being equated to linen now appear not only as qualitatively equal as values generally, but also as values whose magnitudes are capable of comparison. By expressing the magnitudes of their values in one and the same material, the linen, those magnitudes are also compared with each other. For instance, 10 pounds of tea equals 20 yards of linen, and 40 pounds of coffee equals 20 yards of linen. Therefore, 10 pounds of tea equals 40 pounds of coffee. In other words, there is contained in 1 pound of coffee only 1/4 as much substance of value, labor, as is contained in 1 pound of tea. The general form of relative value, embracing the whole world of commodities, converts the single commodity that is excluded from the rest, and made to play the part of equivalent, here the linen, into the universal equivalent. The bodily form of the linen is now the form assumed in common by the values of all commodities. It therefore becomes directly exchangeable with all and every of them. The substance linen becomes the visible incarnation, the social chrysalis state of every kind of human labor. Weaving, which is the labor of certain private individuals producing a particular article, linen, acquires in consequence a social character, the character of equality with all other kinds of labor. The innumerable equations of which the general form of value is composed equate in turn the labor embodied in the linen to that embodied in every other commodity, and they thus convert weaving into the general form of manifestation of undifferentiated human labor. In this manner, the labor realized in the values of commodities is presented not only under its negative aspect, under which abstraction is made from every concrete and useful property of actual work, but its own positive nature is made to reveal itself expressly. The general value form is the reduction of all kinds of actual labor to their common character of being human labor generally, of being the expenditure of human labor power. The general value form, which represents all products of labor as mere congealations of undifferentiated human labor, shows by its very structure that it is the social resume of the world of commodities. That form consequently makes it indisputably evident that in a world of commodities, the character possessed by all labor of being human labor constitutes its specific social character. 2. The interdependent development of the relative form of value and of the equivalent form. The degree of development of the relative form of value corresponds to that of the equivalent form, but we must bear in mind that the development of the latter is only the expression and result of the development of the former. The primary or isolated relative form of value of one commodity converts some other commodity into an isolated equivalent. The expanded form of relative value, which is the expression of the value of one commodity in terms of all other commodities, endows those other commodities with the character of particular equivalents differing in kind. And lastly, a particular kind of commodity acquires the character of universal equivalent, because all other commodities make it the material in which they uniformly express their value. The antagonism between the relative form of value and the equivalent form, the two poles of the value form, is developed concurrently with that form itself. The first form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, already contains this antagonism without as yet fixing it. According as we read this equation forwards or backwards, the parts played by the linen and the coat are different. In the one case, the relative value of the linen is expressed in the coat. In the other case, the relative value of the coat is expressed in the linen. In this first form of value, therefore, it is difficult to grasp the polar contrast. Form B shows that only one single commodity at a time can completely expand its relative value, and that it acquires this expanded form only because and insofar as all other commodities are, with respect to it, equivalents. Here we cannot reverse the equation as we can the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat without altering its general character and converting it from the expanded form of value into the general form of value. Finally, the form C gives to the world of commodities a general social relative form of value because and insofar as, thereby all commodities with the exception of one are excluded from the equivalent form. A single commodity, the linen, appears therefore to have acquired the character of direct exchangeability with every other commodity because and insofar as this character is denied to every other commodity. Footnote here, it is by no means self-evident that this character of direct and universal exchangeability is, so to speak, a polar one, and as intimately connected with its opposite pole, the absence of direct exchangeability, as the positive pole of the magnet is with its negative counterpart. It may therefore be imagined that all commodities can simultaneously have this character impressed upon them, just as it can be imagined that all Catholics can be popes together. It is of course highly desirable in the eyes of the petty bourgeois, for whom the production of commodities is the nec plus ultra of human freedom and individual independence, that the inconveniences resulting from this character of commodities not being directly exchangeable should be removed. Proudhon's socialism is a working out of this Philistine utopia, a form of socialism which, as I have elsewhere shown, does not possess even the merit of originality. Long before his time, the task was attempted with much better success by Gray, Bray, and others. But, for all that, wisdom of this kind flourishes even now in certain circles under the name of science. Never has any school played more tricks with the word science than that of Proudhon, for where thoughts are absent, words are brought in as convenient replacements. See Proudhon's Philosophy of Poverty. Back to the main text. The commodity that figures as universal equivalent is, on the other hand, excluded from the relative value form. If the linen or any other commodity serving as universal equivalent were at the same time to share in the relative form of value, it would have to serve as its own equivalent. We should then have 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen. This tautology expresses neither value nor magnitude of value. In order to express the relative value of the universal equivalent, we must rather reverse the form C. This equivalent has no relative form of value in common with other commodities, but its value is relatively expressed by a never-ending series of other commodities. Thus, the expanded form of relative value, or form B, now shows itself as the specific form of relative value for the equivalent commodity. 3. Transition from the general form of value to the money form. The universal equivalent form is a form of value in general. It can, therefore, be assumed by any commodity. On the other hand, if a commodity is found to have assumed the universal equivalent form, form C, this is only because, and insofar as, it has been excluded from the rest of all other commodities as their equivalent, and that by their own act. And from the moment that this exclusion becomes finally restricted to one particular commodity, and from that moment only, the general form of relative value of the world of commodities obtains real consistence and general social validity. The particular commodity with whose bodily form the equivalent form is thus socially identified now becomes the money commodity, or serves as money. It becomes the special social function of that commodity, and consequently its social monopoly, to play within the world of commodities the part of the universal equivalent. Amongst the commodities which in Form B figure as particular equivalents of the linen, and in Form C express in common the relative values in linen, this foremost place has been attained by one in particular, namely gold. If then, in Form C we replace the linen by gold, we get D, the money form. 20 yards of linen, or 1 coat, or 10 pounds of tea, or 40 pounds of coffee, or 1 quarter of corn, or 2 ounces of gold, or 1/2 a ton of iron, or X commodity A, all equal 2 ounces of gold. In passing from Form A to Form B, and from the latter to Form C, the changes are fundamental. On the other hand, there's no difference between Forms C and D, except that in the latter, gold has assumed the equivalent form in the place of linen. Gold is in Form D what linen was in Form C, the universal equivalent. The progress consists in this alone, that the character of direct and universal exchangeability, in other words, that the universal equivalent form, has now, by social custom, become finally identified with the substance, gold. Gold is now money with reference to all other commodities only because it was previously, with reference to them, a simple commodity. In other words, without having that status, it would not have been able to assume this special status. Continuing, like all other commodities, it was also capable of serving as an equivalent, either as simple equivalent in isolated exchanges, or as particular equivalent by the side of others. Gradually, it began to serve within varying limits as universal equivalent. So soon as it monopolizes this position in the expression of value for the world of commodities, it becomes the money commodity. And then, and not until then, does Form D become distinct from Form C, and the general form of value becomes changed into the money form. The elementary expression of the relative value of a single commodity, such as linen, in terms of the commodity, such as gold, that plays the part of money, is the price form of that commodity. The price form of the linen is therefore 20 yards of linen equals 2 ounces of gold, or, if 2 ounces of gold when coined are 2 pounds, 20 yards of linen equals 2 pounds, as in the British monetary denomination. The difficulty in forming a concept of the money form consists in clearly comprehending the universal equivalent form, and as a necessary corollary, the general form of value, Form C. The latter is deducible from Form B, the expanded form of value, the essential component element of which we saw is Form A, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or X amount of commodity A equals Y amount of commodity B. The simple commodity form is therefore the germ of the money form. Section 4. The Fetishism of Commodities and the Secret thereof. A commodity appears at first sight a very trivial thing and easily understood. Its analysis shows that it is, in reality, a very queer thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. So far as it is a value in use, there's nothing mysterious about it, whether we consider it from the point of view that by its properties it is capable of satisfying human wants, or from the point that those properties are the product of human labor. It is as clear as noonday that people, by our industry, change the forms of the materials furnished by nature in such a way as to make them useful to us. The form of wood, for instance, is altered by making a table out of it. Yet for all that, the table continues to be that common, everyday thing, wood. But so soon as it steps forth as a commodity, it is changed into something transcendent. It not only stands with its feet on the ground, but, in relation to all other commodities, it stands on its head, and evolves out of its wooden brain grotesque ideas, far more wonderful than table-turning ever was. Footnote here, in the German edition there's the following footnote, quote, "One may recall that China and the tables began to dance, when the rest of the world appeared to be standing still to encourage the others." The defeat of the 1848-49 revolutions was followed by a period of dismal political reaction in Europe. At that time, spiritualism, especially table-turning, became the rage among the European aristocracy. In 1850-64, China was swept by an anti-feudal liberation movement in the form of a large-scale peasant war, the Taiping Revolt. That was a note by the editors of Marx and Engels' collected works. Back to the main text. The mystical character of commodities does not originate, therefore, in their use value. Just as little does it proceed from the nature of the determining factors of value. For, in the first place, however valued the useful kinds of labor or productive activities may be, it is a physiological fact that they are functions of the human organism, and that each such function, whatever may be its nature or form, is essentially the expenditure of human brain, nerves, muscles, etc. Secondly, with regard to that which forms the groundwork for the quantitative determination of value, namely, the duration of that expenditure, or the quantity of labor, it is quite clear that there is a palpable difference between its quantity and quality. In all states of society, the labor time that it costs to produce the means of subsistence must necessarily be an object of interest to humanity, although not of equal interest in different stages of development. Footnote here, among the ancient Germans, the unit for measuring land was what could be harvested in a day, and it was called Tagwerk, day work. Back to the main text. And lastly, from the moment that people in any way work for one another, their labor assumes a social form. Whence then arises the enigmatic character of the product of labor so soon as it assumes the form of commodities? Clearly from this form itself, the commodity form. The equality of all sorts of human labor is expressed objectively by their products, all being equally values. The measure of the expenditure of human labor by the duration of that expenditure takes the form of the quantity of value of the products of labor. And finally, the mutual relations of the producers, within which the social character of their labor affirms itself, take the form of a social relation between the products. A commodity is therefore a mysterious thing, simply because in it, the social character of people's labor appears to them as an objective character stamped upon the product of that labor, because the relations of the producers to the sum total of their own labor is presented to them as a social relation, existing not between themselves, but between the products of their labor. This is the reason why the products of labor become commodities, social things, whose qualities are at the same time perceptible and imperceptible by the senses. In the same way, the light from an object is perceived by us not as the subjective excitation of our optic nerve, but as the objective form of something outside the eye itself. But in the act of seeing, there is, at all events, an actual passage of light from one thing to another, from the external object to the eye. There is a physical relation between physical things. But it's different with commodities. There, the existence of the things as commodities and the value relation between the products of labor which stamps them as commodities have absolutely no connection with their physical properties and with the material relations arising therefrom. There, it is a definite social relation between people that assumes, in our eyes, the fantastic form of a relation between things. In order, therefore, to find an analogy, we must have recourse to the mist-enveloped regions of the religious world. In that world, the productions of the human brain appear as independent beings endowed with life, and entering into relation both with one another and the human race. So it is in the world of commodities with the products of people's hands. This I call the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labor, so soon as they are produced as commodities, i.e. for exchange, and which is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. This fetishism of commodities has its origin, as the foregoing analysis has already shown, in the peculiar social character of the labor that produces them. As a general rule, articles of utility become commodities only because they are the products of the labor of private individuals, or groups of individuals who carry on their work independently of each other. Comment, i.e., as Marx said before, not on the same account. Continuing, the sum total of the labor of all these private individuals forms the aggregate labor of society. Since the producers do not come into social contact with each other until they exchange their products, the specific social character of each producer's labor does not show itself except in the act of exchange. In other words, the labor of the individual asserts itself as a part of the labor of society only by means of the relations which the act of exchange establishes directly between the products, and indirectly through them between the producers. To the latter, therefore, the relations connecting the labor of one individual with that of the rest appear not as direct social relations between individuals at work, but as what they really are, material relations between persons and social relations between things. It is only by being exchanged that the products of labor acquire, as values, one uniform social status, distinct from their varied forms of existence as objects of utility. This division of a product into a useful thing and a value becomes practically important only when exchange has acquired such an extension that useful articles are produced for the purpose of being exchanged, and their character as values has therefore to be taken into account beforehand during production. From this moment, the labor of the individual producer acquires socially a twofold character. On the one hand, it must, as a definite useful kind of labor, satisfy a definite social want, and thus hold its place as part and parcel of the collective labor of all, as a branch of a social division of labor that has sprung up spontaneously. On the other hand, it can satisfy the manifold wants of the individual producer himself, only insofar as the mutual exchangeability of all kinds of useful private labor is an established social fact, and therefore the private useful labor of each producer ranks on an equality with that of all others. The equalization of the most different kinds of labor can be the result only of an abstraction from their inequalities, or of reducing them to their common denominator, viz. The expenditure of human labor power or human labor in the abstract. The twofold social character of the labor of the individual appears to him, when reflected in his brain, only under those forms which are impressed upon that labor in everyday practice by the exchange of products. In this way, the character that his own labor possesses of being socially useful takes the form of the condition that the product must be not only useful, but useful for others, and the social character that his particular labor has of being the equal of all other particular kinds of labor takes the form that all the physically different articles that are the products of labor have one common quality, viz., that of having value. Hence, when we bring the products of our labor into relation with each other as values, it is not because we see in these articles the material receptacles of homogeneous human labor. Quite the contrary. Whenever, by an exchange, we equate as values our different products, by that very act, we also equate as human labor the different kinds of labor expended upon them. We're not aware of this, nevertheless we do it. Footnote here, when therefore Galliani says value is a relation between persons, he ought to have added a relation between persons expressed as a relation between things. Back to the main text. Value, therefore, does not stalk about with a label describing what it is. It is value rather that converts every product into a social hieroglyphic. Later on, we tried to decipher the hieroglyphic to get behind the secret of our own social products. For to stamp an object of utility as a value is just as much a social product as language. The recent scientific discovery that the products of labor, so far as they are values, are but material expressions of the human labor spent in their production, marks indeed an epoch in the history of the development of the human race, but by no means dissipates the mist through which the social character of labor appears to us to be an objective character of the products themselves. The fact that, in the particular form of production with which we're dealing, viz., the production of commodities, the specific social character of private labor carried on independently consists in the equality of every kind of that labor, by virtue of its being human labor, which character therefore assumes in the product the form of value. This fact appears to the producers, notwithstanding the discovery above referred to be just as real and final as the fact that, after the discovery by science of the component gases of air, the atmosphere itself remains unaltered. What first of all practically concerns producers when they make an exchange is the question, how much of some other product they get for their own. In other words, in what proportions the products are exchangeable. When these proportions have, by custom, attained a certain stability, they appear to result from the nature of the products, so that, for instance, 1 ton of iron and 2 ounces of gold appear as naturally to be of equal value as a pound of gold and a pound of iron, in spite of their different physical and chemical qualities appear to be of equal weight. The character of having value, when once impressed upon products, obtains fixity only by reason of their acting and reacting upon each other as quantities of value. These quantities vary continually, independent of the will, foresight, and action of the producers. To them, their own social action takes the form of the action of objects, which rule the producers instead of being ruled by them. It requires a fully developed production of commodities before, from accumulated experience alone, the scientific conviction springs up that all the different kinds of private labor, which are carried on independently of each other, and yet as spontaneously developed branches of the social division of labor, are continually being reduced to the quantitative proportions in which society requires them. And why? Because, in the midst of all the accidental and ever-fluctuating exchange relations between the products, the labor time socially necessary for their production forcibly asserts itself like an overriding law of nature. The law of gravity thus asserts itself when a house falls about our ears. Footnote, quote, "What are we to think of a law that asserts itself only by periodical revolutions? It is just nothing but a law of nature, founded on the want of knowledge of those whose action is the subject of it." That's quoting Engels, 1844. Back to the main text. The determination of the magnitude of value by labor time is therefore a secret, hidden under the apparent fluctuations in the relative values of commodities. Its discovery, while removing all appearance of mere accidentality from the determination of the magnitude of the values of products, yet in no way alters the mode in which that determination takes place. Man's reflections on the forms of social life, and consequently also our scientific analysis of those forms, take a course directly opposite to that of their actual historical development. We begin post festum with the results of the process of development ready to hand before us. The characters that stamp products as commodities, and whose establishment is a necessary preliminary to the circulation of commodities, have already acquired the stability of natural, self-understood forms of social life, before people seek to decipher not our historical character, for in our eyes they are immutable, but their meaning. Consequently, it was the analysis of the prices of commodities that alone led to the determination of the magnitude of value, and it was the common expression of all commodities in money that alone led to the establishment of their characters as values. It is, however, just this ultimate money form of the world of commodities that actually conceals instead of disclosing the social character of private labor, and the social relations between the individual producers. When I state that coats or boots stand in a relation to linen, because it is the universal incarnation of abstract human labor, the absurdity of the statement is self-evident. Nevertheless, when the producers of coats and boots compare those articles with linen, or what is the same thing, with gold or silver, as the universal equivalent, they express the relation between their own private labor and the collective labor of society in the same absurd form. The categories of bourgeois economy consist of such like forms. They are forms of thought expressing with social validity the conditions and relations of a definite, historically determined mode of production, viz., the production of commodities. The whole mystery of commodities, all the magic and necromancy that surrounds the products of labor, as long as they take the form of commodities, vanishes therefore, so soon as we come to other forms of production. Since Robinson Crusoe's experiences are a favorite theme with political economists, footnote here, even Ricardo has his stories a la Robinson. Quote, "He makes the primitive hunter and the primitive fisher straight away, as owners of commodities, exchange fish and game in the proportion in which labor time is incorporated in these exchange values. On this occasion, he commits the anachronism of making these men apply to the calculation, so far as their implements have to be taken into account, the annuity tables in current use on the London Exchange in the year 1817. The parallelograms of Mr. Owen appear to be the only form of society, besides the bourgeois form, with which he was acquainted." Unquote. That's quoting from Karl Marx. Back to the main text, let us take a look at him on his island. Moderate though he be, yet some few wants he has to satisfy, and must therefore do a little useful work of various sorts, such as making tools and furniture, taming goats, fishing, and hunting. Of his prayers and the like we take no account, since they're a source of pleasure to him, and he looks upon them as so much recreation. In spite of the variety of his work, he knows that his labor, whatever its form, is but the activity of one and the same Robinson, and consequently, that it consists of nothing but different modes of human labor. Necessity itself compels him to apportion his time accurately between his different kinds of work. Whether one kind occupies a greater space in his general activity than another depends on the difficulties, greater or less as the case may be, to be overcome in attaining the useful effect aimed at. This our friend Robinson soon learns by experience, and having rescued a watch, ledger, and pen and ink from the wreck, commences, like a true-born Briton, to keep a set of books. His stock book consists of a list of the objects of utility that belong to him, of the operations necessary for their production, and lastly of the labor time that definite quantities of those objects have, on an average, cost him. All the relations between Robinson and the objects that formed this wealth of his own creation are here so simple and clear as to be intelligible without exertion, even to Mr. Sedley Taylor, and yet those relations contain all that is essential to the determination of value. Let us now transport ourselves from Robinson's island bathed in light to the European Middle Ages shrouded in darkness. Here, instead of the independent man, we find everyone dependent, serfs and lords, vassals and suzerains, laymen and clergy. Personal dependence here characterizes the social relations of production just as much as it does the other spheres of life organized on the basis of that production. But for the very reason that personal dependence forms the groundwork of society, there is no necessity for labor and its products to assume a fantastic form different from their reality. They take the shape, in the transactions of society, of services in kind and payments in kind. Here the particular and natural form of labor, not, as in a society based on production of commodities, its general abstract form, is the immediate social form of labor. Compulsory labor is just as properly measured by time as commodity-producing labor, but every serf knows that what he expends in the service of his lord is a definite quantity of his own personal labor power. The tithe to be rendered to the priest is more matter of fact than his blessing. No matter then what we may think of the parts played by the different classes of people themselves in the society, the social relations between individuals in the performance of their labor appear at all events as their own mutual personal relations, and are not disguised under the shape of social relations between the products of labor. For an example of labor in common or directly associated labor, we have no occasion to go back to that spontaneously developed form which we find on the threshold of the history of all civilized races. Footnote here, quote, "A ridiculous presumption has latterly got abroad that common property in its primitive form is specifically a Slavonian or even exclusively Russian form. It is the primitive form that we can prove to have existed amongst Romans, Teutons, and Celts, and even to this day we find numerous examples, ruins though they be, in India. A more exhaustive study of Asiatic, and especially of Indian forms of common property, would show how from the different forms of primitive common property, different forms of its dissolution have been developed. Thus, for instance, the various original types of Roman and Teutonic private property are deducible from different forms of Indian common property." Unquote. That's again quoting Marx. Back to the main text. We have one close at hand in the patriarchal industries of a peasant family that produces corn, cattle, yarn, linen, and clothing for home use. These different articles are, as regards the family, so many products of its labor, but as between themselves they're not commodities. The different kinds of labor, such as tillage, cattle tending, spinning, weaving, and making clothes, which result in the various products, are in themselves, and such as they are, direct social functions, because functions of the family, which, just as much as a society based on the production of commodities, possesses a spontaneously developed system of division of labor. The distribution of the work within the family, and the regulation of the labor time of the several members depend as well upon differences of age and sex, as upon natural conditions varying with the seasons. The labor power of each individual, by its very nature, operates in this case merely as a definite portion of the whole labor power of the family, and therefore the measure of the expenditure of individual labor power by its duration appears here, by its very nature, as a social character of their labor. Let us now picture to ourselves, by way of change, a community of free individuals carrying on their work with the means of production in common, in which the labor power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined labor power of the community. All the characteristics of Robinson's labor are here repeated, but with this difference, that they are social instead of individual. Everything produced by him was exclusively the result of his own personal labor, and therefore simply an object of use for himself. The total product of our community is a social product. One portion serves as fresh means of production and remains social, but another portion is consumed by the members as means of subsistence. A distribution of this portion amongst them is consequently necessary. The mode of this distribution will vary with the productive organization of the community and the degree of historical development attained by the producers. We will assume, but merely for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by their labor time. Labor time would, in that case, play a double part. Its apportionment in accordance with a definite social plan maintains the proper proportion between the different kinds of work to be done and the various wants of the community. On the other hand, it also serves as a measure of the portion of the common labor borne by each individual and of their share in the part of the total product destined for individual consumption. The social relations of the individual producers with regard both to their labor and to its products are in this case perfectly simple and intelligible, and that with regard not only to production but also to distribution. The religious world is but the reflex of the real world. Footnote here from MIA, this oft-quoted aphorism was included in the first English translation prepared by Engels and published in 1887. Readers should note that this observation is consistent with Marx's explanation above. There are numerous divergences between this English edition and the first German edition. I'll second that. Back to the main text. And for a society based upon the production of commodities, in which the producers in general enter into social relations with one another by treating their products as commodities and values, whereby they reduce their individual private labor to the standard of homogeneous human labor, for such a society, Christianity with its cultus of abstract man, more especially in its bourgeois developments, Protestantism, deism, etc., is the most fitting form of religion. In the ancient Asiatic and other ancient modes of production, we find that the conversion of products into commodities, and therefore the conversion of people into producers of commodities, holds a subordinate place, which, however, increases in importance as the primitive communities approach nearer and nearer to their dissolution. Trading nations, properly so called, exist in the ancient world only in its interstices, like the gods of Epicurus in the Intermundia, or like Jews in the pores of Polish society. Those ancient social organisms of production are, as compared with bourgeois society, extremely simple and transparent. But they are founded either on the immature development of man individually, who has not yet severed the umbilical cord that unites him with his fellow men in a primitive tribal community, or upon direct relations of subjection. They can arise and exist only when the development of the productive power of labor has not risen beyond a low stage, and when therefore the social relations within the sphere of material life, between person, and between people and nature, are correspondingly narrow. This narrowness is reflected in the ancient worship of nature, and in the other elements of the popular religions. The religious reflex of the real world can, in any case, only then finally vanish, when the practical relations of everyday life offer to people none but perfectly intelligible and reasonable relations with regard to their fellow people and to nature. The life process of society, which is based on the process of material production, does not strip off its mystical veil until it is treated as production by freely associated people, and is consciously regulated by them in accordance with a settled plan. This, however, demands for society a certain material groundwork, or set of conditions of existence which in their turn are the spontaneous product of a long and painful process of development. Political economy has indeed analyzed, however incompletely, footnote here, the insufficiency of Ricardo's analysis of the magnitude of value, and his analysis is by far the best, will appear from the third and fourth books of this work. As regards value in general, it is the weak point of the classical school of political economy that it nowhere expressly and with full consciousness distinguishes between labor, as it appears in the value of a product, and the same labor as it appears in the use value of that product. Of course, the distinction is practically made, since this school treats labor at one time under its quantitative aspect, at another under its qualitative aspect. But it has not the least idea that when the difference between various kinds of labor is treated as purely quantitative, their qualitative unity or equality, and therefore their reduction to abstract human labor, is implied. For instance, Ricardo declares that he agrees with Destutt de Tracy in this proposition, quote, "As it is certain that our physical and moral faculties are alone our original riches, the employment of those faculties, labor of some kind, is our only original treasure, and it is always from this employment that all those things are created which we call riches. It is certain, too, that all those things only represent the labor which has created them, and if they have a value, or even two distinct values, they can only derive them from that, the value, of the labor from which they emanate," unquote. That's quoting Ricardo's Principles of Political Economy, 1821. We would here only point out that Ricardo puts his own more profound interpretation upon the words of Destutt. What the latter really says is that on the one hand, all things which constitute wealth represent the labor that creates them, but on the other hand, they acquire their, quote, two different values, use value and exchange value, from, quote, the value of labor. He thus falls into the commonplace error of the vulgar economists, who assume the value of one commodity, in this case labor, in order to determine the values of the rest. But Ricardo reads him as if he had said that labor, not the value of labor, is embodied both in use value and exchange value. Nevertheless, Ricardo himself pays so little attention to the twofold character of the labor which has a twofold embodiment that he devotes the whole of his chapter on value and riches, their distinctive properties, to a laborious examination of the trivialities of a J.B. Say. And at the finish, he's quite astonished to find that de Stutt, on the one hand, agrees with him as to labor being the source of value, and on the other hand, with J.B. Say as to the notion of value. Back to the main text. Value and its magnitude, and has discovered what lies beneath these forms, but it has never once asked the question why labor is represented by the value of its product and labor time by the magnitude of that value. Another footnote here, it is one of the chief failings of classical economy that it has never succeeded, by means of its analysis of commodities, and in particular of their value, in discovering that form under which value becomes exchange value. I just have to comment here, we're within sight of the end of this text, but Marx is, in the closing paragraphs, clobbering us with multiple extremely long footnotes. Continuing, even Adam Smith and Ricardo, the best representatives of the school, treat the form of value as a thing of no importance, as having no connection with the inherent nature of commodities. The reason for this is not solely because their attention is entirely absorbed in the analysis of the magnitude of value. It lies deeper. The value form of the product of labor is not only the most abstract, but is also the most universal form, taken by the product in bourgeois production, and stamps that production as a particular species of social production, and thereby gives it its special historical character. If then we treat this mode of production as one eternally fixed by nature for every state of society, we necessarily overlook that which is the differentia specifica of the value form, and consequently of the commodity form, and of its further developments, money form, capital form, etc. We consequently find that economists, who are thoroughly agreed as to labor time being the measure of the magnitude of value, have the most strange and contradictory ideas of money, the perfected form of the general equivalent. This is seen in a striking manner when they treat of banking, where the commonplace definitions of money will no longer hold water. This led to the rise of a restored mercantile system, Ganil, etc., which sees in value nothing but a social form, or rather the unsubstantial ghost of that form. Once for all, I may state here that by classical political economy, I understand that economy which, since the time of W. Petty, has investigated the real relations of production in bourgeois society, in contradistinction to vulgar economy, which deals with appearances only, ruminates without ceasing on the materials long since provided by scientific economy, and there seeks plausible explanations of the most obtrusive phenomena for bourgeois daily use, but for the rest, confines itself to systematizing in a pedantic way, and proclaiming for everlasting truths the trite ideas held by the self-complacent bourgeoisie with regard to their own world, to them the best of all possible worlds. Back to the main text. These formulae, which bear it stamped upon them in unmistakable letters that they belong to a state of society in which the process of production has the mastery over man instead of being controlled by him, such formulae appear to the bourgeois intellect to be as much a self-evident necessity imposed by nature as productive labor itself. Hence forms of social production that preceded the bourgeois form are treated by the bourgeoisie in much the same way as the fathers of the church treated pre-Christian religions. Footnote here, quoting from Marx's Poverty of Philosophy, economists have a singular method of procedure. There are only two kinds of institutions for them, artificial and natural. The institutions of feudalism are artificial institutions, those of the bourgeoisie are natural institutions. In this they resemble the theologians, who likewise establish two kinds of religion. Every religion which is not theirs is an invention of men, while their own is an emanation from God. Thus there has been history, but there is no longer any." Unquote. Truly comical is M. Bastiat, who imagines that the ancient Greeks and Romans lived by plunder alone. But when people plunder for centuries, there must always be something at hand for them to seize. The objects of plunder must be continually reproduced. It would thus appear that even Greeks and Romans had some process of production, consequently an economy, which just as much constituted the material basis of their world as bourgeois economy constitutes that of our modern world. Or perhaps Bastiat means that a mode of production based on slavery is based on a system of plunder. In that case, he treads on dangerous ground. If a giant thinker like Aristotle erred in his appreciation of slave labor, why should a dwarf economist like Bastiat be right in his appreciation of wage labor? I seize this opportunity of shortly answering an objection taken by a German paper in America to my work, A Contribution to the Criticism of Political Economy, 1859. In the estimation of that paper, my view that each special mode of production and the social relations corresponding to it, in short, that the economic structure of society is the real basis on which the juridical and political superstructure is raised and to which definite social forms of thought correspond, that the mode of production determines the character of the social, political, and intellectual life generally. All this is very true for our own times, in which material interests preponderate, but not for the Middle Ages, in which Catholicism, nor for Athens and Rome, where politics reigned supreme. In the first place, it strikes one as an odd thing for anyone to suppose that these well-worn phrases about the Middle Ages and the ancient world are unknown to anyone else. This much, however, is clear, that the Middle Ages could not live on Catholicism, nor the ancient world on politics. On the contrary, it is the mode in which they gained a livelihood that explains why here politics and there Catholicism played the chief part. For the rest, it requires but a slight acquaintance with the history of the Roman Republic, for example, to be aware that its secret history is the history of its landed property. On the other hand, Don Quixote long ago paid the penalty for wrongly imagining that knight-errantry was compatible with all economic forms of society. Back to the main text. To what extent some economists are misled by the fetishism inherent in commodities or by the objective appearance of the social characteristics of labor is shown, amongst other ways, by the dull and tedious quarrel over the part played by nature in the formation of exchange value. Since exchange value is a definite social manner of expressing the amount of labor bestowed upon an object, nature has no more to do with it than it has in fixing the course of exchange. The mode of production in which the product takes the form of a commodity, or is produced directly for exchange, is the most general and most embryonic form of bourgeois production. It therefore makes its appearance at an early date in history, though not in the same predominating and characteristic manner as nowadays. Hence, its fetish character is comparatively easy to be seen through. But when we come to more concrete forms, even this appearance of simplicity vanishes. Whence arose the illusions of the monetary system? To it, gold and silver, when serving as money, did not represent a social relation between producers, but were natural objects with strange social properties. And modern economy, which looks down with such disdain on the monetary system, does not its superstition come out as clear as noonday whenever it treats of capital? How long is it since economy discarded the physiocratic illusion that rents grow out of the soil and not out of society? But not to anticipate, we will content ourselves with yet another example relating to the commodity form. Could commodities themselves speak, they would say, our use value may be a thing that interests people. It is no part of us as objects. What, however, does belong to us as objects is our value. Our natural intercourse as commodities proves it. In the eyes of each other, we are nothing but exchange values. Now listen how those commodities speak through the mouth of the economist. Quote, value, i.e. exchange value, is a property of things, riches, i.e. use value, of man. Value in this sense necessarily implies exchanges, riches do not. That's from Observations on Certain Verbal Disputes in Political Economy, particularly relating to value, and to Demand and Supply, 1821. Riches, or use value, are the attribute of men, value is the attribute of commodities. A man or a community is rich, a pearl or a diamond is valuable. A pearl or a diamond is valuable as a pearl or a diamond. That's quoting S. Bailey. Back to Marx. So far, no chemist has ever discovered exchange value either in a pearl or a diamond. The economic discoverers of this chemical element, who by the by lay special claim to critical acumen, find, however, that the use value of objects belongs to them independently of their material properties, while their value, on the other hand, forms a part of them as objects. What confirms them in this view is the peculiar circumstance that the use value of objects is realized without exchange, by means of a direct relation between the objects and person, while, on the other hand, their value is realized only by exchange, that is, by means of a social process. Who fails here to call to mind our good friend Dogberry, who informs neighbor Seacole that, quote, to be a well-favored man is the gift of fortune, but reading and writing comes by nature, unquote. There's a footnote there. The author of Observations and S. Bailey accused Ricardo of converting exchange value from something relative into something absolute. The opposite is the fact. He has explained the apparent relation between objects, such as diamonds and pearls, in which relation they appear as exchange values, and disclosed the true relation hidden behind the appearances. namely their relation to each other as mere expressions of human labor. If the followers of Ricardo answer Bailey somewhat rudely, and by no means convincingly, the reason is to be sought in this, that they were unable to find in Ricardo's own works any key to the hidden relations existing between value and its form, exchange value. And that is the end of Chapter 1. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the December 2024 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of Karl Marx's Kapital, Volume 1, Chapter 2, Exchange. Kapital, Volume 1 was first published in German in 1867. We'll be reading from the first English edition, which was published in 1887. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. So, as with Chapter 1, we're going to start by reviewing some key concepts and terms that will be presented by Marx in this chapter. So, the title of the chapter, again, is Exchange, and in this chapter, Marx, having already discussed the nature of the commodity in exhaustive detail in the previous chapter, now gets into the process of exchanging commodities in a capitalist society and some of the implications thereof. And this is important to know if you want to understand the transformation of commodities into money and how markets are formed. So to review from Chapter 1, commodities are the basic unit, or as Marx called them, the cell of bourgeois or capitalist society. And every commodity has two aspects. It is both a use value, which is to say something useful to people in satisfying a want, need, or desire. It doesn't have to be a physical need. In fact, Marx highlighted that there seem to be more goods and services aimed at satisfying mental wants and desires than the physical ones. So that's one side of it, the use value. And then the other side is exchange value, or just simply value. And really important to understand is that use values or useful goods and services can be produced at any stage of historical development, but goods and services become commodities and acquire exchange value only when they're produced for exchange. This happens sporadically in pre-capitalist phases of development, and then in capitalism it becomes the main mode in which goods and services are produced. In other words, they are predominantly under capitalism produced for exchange. The magnitude of value of a commodity is measured by the amount of labor time, as measured in normal units of time, minutes, hours, etc., which are embodied in it, or in other words, that it requires to be produced. And when we talk about the amount of labor time required to produce it, we're talking about socially necessary labor time, which is the average amount of labor time that that particular society at that stage of development can produce that commodity in. So since all commodities have a universal substance in them, labor, and in the discussion Marx differentiates between particular concrete forms of labor, such as tailoring and weaving, and general human labor in the abstract, which is really the basis for comparing things universally. Well, this universality, or common substance between commodities, allows one commodity to be expressed in terms of another. The most common example given in Chapter 1 is 20 yards of linen equals one coat. This is a hypothetical situation in which the labor time it takes to produce 20 yards of linen is the same as the labor time it takes to produce one coat. And although they're different concrete forms of labor, in other words, it takes a certain kind of labor to produce the linen and different kinds of labor to produce the coat, when we abstract them to general human labor, they become exchangeable. So we can express the exchange value of the 20 yards of linen in terms of coats, a certain quantity of coats, or a certain quantity of coffee, or a certain quantity of iron, or a certain quantity of any other commodity. But it's not necessarily convenient when trying to exchange all kinds of commodities to be expressing them in disparate terms of coffee and iron, etc. So what happens is one commodity becomes elevated above the rest as a universal equivalent, money. So that becomes the commodity, and in Marx's time it was gold, in which all other commodities have their exchange value represented or expressed. So with that as the foundation, now in this chapter we're going to talk about the process of exchange, first starting with simple exchange, one commodity exchanged for another, and this active exchange leads to the expansion of commodity production and the development of the market, which facilitates more complex exchange. This more complex or expanded exchange isn't just bartering, it now involves money. And throughout this process, we need to keep in mind also the masked nature of the social relations involved, as discussed in Section 4 of Chapter 1, The Fetishism of Commodities. So let's begin Chapter 2, Exchange. It is plain that commodities cannot go to market and make exchanges of their own account. We must therefore have recourse to their guardians, who are also their owners. Commodities are things, and therefore without power of resistance against humans. If they are wanting in docility, we can use force. In other words, we can take possession of them. Footnote here, in the 12th century, so renowned for its piety, they included amongst commodities some very delicate things. Thus a French poet of the period enumerates amongst the goods to be found in the market of Landy not only clothing, shoes, leather, agricultural implements, etc., but also, quote, women crazy about their bodies. Back to the main text. In order that these objects may enter into relation with each other as commodities, their guardians must place themselves in relation to one another, as persons whose will resides in those objects, and must behave in such a way that each does not appropriate the commodity of the other and part with his own, except by means of an act done by mutual consent. They must therefore mutually recognize in each other the rights of private proprietors. This juridical relation, which thus expresses itself in a contract, whether such contract be part of a developed legal system or not, is a relation between two wills, and is but the reflex of the real economic relation between the two. It is this economic relation that determines the subject matter comprised in each such juridical act. Footnote here, Proudhon begins by taking his ideal of justice, of eternal justice, from the juridical relations that correspond to the production of commodities. Thereby, it may be noted, he proves, to the consolation of all good citizens, that the production of commodities is a form of production as everlasting as justice. Then he turns around and seeks to reform the actual production of commodities, and the actual legal system corresponding thereto, in accordance with this ideal. What opinion should we have of a chemist who, instead of studying the actual laws of the molecular changes in the composition and decomposition of matter, and on that foundation solving definite problems, claimed to regulate the composition and decomposition of matter by means of the, quote, eternal ideas of naturalness and affinity? Do we really know any more about usury when we say it contradicts eternal justice, eternal equity, eternal mutuality, and other eternal truths than the fathers of the church did when they said it was incompatible with eternal grace, eternal faith, and the eternal will of God? Back to the main text. The persons exist for one another merely as representatives of, and therefore as owners of, commodities. In the course of our investigation, we shall find in general that the characters who appear on the economic stage are but the personifications of the economic relations that exist between them. What chiefly distinguishes a commodity from its owner is the fact that it looks upon every other commodity as but the form of appearance of its own value. A born leveler and a cynic, it is always ready to exchange not only soul but body with any and every other commodity, be the same more repulsive than Maritornes herself. The owner makes up for this lack in the commodity of a sense of the concrete by his own 5 and more senses. His commodity possesses for himself no immediate use value, otherwise he would not bring it to the market. It has use value for others, but for himself its only direct use value is that of being a depository of exchange value, and consequently a means of exchange. Footnote here, quoting Aristoteles, for twofold is the use of every object. The one is peculiar to the object as such, the other is not, as a sandal which may be worn and is also exchangeable. Both are uses of the sandal, for even he who exchanges the sandal for the money or food he is in want of makes use of the sandal as a sandal, but not in its natural way, for it has not been made for the sake of being exchanged. Unquote. Back to the main text. Therefore, he makes up his mind to part with it for commodities whose value in use is of service to him. All commodities are non-use values for their owners and use values for their non-owners. Consequently, they must all change hands. But this change of hands is what constitutes their exchange, and the latter puts them in relation with each other as values, and realizes them as values. Hence, commodities must be realized as values before they can be realized as use values. On the other hand, they must show that they are use values before they can be realized as values, for the labor spent upon them counts effectively only insofar as it is spent in a form that is useful for others. Whether that labor is useful for others, and its product consequently capable of satisfying the wants of others, can be proved only by the act of exchange. Every owner of a commodity wishes to part with it in exchange only for those commodities whose use value satisfies some want of his. Looked at in this way, exchange is for him simply a private transaction. On the other hand, he desires to realize the value of his commodity, to convert it into any other suitable commodity of equal value, irrespective of whether his own commodity has or hasn't any use value for the owner of the other. From this point of view, exchange is for him a social transaction of a general character. But one and the same set of transactions cannot be simultaneously for all owners of commodities, both exclusively private and exclusively social and general. Let us look at the matter a little closer. To the owner of a commodity, every other commodity is, in regard to his own, a particular equivalent, and consequently his own commodity is the universal equivalent for all the others. But since this applies to every owner, there is in fact no commodity acting as universal equivalent, and the relative value of commodities possesses no general form under which they can be equated as values and have the magnitude of their values compared. So far, therefore, they do not confront each other as commodities, but only as products or use values. In their difficulties, our commodity owners think like Faust. In the beginning was the deed. They therefore acted and transacted before they thought. Instinctively, they conform to the laws imposed by the nature of commodities. They cannot bring their commodities into relation as values, and therefore as commodities, except by comparing them with some one other commodity as the universal equivalent. That we saw from the analysis of a commodity. But a particular commodity cannot become the universal equivalent except by a social act. The social action, therefore, of all other commodities sets apart the particular commodity in which they all represent their values. Thereby, the bodily form of this commodity becomes the form of the socially recognized universal equivalent. To be the universal equivalent becomes, by this social process, the specific function of the commodity thus excluded by the rest. Thus it becomes money. Quoting Revelation 17:13, these have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. And Revelations 13:17, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Unquote. Apocalypse. Money is a crystal formed of necessity in the course of the exchanges, whereby different products of labor are practically equated to one another, and thus by practice converted into commodities. The historical progress and extension of exchanges develops the contrast, latent in commodities, between use value and value. The necessity for giving an external expression to this contrast for the purposes of commercial intercourse urges on the establishment of an independent form of value, and finds no rest until it is once for all satisfied by the differentiation of commodities into commodities and money. At the same time, then, as the conversion of products into commodities is being accomplished, so also is the conversion of one special commodity into money. Footnote here, from this we may form an estimate of the shrewdness of the petty bourgeois socialism which, while perpetuating the production of commodities, aims at abolishing the, quote, antagonism between money and commodities, and consequently, since money exists only by virtue of this antagonism, at abolishing money itself. We might just as well try to retain Catholicism without the Pope. For more on this point, see my work, A Contribution to the Criticism of Political Economy. Back to the main text. The direct barter of products attains the elementary form of the relative expression of value in one respect, but not in another. That form is X amount of commodity A equals Y amount of commodity B. The form of direct barter is X amount of use value A equals Y amount of use value B. Footnote here, so long as, instead of two distinct use values being exchanged, a chaotic mass of articles are offered as the equivalency of a single article, which is often the case with savages, even the direct barter of products is in its first infancy. Back to the main text. The articles A and B in this case are not as yet commodities, but become so only by the act of barter. The first step made by an object of utility towards acquiring exchange value is when it forms a non-use value for its owner, and that happens when it forms a superfluous portion of some article required for his immediate wants. Objects in themselves are external to people and consequently alienable by us. In order that this alienation may be reciprocal, it is only necessary for people, by a tacit understanding, to treat each other as private owners of those alienable objects, and by implication as independent individuals. But such a state of reciprocal independence has no existence in a primitive society based on property in common, whether such a society takes the form of a patriarchal family, an ancient Indian community, or a Peruvian Inca state. The exchange of commodities, therefore, first begins on the boundaries of such communities, at their points of contact with other similar communities, or with members of the latter. So soon, however, as products once become commodities in the external relations of a community, they also, by reaction, become so in its internal intercourse. The proportions in which they're exchangeable are at first quite a matter of chance. What makes them exchangeable is the mutual desire of their owners to alienate them. In the meantime, the need for foreign objects of utility gradually establishes itself. The constant repetition of exchange makes it a normal social act. In the course of time, therefore, some portion at least of the products of labor must be produced with a special view to exchange. From that moment, the distinction becomes firmly established between the utility of an object for the purposes of consumption and its utility for the purposes of exchange. Its use value becomes distinguished from its exchange value. On the other hand, the quantitative proportion in which the articles are exchangeable becomes dependent on their production itself. Custom stamps them as values with definite magnitudes. In the direct barter of products, each commodity is directly a means of exchange to its owner and to all other persons an equivalent, but that only insofar as it has use value for them. At this stage, therefore, the articles exchanged do not acquire a value form independent of their own use value, or of the individual needs of the exchangers. The necessity for a value form grows with the increasing number and variety of the commodities exchanged. The problem and the means of solution arise simultaneously. Commodity owners never equate their own commodities to those of others, and exchange them on a large scale, without different kinds of commodities belonging to different owners being exchangeable for, and equated as values to, one and the same special article. Such last-mentioned article, by becoming the equivalent of various other commodities, acquires at once, though within narrow limits, the character of a general social equivalent. This character comes and goes with the momentary social acts that called it into life. In turns and transiently, it attaches itself first to this and then to that commodity. But with the development of exchange, it fixes itself firmly and exclusively to particular sorts of commodities, and becomes crystallized by assuming the money form. The particular kind of commodity to which it sticks is at first a matter of accident. Nevertheless, there are two circumstances whose influence is decisive. The money form attaches itself either to the most important articles of exchange from outside, and these in fact are primitive and natural forms in which the exchange value of home products finds expression, or else it attaches itself to the object of utility that forms, like cattle, the chief portion of indigenous alienable wealth. Nomad races are the first to develop the money form because all their worldly goods consist of movable objects, and are therefore directly alienable, and because their mode of life, by continually bringing them into contact with foreign communities, solicits the exchange of products. Man has often made man himself, under the form of slaves, serve as the primitive material of money, but has never used land for that purpose. Such an idea could only spring up in a bourgeois society already well developed. It dates from the last third of the 17th century, and the first attempt to put it in practice on a national scale was made a century afterwards, during the French bourgeois revolution. In proportion as exchange bursts its local bonds, and the value of commodities more and more expands into an embodiment of human labor in the abstract, in the same proportion the character of money attaches itself to commodities that are by nature fitted to perform the social function of a universal equivalent. Those commodities are the precious metals.
Precious.
The truth of the proposition that although gold and silver are not by nature money, money is by nature gold and silver is shown by the fitness of the physical properties of these metals for the functions of money. Up to this point, however, we are acquainted only with one function of money, namely, to serve as the form of manifestation of the value of commodities, or as the material in which the magnitude of their values are socially expressed. An adequate form of manifestation of value, a fit embodiment of abstract, undifferentiated, and therefore equal human labor, that material alone can be whose every sample exhibits the same uniform qualities. On the other hand, since the difference between the magnitudes of value is purely quantitative, the money commodity must be susceptible of merely quantitative differences, must therefore be divisible at will, and equally capable of being reunited. gold and silver possess these properties by nature. The use value of the money commodity becomes twofold. In addition to its special use value as a commodity, gold for instance serving to stop teeth, to form the raw material of articles of luxury, etc., it acquires a formal use value, originating in its specific social function. Since all commodities are merely particular equivalents of money, the latter being their universal equivalent, they, with regard to the latter as the universal commodity, play the parts of particular commodities. We have seen that the money form is but the reflex, thrown upon one single commodity, of the value relations between all the rest. That money is a commodity is therefore a new discovery only for those who, when they analyze it, start from its fully developed shape. Footnote here, quote, silver and gold themselves, which we may call by the general name of bullion, are commodities, rising and falling in value. Bullion then may be reckoned to be of higher value where the smaller weight will purchase the greater quantity of the product or manufacture of the country. That's quoting from A Discourse of the General Notions of Money, Trade, and Exchanges as They Stand in Relation to Each Other, 1695. Another quote, silver and gold, coined or uncoined, though they are used for a measure of all other things, are no less a commodity than wine, oil, tobacco, cloth, or stuffs. That's quoting from A Discourse Concerning Trade, and that in particular of the East Indies, 1689. One more quote, the stock and riches of the kingdom cannot properly be confined to money, nor ought gold and silver to be excluded from being merchandise. That's quoting from the East India Trade, a most profitable trade, 1677. Back to the main text. The act of exchange gives to the commodity converted into money not its value, but its specific value form. By confounding these two distinct things, some writers have been led to hold that the value of gold and silver is imaginary. Footnote here, quoting Galliani, gold and silver have value as metals before they are money. Locke says, quote, the universal consent of mankind gave to silver, on account of its qualities which made it suitable for money, an imaginary value, unquote. Law, on the other hand, quote, how could different nations give an imaginary value to any single thing, or how could this imaginary value have maintained itself, unquote. But the following shows how little he himself understood about the matter. Quote, silver was exchanged in proportion to the value and use it possessed. Consequently, in proportion to its real value. By its adoption as money, it received an additional value. It's quoting from Jean Law. Back to the main text. The fact that money can, in certain functions, be replaced by mere symbols of itself gave rise to that other mistaken notion, that it is itself a mere symbol. Nevertheless, under this error lurked a presentiment that the money form of an object is not an inseparable part of that object, but is simply the form under which certain social relations manifest themselves. In this sense, every commodity is a symbol, since, insofar as it is value, it is only the material envelope of the human labor spent upon it. Comment. So remember here, when Marx is talking about value in the sense of exchange value, when he says it is only the material envelope of the human labor spent upon it. So he's not saying that the use value ceases to exist, but insofar as it is value, that is, considering it only in the one side of its twofold nature that is exchange value, it is only the material envelope of the human labor spent upon it, because that's where the value comes from. Continuing with a footnote, quoting Fourbinet, money is there, the commodity's symbol. As a symbol, it is attracted by the commodities. Quoting Montesquieu, money is a symbol of a thing and represents it. Quoting Latrosne, money is not a mere symbol, for it is itself wealth. It does not represent the values, it is their equivalents. Quoting Hegel, the notion of value contemplates the valuable article as a mere symbol. The article counts not for what it is, but for what it is worth. And going into Marx's comments, lawyers started long before economists the idea that money is a mere symbol, and that the value of the precious metals is purely imaginary. This they did in the sycophantic service of the crowned heads, supporting the right of the latter to debase the coinage, during the whole of the Middle Ages, by the traditions of the Roman Empire and the conceptions of money to be found in the Pandects. Let no one call into question, says an apt scholar of theirs, Philip of Valois, in a decree of 1346, that the trade, the composition, the supply, and the power of issuing ordinances on the currency belongs exclusively to us and to our royal majesty, to fix such a rate and at such price as it shall please us and seem good to us." Unquote. It was a maxim of the Roman law that the value of money was fixed by decree of the emperor. It was expressly forbidden to treat money as a commodity. Quote, "However, it shall not be lawful to anyone to buy money, For, as it was created for public use, it is not permissible for it to be a commodity, unquote. Some good work on this question has been done by G.F. Panini. In the second part of his work, he directs his polemics especially against the lawyers. Back to the main text. But if it be declared that the social characters assumed by objects, or the material forms assumed by the social qualities of labor, under the regime of a definite mode of production, are mere symbols, it is in the same breath also declared that these characteristics are arbitrary fictions, sanctioned by the so-called universal consent of mankind. This suited the mode of explanation in favor during the 18th century. Unable to account for the origin of the puzzling forms assumed by social relations between man and man, people sought to denude them of their strange appearance by ascribing to them a conventional origin. It has already been remarked above that the equivalent form of a commodity does not imply the determination of the magnitude of its value. Comment: remember, the magnitude of value is more of an absolute and not a relative quantity. It's the amount of labor time contained in a commodity. Continuing, although we may be aware that gold is money, and consequently directly exchangeable for all other commodities, yet that fact by no means tells how much 10 pounds, for instance, of gold is worth. Money, like every other commodity, cannot express the magnitude of its value except relatively in other commodities. This value is determined by the labor time required for its production, and is expressed by the quantity of any other commodity that costs the same amount of labor time. Footnote here, quote, if a man can bring to London an ounce of silver out of the earth in Peru, in the same time that he can produce a bushel of corn, then the one is the natural price of the other. Now, if by reason of new or more easier mines a man can procure 2 ounces of silver, as he formerly did 1, the corn will be as cheap at 10 shillings the bushel as it was before at 5 shillings. That's quoting William Petty, A Treatise of Taxes and Contributions, 1667. Back to the main text. Such quantitative determination of its relative value takes place at the source of its production by means of barter. When it steps into circulation as money, its value is already given. In the last decades of the 17th century, it had already been shown that money is a commodity. But this step marks only the infancy of the analysis. The difficulty lies not in comprehending that money is a commodity, but in discovering how, why, and by what means a commodity becomes money. Footnote here again, the learned Professor Roscher, after first informing us that, quote, the false definitions of money may be divided into 2 main groups, those which make it more, and those which make it less than a commodity, unquote, gives us a long and very mixed catalogue of works on the nature of money, from which it appears that he has not the remotest idea of the real history of the theory, and then he moralizes thus. Quote, for the rest, it is not to be denied that most of the later economists do not bear sufficiently in mind the peculiarities that distinguish money from other commodities, unquote. It is then, after all, either more or less than a commodity. Quoting Roscher again, so far the semi-mercantilist reaction of Ganill is not altogether without foundation, unquote. More, less, not sufficiently, so far, not altogether. What clearness and precision of ideas and language, and such eclectic professorial twaddle is modestly baptized by Mr. Roscher, the, quote, anatomico-physiological method of political economy. One discovery, however, he must have credit for, namely that money is, quote, a pleasant commodity. Back to the main text. We have already seen from the most elementary expression of value, X amount of commodity A equals Y amount of commodity B, that the object in which the magnitude of the value of another object is represented appears to have the equivalent form independently of this relation, as a social property given to it by nature. We followed up this false appearance to its final establishment, which is complete so soon as the universal equivalent form becomes identified with the bodily form of a particular commodity, and thus crystallized into the money form. What appears to happen is not that gold becomes money in consequence of all other commodities expressing their values in it, but on the contrary, that all other commodities universally express their values in gold because it is money. The intermediate steps of the process vanish in the result and leave no trace behind. Commodities find their own value already completely represented, without any initiative on their part, in another commodity existing in company with them. These objects, gold and silver, just as they come out of the bowels of the earth, are forthwith the direct incarnation of all human labor, hence the magic of money. In the form of society now under consideration, the behavior of people in the social process of production is purely atomic. Hence their relations to each other in production assume a material character independent of their control and conscious individual action. These facts manifest themselves at first by products as a general rule taking the form of commodities. We have seen how the progressive development of a society of commodity producers stamps one privileged commodity with the character of money. Hence, the riddle presented by money is but the riddle presented by commodities, only now it strikes us in its most glaring form. And that is the end of Chapter 2. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. It's early December 2024, and we just started reading through Volume 1 of Kapital by Karl Marx. We're currently up to Chapter 2, and plan to publish Chapter 3, which is another very long chapter like Chapter 1, next week. Before we go any further with our reading, I just wanted to include a brief note on value and exchange value. These are discussed extensively in Chapter 1, and we also review them in Chapter 2. These are closely related concepts. They're not completely identical, although in certain contexts, such as some of the ones that we were discussing in those chapters, they can basically be synonyms in terms of how they show up in practice, although the concepts are distinct. So that's what I just wanted to go over quickly. Value itself is the socially necessary labor time that it takes to produce a commodity, or that can be said, therefore, to be embodied in a commodity. So it's a quantitative measure of abstract human labor. The trick is that exchange value is how it actually appears to us. So in this sense, it does act as a proxy for value, in the sense that it's how we actually experience value in the trading of commodities. Remember, commodities are goods and services produced for exchange. So in the simple hypothetical examples that Marx is using in Chapter 1, basically when we're talking about exchange value, it is the manifestation of value that we actually, again, interact with. Although goods and services considered as use values are qualitatively different, the 20 yards of linen is qualitatively different than the one coat, they are exchangeable because they contain equal amounts of the same substance, abstract human labor, or value. But remember that we don't deal directly in minutes, seconds, hours, weeks, days, months, years, etc. of socially necessary labor time. That actual magnitude of value, as we discussed, stays behind the scenes, as it were. What we do deal with is exchange value, and we can express the value of one commodity in some quantity of any other commodity. Specifically, the quantity that reflects the same amount of socially necessary labor time or value. So again, although they are separate concepts, exchange value is how value manifests in a transaction in the marketplace. Now, in Chapter 2, we just barely started talking about markets. But as markets evolve, there are conditions under which the exchange value can diverge more from the actual value. In other words, markets can be distorted by things like speculation or monopolies, but we haven't talked about that yet. So again, in the simple examples that Marx is using in Chapter 1, basically value and exchange value are one and the same. In the sense, at least, that value is the embodied socially necessary labor time in a commodity, and exchange value is how that shows up in a transaction, as distinct from use values, the other side of the dual nature of commodities, which is qualitative and has nothing to do with this. So, use values on one side, value and how it actually manifests, exchange value on the other side. And really at this point, the main objective is for you to understand the difference between the qualitative use value side of a good or service, and that can be produced at any stage of history. It's just people making useful things. And the commodity side, when goods and services are not made for use but for exchange, and that's when we consider value and its manifestation in the transaction, exchange value. So again, in the really simple examples that we're dealing with now, those two are the same thing because there are no other forces serving to distort the exchange value. But you shouldn't get the idea that the exchange value is always going to perfectly reflect the value, because there are situations where it doesn't. However, at this stage, if you understand the concepts laid out so far, you're in good shape, and you will be on firm footing to understand the rest of it. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the December 2024 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of Karl Marx's Kapital, Volume 1, Chapter 3, Money, or the Circulation of Commodities. We'll be reading from the first English edition, 1887. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. So we'll begin by reviewing some key concepts and terms which are important to understand in this chapter. And of course, we don't recommend that you just start with this chapter. You should start at the beginning of the work. Particularly Chapter 1 cannot be skipped. So Kapital Volume 1 has 8 parts, and Chapter 3 closes out Part 1, Commodities and Money. And it is a lengthy chapter, much like Chapter 1. And it features a mouth-watering, count 'em, 66 footnotes. But there really is a lot of important stuff in here, so in this chapter, Marx gets deeper into the concepts already laid out in Chapters 1 and 2. So some of the key features of this chapter are the commodity circuit and the circuit of capital. So if you've ever seen anybody writing about CMC, or the opposite, MCM prime, those are in this chapter. So CMC is the commodity circuit, and it stands for commodity, money, commodity. And the goal of this circuit is to meet human need. So it starts with a commodity, which is a use value or good or service, which is produced for exchange, and it is exchanged for money, the universal equivalent. So we're up to CM now. And then the M turns into C when the money is exchanged for other commodities. So again, you start off with commodities, goods or services being produced for exchange, things that you yourself don't need, but you're producing them in the hopes that when you bring them to market, when you bring them up for exchange, somebody else will give you money for them. And then you can take that money and get the last C in the circuit, other commodities that you do need. And then you use those commodities, and the circuit's complete. The other circuit, the circuit of capital, is basically inverted. It's MCM prime. Here the object is not to meet need, but to make more money. You start with money, that's the first M, and you exchange it for commodities. In other words, you're investing in some kind of inventory, which you then hope to exchange to get more money, M prime, than you started with, M. And here the really magical commodity that you can buy, like I mentioned, you can get some kind of inventory. You can get items in bulk at a discount and then hopefully retail them to get more money than you started with. But the really special commodity is labor power. When capitalists buy labor power, they set the terms of the employment arrangement such that they're basically getting free labor. This is the extraction of surplus value, which is the source of profit in capitalism. If you've already heard Wages, Price, and Profit, also known as Value, Price, and Profit by Marx, which is a shorter file, it's like 2 hours long, you'll be familiar with this process. Also discussed in this chapter is the dual nature of money, both as a measure of value and as a medium of circulation. In its first capacity, as a measure of value, it allows all commodities to be compared easily, and as a medium of circulation, it further facilitates the exchange of commodities. Now, the goal of capital is to grow. Capitalists want to get rich, or in other words, multiply or reproduce their capital. We just talked about how the MCM prime capital circuit describes that process, and it marks a distinction from the CMC circulation of commodities, which does not describe capital accumulation. However, MCM prime does. And lastly, we want to come back to the concept of commodity fetishism, and in this case, money fetishism. In general, capitalism masks the social relations involved in production and exchange, and money itself can take on the appearance that it has inherent value, independently from human labor power. So with that said, those 66 footnotes aren't going to read themselves, so let's begin Chapter 3, Money or the Circulation of Commodities. Section 1, The Measure of Values. Throughout this work, I assume, for the sake of simplicity, gold as the money commodity. The first chief function of money is to supply commodities with the material for the expression of their values, or to represent their values as magnitudes of the same denomination, qualitatively equal and quantitatively comparable. It thus serves as a universal measure of value. And only by virtue of this function does gold, the equivalent commodity par excellence, become money. It is not money that renders commodities commensurable, just the contrary. It is because all commodities, as values, are realized human labor, and therefore commensurable, that their values can be measured by one and the same special commodity, and the latter be converted into the common measure of their values, i.e. into money. Money, as a measure of value, is the phenomenal form that must of necessity be assumed by that measure of value, which is immanent in commodities, labor time. Footnote here, the question, why does not money directly represent labor time, so that a piece of paper may represent, for instance, X hours labor, is at bottom the same as the question why, given the production of commodities, must products take the form of commodities. This is evident, since their taking the form of commodities implies their differentiation into commodities and money. Or, why cannot private labor for the account of private individuals, be treated as its opposite, immediate social labor? I have elsewhere examined thoroughly the utopian idea of labor money in a society founded on the production of commodities. On this point, I will only say further that Owen's labor money, for instance, is no more money than a ticket for the theater. Owen presupposes directly associated labor, a form of production that is entirely inconsistent with the production of commodities. The certificate of labor is merely evidence of the part taken by the individual in the common labor, and of his right to a certain portion of the common produce destined for consumption. But it never enters into Owen's head to presuppose the production of commodities and at the same time, by juggling with money, to try to evade the necessary conditions of that production. Back to the main text. The expression of the value of a commodity in gold, X amount of commodity A equals Y amount of money commodity, is its money form or price. A single equation, such as 1 ton of iron equals 2 ounces of gold, now suffices to express the value of the iron in a socially valid manner. There is no longer any need for this equation to figure as a link in the chain of equations that express the values of all other commodities, because the equivalent commodity, gold, now has the character of money. The general form of relative value has resumed its original shape of simple or isolated relative value. On the other hand, the expanded expression of relative value, the endless series of equations, has now become the form peculiar to the relative value of the money commodity. The series itself, too, is now given, and has social recognition in the prices of actual commodities. We have only to read the quotations of a price list backwards to find the magnitude of the value of money expressed in all sorts of commodities. But money itself has no price. In order to put it on an equal footing with all other commodities in this respect, we should be obliged to equate it to itself as its own equivalent. The price or money form of commodities is, like their form of value generally, a form quite distinct from their palpable bodily form. It is therefore a purely ideal or mental form. Although invisible, the value of iron, linen, and corn has actual existence in these very articles. It is ideally made perceptible by their equality with gold, a relation that, so to say, exists only in their own heads. Their owner must therefore lend them his tongue, or hang a ticket on them, before their prices can be communicated to the outside world. Footnote here, savages and half-civilized races use the tongue differently. Captain Parry says of the inhabitants on the west coast of Baffin's Bay, quote, "In this case," he refers to barter, "they licked it, the thing represented to them, twice to their tongues, after which they seemed to consider the bargain satisfactorily concluded," unquote. In the same way, the Eastern Eskimo licked the articles they received in exchange. If the tongue is thus used in the North as the organ of appropriation, no wonder that in the South the stomach serves as the organ of accumulated property, and that a Kafir estimates the wealth of a man by the size of his belly. That the Kafirs know what they are about is shown by the following. At the same time that the official British Health Report of 1864 disclosed the deficiency of fat-forming food among a large part of the working class, a certain Dr. Harvey, not, however, the celebrated discoverer of the circulation of the blood, made a good thing by advertising recipes for reducing the superfluous fat of the bourgeoisie and aristocracy. Back to the main text. Since the expression of the value of commodities in gold is a merely ideal act, we may use for this purpose imaginary or ideal money. Every trader knows that he is far from having turned his goods into money when he has expressed their value in a price or in imaginary money, and that it does not require the least bit of real gold to estimate in that metal millions of pounds worth of goods. When, therefore, money serves as a measure of value, it is employed only as imaginary or ideal money. This circumstance has given rise to the wildest theories. But although the money that performs the functions of a measure of value is only ideal money, price depends entirely upon the actual substance that is money. The value, or in other words, the quantity of human labor contained in a ton of iron, is expressed in imagination by such a quantity of the money commodity as contains the same amount of labor as the iron. According, therefore, as the measure of value is gold, silver, or copper, the value of the ton of iron will be expressed by very different prices, or will be represented by very different quantities of those metals respectively. If, therefore, two different commodities, such as gold and silver, are simultaneously measures of value, all commodities have two prices, one a gold price, the other a silver price. These exist quietly side by side so long as the ratio of the value of silver to that of gold remains unchanged, say at 15:1. Every change in their ratio disturbs the ratio which exists between the gold prices and the silver prices of commodities, and thus proves by facts that a double standard of value is inconsistent with the functions of a standard. Footnote here, quote, "Wherever gold and silver have by law been made to perform the function of money or of a measure of value, side by side, it has always been tried, but in vain, to treat them as one and the same material. To assume that there is an invariable ratio between the quantities of gold and silver, in which a given quantity of labor time is incorporated, is to assume in fact that gold and silver are of one and the same material, and that a given mass of the less valuable metal, silver, is a constant fraction of a given mass of gold. From the reign of Edward III to the time of George II, the history of money in England consists of one long series of perturbations caused by the clashing of the legally fixed ratio between the values of gold and silver with the fluctuations in their real values. At one time gold was too high, at another silver. The metal that for the time being was estimated below its value was withdrawn from circulation, mated and exported. The ratio between the two metals was then again altered by law, but the new nominal ratio soon came into conflict again with the real one. In our own times, the slight and transient fall in the value of gold compared with silver, which was a consequence of the Indo-Chinese demand for silver, produced on a far more extended scale in France the same phenomena, export of silver, and its expulsion from circulation by gold. During the years 1855, 1856, and 1857, the excess in France of gold imports over gold exports amounted to 41,580,000 pounds, while the excess of silver exports over silver imports was 14,704,000 pounds. In fact, in those countries in which both metals are legally measures of value, and therefore both legal tender, so that everyone has the option of paying in either metal, the metal that rises in value is at a premium, and, like every other commodity, measures its price in the overestimated metal which alone serves in reality as the standard of value. The result of all experience and history with regard to this equation is simply that, where two commodities perform by law the functions of a measure of value, in practice one alone maintains that position." It's quoting Marx. Back to the main text. Commodities with definite prices present themselves under the form: A amount of commodity A equals X amount of gold, B amount of commodity B equals Z amount of gold, C amount of commodity C equals Y amount of gold, etc., where A, B, C represent definite quantities of the commodities A, B, C, and X, Z, Y definite quantities of gold. The values of these commodities are, therefore, changed in imagination into so many different quantities of gold. Hence, in spite of the confusing variety of the commodities themselves, their values become magnitudes of the same denomination, gold magnitudes. They are now capable of being compared with each other and measured, and the want becomes technically felt of comparing them with some fixed quantity of gold as a unit measure. This unit, by subsequent division into aliquot parts, becomes itself the standard or scale. Before they become money, gold, silver, and copper already possess such standard measures in their standards of weight, so that, for example, a pound weight, while serving as the unit, is, on the one hand, divisible into ounces, and on the other, may be combined to make up hundredweights. Footnote here, the peculiar circumstance that while the ounce of gold serves in England as the unit of the standard of money, the pound sterling does not form an aliquot part of it, has been explained as follows, quote, "Our coinage was originally adapted to the employment of silver only, hence an ounce of silver can always be divided into a certain adequate number of pieces of coin, but as gold was introduced at a later period into a coinage adapted only to silver, an ounce of gold cannot be coined into an aliquot number of pieces." That's quoting from Maclaren's A Sketch of the History of the Currency, London, 1858. Back to the main text. It is owing to this that in all metallic currencies the names given to the standards of money or of price were originally taken from the pre-existing names of the standards of weight. As measure of value and as standard of price, money has two entirely distinct functions to perform. It is the measure of value inasmuch as it is the socially recognized incarnation of human labor. It is the standard of price inasmuch as it is a fixed weight of metal. As the measure of value, it serves to convert the values of all the manifold commodities into prices, into imaginary quantities of gold. As the standard of price, it measures those quantities of gold. The measure of values measures commodities considered as values. The standard of price measures, on the contrary, quantities of gold by a unit quantity of gold, not the value of one quantity of gold by the weight of another. In order to make gold a standard of price, a certain weight must be fixed upon as the unit. In this case, as in all cases of measuring quantities of the same denomination, the establishment of an unvarying unit of measure is all important. Hence, the less the unit is subject to variation, so much the better does the standard of price fulfill its office, but only insofar as it is itself a product of labor, and therefore potentially variable in value, can gold serve as a measure of value. Footnote here, with English writers, the confusion between measure of value and standard of price, standard of value, is indescribable. Their functions, as well as their names, are constantly interchanged. Back to the main text. It is in the first place quite clear that a change in the value of gold does not in any way affect its function as a standard of price. No matter how this value varies, the proportions between the values of different quantities of the metal remain constant. However great the fall in its value, 12 ounces of gold still have 12 times the value of 1 ounce, and in prices, the only thing considered is the relation between different quantities of gold. Since, on the other hand, no rise or fall in the value of an ounce of gold can alter its weight, no alteration can take place in the weight of its aliquot parts. Thus gold always renders the same service as an invariable standard of price, however much its value may vary. In the second place, a change in the value of gold does not interfere with its functions as a measure of value. The change affects all commodities simultaneously, and therefore, all else being equal, leaves their relative values between themselves unaltered, although those values are now expressed in higher or lower gold prices. Just as when we estimate the value of any commodity by a definite quantity of the use value of some other commodity, so in estimating the value of the former in gold, we assume nothing more than that the production of a given quantity of gold costs, at the given period, a given amount of labor. As regards the fluctuations of prices generally, they are subject to the laws of elementary relative value, investigated in a former chapter. A general rise in the prices of commodities can result only either from a rise in their values, the value of money remaining constant, or from a fall in the value of money, the values of commodities remaining constant. On the other hand, a general fall in prices can result only either from a fall in the values of commodities, the value of money remaining constant, or from a rise in the value of money, the values of commodities remaining constant. It therefore by no means follows that a rise in the value of money necessarily implies a proportional fall in the prices of commodities, or that a fall in the value of money implies a proportional rise in prices. Such change of price holds good only in the case of commodities whose value remains constant. With those, for example, whose value rises simultaneously with and proportionally to that of money, there is no alteration in price. And if their value rise either slower or faster than that of money, the fall or rise in their prices will be determined by the difference between the change in their value and that of money, and so on. Let us now go back to the consideration of the price form. By degrees there arises a discrepancy between the current money names of the various weights of the precious metal figuring as money and the actual weights which those names originally represented. This discrepancy is the result of historical causes, among which the chief are 1. The importation of foreign money into an imperfectly developed community. This happened in Rome in its early days, where gold and silver coins circulated at first as foreign commodities. The names of these foreign coins never coincide with those of the indigenous weights. 2. As wealth increases, the less precious metal is thrust out by the more precious from its place as a measure of value, copper by silver, silver by gold, however much this order of sequence may be in contradiction with poetical chronology. Footnote here, moreover, it has not general historical validity. Back to the main text. The word pound, for instance, was the money name given to an actual pound weight of silver. When gold replaced silver as a measure of value, the same name was applied according to the ratio between the values of silver and gold to perhaps 1/15 of a pound of gold. The word pound as a money name thus becomes differentiated from the same word as a weight name. Footnote here, it is thus that the pound sterling in English denotes less than 1/3 of its original weight, the pound Scot before the Union only 1/36th, the French livre 1/74th, the Spanish maravedi less than 1/1000th, and the Portuguese rei still a smaller fraction. And I will add that as of today, 1 pound of silver would cost you 392 Great British pounds. Back to the main text. 3. The debasing of money carried on for centuries by kings and princes to such an extent that of the original weights of the coins, nothing in fact remained but the names. Footnote here, quoting from Galliani, the coins which today are ideal are the oldest coins of every nation, and all of them were once real, and precisely because they were real, they were used for calculation. Unquote. Back to the main text. These historical causes convert the separation of the money name from the weight name into an established habit with the community. Since the standard of money is on the one hand purely conventional, and must on the other hand find general acceptance, it is in the end regulated by law. A given weight of one of the precious metals, an ounce of gold for instance, becomes officially divided into aliquot parts with legally bestowed names such as pound, dollar, etc. These aliquot parts, which thenceforth serve as units of money, are then subdivided into other aliquot parts with legal names such as shilling, penny, etc. Footnote here, David Urquhart remarks in his work Familiar Words on the monstrosity that nowadays a pound sterling, which is the unit of the English standard of money, is equal to about 1/4 of an ounce of gold. Quote, this is falsifying a measure, not establishing a standard. He sees in this, quote, false denomination of the weight of gold, as in everything else, the falsifying hand of civilization. Back to the main text. But both before and after these divisions are made, a definite weight of metal is the standard of metallic money. The sole alteration consists in the subdivision and denomination. The prices or quantities of gold into which the values of commodities are ideally changed are therefore now expressed in the names of coins, or in the legally valid names of the subdivisions of the gold standard. Hence, instead of saying 1/4 of wheat is worth an ounce of gold, we say it is worth 3 pounds, 17 shillings, etc. In this way, commodities express by their prices how much they're worth, and money serves as money of account whenever it is a question of fixing the value of an article in its money form. Footnote here, when Anacharsis was asked for what purposes the Greeks used money, he replied, for reckoning. Back to the main text. The name of a thing is something distinct from the qualities of that thing. I know nothing of a man by knowing that his name is Jacob. In the same way, with regard to money, every trace of a value relation disappears in the names pound, dollar, ducat, etc. The confusion caused by attributing a hidden meaning to these Kabbalistic signs is all the greater because these money names express both the values of commodities and at the same time aliquot parts of the weight of the metal that is the standard of money. Footnote here, quoting from Marx, owing to the fact that money, when serving as the standard of price, appears under the same reckoning names as do the prices of commodities, and that therefore a given sum may signify on the one hand an ounce weight of gold, and on the other the value of a ton of iron, this reckoning name of money has been called its mint price. Hence there sprang up the extraordinary notion that the value of gold is estimated in its own material, and that, in contradistinction to all other commodities, its price is fixed by the state. It was erroneously thought that the giving of reckoning names to definite weights of gold is the same thing as fixing the value of those weights. Unquote. Back to the main text. On the other hand, it is absolutely necessary that value, in order that it may be distinguished from the varied bodily forms of commodities, should assume this material and unmeaning, but at the same time, purely social form. Footnote. See Theories of the Unit of Measurement of Money in A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. The fantastic notions about raising or lowering the mint price of money by transferring to greater or smaller weights of gold or silver the names already legally appropriated to fixed weights of those metals. Such notions, at least in those cases in which they aim, not at clumsy financial operations against creditors, both public and private, but at economic quack remedies, have been so exhaustively treated by William Petty in his Quantulum Cunque concerning money to the Lord Marquis of Halifax, 1682, that even his immediate followers, Sir Dudley North and John Locke, not to mention later ones, could only dilute him. Quote, if the wealth of a nation, he remarks, could be decoupled by a proclamation, it were strange that such proclamations have not long since been made by our governors. Unquote. Back to the main text. Price is the money name of the labor realized in a commodity. Hence the expression of the equivalence of a commodity with the sum of money constituting its price is a tautology. Footnote here, quoting Latrosna, or indeed it must be admitted that a million in money is worth more than an equal value in commodities, which amounts to saying that one value is worth more than another value which is equal to it. Back to the main text. Just as in general, the expression of the relative price of a commodity is a statement of the equivalence of two commodities. But although price, being the exponent of the magnitude of a commodity's value, is the exponent of its exchange ratio with money, it does not follow that the exponent of this exchange ratio is necessarily the exponent of the magnitude of the commodity's value. Suppose two equal quantities of socially necessary labor to be respectively represented by 1/4 of wheat and 2 pounds, nearly 1/2 ounce of gold. 2 pounds is the expression in money of the magnitude of the value of the quarter of wheat, or is its price. If now circumstances allow of this price being raised to 3 pounds, or compel it to be reduced to 1 pound, then although 1 pound and 3 pound may be too small or too great properly to express the magnitude of the wheat's value, nevertheless they are its prices, for they are, in the first place, the form under which its value appears, i.e. money, and in the second place, the exponents of its exchange ratio with money. If the conditions of production, in other words, if the productive power of labor remain constant, the same amount of social labor time must, both before and after the change in price, be expended in the reproduction of a quarter of wheat. This circumstance depends neither on the will of the wheat producer, nor on that of the owners of other commodities. Magnitude of value expresses a relation of social production. It expresses the connection that necessarily exists between a certain article and the portion of the total labor time of society required to produce it. As soon as magnitude of value is converted into price, the above necessary relation takes the shape of a more or less accidental exchange ratio between a single commodity and another, the money commodity. But this exchange ratio may express either the real magnitude of that commodity's value, or the quantity of gold deviating from that value, for which, according to circumstances, it may be parted with. The possibility, therefore, of quantitative incongruity between price and magnitude of value, or the deviation of the former from the latter, is inherent in the price form itself. This is no defect, but, on the contrary, admirably adapts the price form to a mode of production whose inherent laws impose themselves only as the mean of apparently lawless irregularities that compensate one another. The price form, however, is not only compatible with the possibility of a quantitative incongruity between magnitude of value and price, i.e. between the former and its expression in money, but it may also conceal a qualitative inconsistency, so much so that, although money is nothing but the value form of commodities, price ceases altogether to express value. Objects that in themselves are no commodities, such as conscience, honor, etc., are capable of being offered for sale by their holders, and of thus acquiring, through their price, the form of commodities. Hence an object may have a price without having value. The price in that case is imaginary, like certain qualities in mathematics. On the other hand, the imaginary price form may sometimes conceal either a direct or indirect real value relation. For instance, the price of uncultivated land, which is without value because no human labor has been incorporated in it. Price, like relative value in general, expresses the value of a commodity, e.g. a ton of iron, by stating that a given quantity of the equivalent, e.g. an ounce of gold, is directly exchangeable for iron. But it by no means states the converse, that iron is directly exchangeable for gold. In order, therefore, that a commodity may in practice act effectively as exchange value, it must quit its bodily shape, must transform itself from mere imaginary into real gold, although to the commodity, such transubstantiation may be more difficult than to the Hegelian concept, the transition from necessity to freedom, or to a lobster the casting of his shell, or to St. Jerome the putting off of the old Adam. Footnote there, Jerome had to wrestle hard not only in his youth with the bodily flesh, as is shown by his fight in the desert with the handsome women of his imagination, but also in his old age with the spiritual flesh. Quote, "I thought," he says, "I was in the spirit before the judge of the universe." "Who art thou?" asked a voice. "I am a Christian." "Thou liest," thundered back the great judge. "Thou art naught but a Ciceronian." Back to the main text. Though a commodity may, side by side with its actual form, iron for instance, take in our imagination the form of gold, yet it cannot at one and the same time actually be both iron and gold. To fix its price, it suffices to equate it to gold in imagination. But to enable it to render to its owner the service of a universal equivalent, it must actually be replaced by gold. If the owner of the iron were to go to the owner of some other commodity offered for exchange, and were to refer him to the price of the iron as proof that it was already money, he would get the same answer as St. Peter gave in heaven to Dante when the latter recited the Creed, and here there's a passage in Italian which translates to, "Very well it is passed of this coin, the alloy and the weight, but tell me if you have it in your purse." A price therefore implies both that a commodity is exchangeable for money and also that it must be so exchanged. On the other hand, gold serves as an ideal measure of value only because it has already, in the process of exchange, established itself as the money commodity. Under the ideal measure of values, there lurks the hard cash. And that is the end of section 1. We're going to pick this up in the next video. There are 2 more sections in this chapter. Section 2. The medium of circulation. A. The metamorphosis of commodities. We saw in a former chapter that the exchange of commodities implies contradictory and mutually exclusive conditions. The differentiation of commodities into commodities and money does not sweep away these inconsistencies, but develops a modus vivendi, a form in which they can exist side by side. This is generally the way in which real contradictions are reconciled. For instance, it is a contradiction to depict one body as constantly falling towards another, and as at the same time constantly flying away from it. The ellipse is a form of motion which, while allowing this contradiction to go on, at the same time reconciles it. Insofar as exchange is a process, by which commodities are transferred from hands in which they are non-use values to hands in which they become use values, it is a social circulation of matter. The product of one form of useful labor replaces that of another. When once a commodity has found a resting place where it can serve as a use value, it falls out of the sphere of exchange into that of consumption. But the former sphere alone interests us at present. We have therefore now to consider exchange from a formal point of view, to investigate the change of form, or metamorphosis of commodities, which effectuates the social circulation of matter. The comprehension of this change of form is, as a rule, very imperfect. The cause of this imperfection is, apart from indistinct notions of value itself, that every change of form in a commodity results from the exchange of 2 commodities, an ordinary one and the money commodity. If we keep in view the material fact alone that a commodity has been exchanged for gold, we overlook the very thing that we ought to observe, namely, what has happened to the form of the commodity. We overlook the facts that gold, when a mere commodity, is not money, and that when other commodities express their prices in gold, this gold is but the money form of those commodities themselves. Commodities, first of all, enter into the process of exchange just as they are. The process then differentiates them into commodities and money, and thus produces an external opposition corresponding to the internal opposition inherent in them, as being at once use values and values. Commodities as use values now stand opposed to money as exchange value. On the other hand, both opposing sides are commodities, unities of use value and value. But this unity of differences manifests itself at 2 opposite poles, and at each pole in an opposite way. Being poles, they are as necessarily opposite as they are connected. On the one side of the equation, we have an ordinary commodity, which is in reality a use value. Its value is expressed only ideally in its price, by which it is equated to its opponent, the gold, as to the real embodiment of its value. On the other hand, the gold, in its metallic reality, ranks as the embodiment of value as money. Gold, as gold, is exchange value itself. As to its use value, that has only an ideal existence, represented by the series of expressions of relative value in which it stands face to face with all other commodities, the sum of whose uses makes up the sum of the various uses of gold. These antagonistic forms of commodities are the real forms in which the process of their exchange moves and takes place. Let us now accompany the owner of some commodity, say our old friend the weaver of linen, to the scene of action, the market. His 20 yards of linen has a definite price, £2. He exchanges it for the £2, and then, like a man of the good old stamp that he is, he parts with the £2 for a family Bible of the same price. The linen, which in his eyes is a mere commodity, a depository of value, he alienates in exchange for gold, which is the linen's value form. And this form he again parts with for another commodity, the Bible, which is destined to enter his house as an object of utility and of edification to its inmates. The exchange becomes an accomplished fact by 2 metamorphoses of opposite yet supplementary character, the conversion of the commodity into money and the reconversion of the money into a commodity. Footnote here, quote, as Heraclitus says, all things are exchanged for fire, and fire for all things, as wares are exchanged for gold, and gold for wares. That's quoting from Lassalle's The Philosophy of Heraclitus the Obscure. Lassalle, in his note on this passage, erroneously makes gold a mere symbol of value. Back to the main text. The 2 phases of this metamorphosis are both of them distinct transactions of the weaver. selling, or the exchange of the commodity for money, buying, or the exchange of the money for a commodity, and the unity of the two acts, selling in order to buy. The result of the whole transaction, as regards the weaver, is this, that instead of being in possession of the linen, he now has the Bible. Instead of his original commodity, he now possesses another of the same value, but of different utility. In like manner, he procures his other means of subsistence and means of production. From his point of view, the whole process effectuates nothing more than the exchange of the product of his labor for the product of someone else's, nothing more than an exchange of products. The exchange of commodities is therefore accompanied by the following changes in their form: commodity, money, commodity, or CMC. The result of the whole process is, so far as concerns the objects themselves, CC, commodity, commodity, the exchange of one commodity for another, the circulation of materialized social labor. When this result is attained, the process is at an end. C to M, first metamorphosis or sale. The leap taken by value from the body of the commodity into the body of the gold is, as I've elsewhere called it, the salto mortale of the commodity. If it falls short, then, although the commodity itself is not harmed, its owner decidedly is. The social division of labor causes his labor to be as one-sided as his wants are many-sided. This is precisely the reason why the product of his labor serves him solely as exchange value. But it cannot acquire the properties of a socially recognized universal equivalent except by being converted into money. That money, however, is in someone else's pocket. In order to entice the money out of that pocket, our friend's commodity must, above all things, be a use value to the owner of the money. For this, it is necessary that the labor expended upon it be of a kind that is socially useful, of a kind that constitutes a branch of the social division of labor. But division of labor is a system of production which has grown up spontaneously and continues to grow behind the backs of the producers. The commodity to be exchanged may possibly be the product of some new kind of labor that pretends to satisfy newly arisen requirements, or even to give rise itself to new requirements. A particular operation, though yesterday perhaps forming one out of the many operations conducted by one producer in creating a given commodity, may today separate itself from this connection, may establish itself as an independent branch of labor, and send its incomplete product to market as an independent commodity. The circumstances may or may not be ripe for such a separation. Today the product satisfies a social want. Tomorrow the article may, either altogether or partially, be superseded by some other appropriate product. Moreover, although our weaver's labor may be a recognized branch of the social division of labor, yet that fact is by no means sufficient to guarantee the utility of his 20 yards of linen. If the community's want of linen, and such a want has a limit like every other want, should already be saturated by the products of rival weavers, our friend's product is superfluous, redundant, and consequently useless. Although people do not look a gift horse in the mouth, our friend does not frequent the market for the purpose of making presents. But suppose his product turn out a real use value, and thereby attracts money. The question arises, how much will it attract? No doubt the answer is already anticipated in the price of the article, in the exponent of the magnitude of its value. We leave out of consideration here any accidental miscalculation of value by our friend, a mistake that is soon rectified in the market. We suppose him to have spent on his product only that amount of labor time that is, on an average, socially necessary. The price, then, is merely the money name of the quantity of social labor realized in his commodity. But without the leave, and behind the back of our weaver, the old-fashioned mode of weaving undergoes a change. The labor time that yesterday was, without doubt, socially necessary to the production of a yard of linen, ceases to be so today, a fact which the owner of the money is only too eager to prove from the prices quoted by our friend's competitors. Unluckily for him, weavers are not few and far between. Lastly, suppose that every piece of linen in the market contains no more labor time than is socially necessary. In spite of this, all these pieces taken as a whole may have had superfluous labor time spent upon them. If the market cannot stomach the whole quantity at the normal price of 2 shillings a yard, this proves that too great a portion of the total labor of the community has been expended in the form of weaving. The effect is the same as if each individual weaver had expended more labor time upon their particular product than is socially necessary. Here we may say, with the German proverb, caught together, hung together. All the linen in the market counts but as one article of commerce, of which each piece is only an aliquot part. And as a matter of fact, the value also of each single yard is but the materialized form of the same definite and socially fixed quantity of homogeneous human labor. Footnote here, note by the Institute of Marxism-Leninism in the Russian edition. In his letter of November 28, 1878, to N.F. Danielson, Marx proposed that this sentence be corrected to read as follows, quote, "And, as a matter of fact, the value of each single yard is but the materialized form of a part of the social labor expended on the whole number of yards," unquote. An analogous correction was made in a copy of the second German edition of the first volume of Kapital belonging to Marx, however it was not in his handwriting. Back to the main text. We see then commodities are in love with money, but, quote, "the course of true love never did run smooth." The quantitative division of labor is brought about in exactly the same spontaneous and accidental manner as its qualitative division. The owners of commodities therefore find out that the same division of labor that turns them into independent private producers also frees the social process of production and the relations of the individual producers to each other within that process from all dependence on the will of those producers, and that the seeming mutual independence of the individuals is supplemented by a system of general and mutual dependence through or by means of the products. The division of labor converts the product of labor into a commodity, and thereby makes necessary its further conversion into money. At the same time, it also makes the accomplishment of this transubstantiation quite accidental. Here, however, we are only concerned with the phenomenon in its integrity, and we therefore assume its progress to be normal. Moreover, if the conversion take place at all, that is, if the commodity be not absolutely unsaleable, its metamorphosis does take place, although the price realized may be abnormally above or below the value. The seller has his commodity replaced by gold. The buyer has his gold replaced by a commodity. The fact which here stares us in the face is that a commodity and gold, 20 yards of linen and 2 pounds, have changed hands and places. In other words, that they have been exchanged. But for what is the commodity exchanged? For the shape assumed by its own value, for the universal equivalent. And for what is the gold exchanged? For a particular form of its own use value. Why does gold take the form of money face to face with the linen? Because the linen's price of 2 pounds, its denomination in money, has already equated the linen to gold in its character of money. A commodity strips off its original commodity form on being alienated, i.e., on the instant its use value actually attracts the gold, that before existed only ideally in its price. The realization of a commodity's price, or of its ideal value form, is therefore at the same time the realization of the ideal use value of money. The conversion of a commodity into money is the simultaneous conversion of money into a commodity. The apparently single process is in reality a double one. From the pole of the commodity owner, it is a sale. From the opposite pole of the money owner, it is a purchase. In other words, a sale is a purchase. C to M is also M to C. Footnote here, quoting Quenet, every sale is a purchase. Or, as Quenet in his Maxime General puts it, to sell is to buy. Back to the main text. Up to this point, we have considered people in only one economic capacity, that of owners of commodities, a capacity in which they appropriate the produce of the labor of others by alienating that of their own labor. Hence, for one commodity owner to meet with another who has money, it is necessary either that the product of the labor of the latter person, the buyer, should be in itself money, should be gold, the material of which money consists, or that their product should already have changed its skin and have stripped off its original form of a useful object. In order that it may play the part of money, gold must of course enter the market at some point or other. This point is to be found at the source of production of the metal, at which place gold is bartered as the immediate product of labor for some other product of equal value. From that moment it always represents the realized price of some commodity. Footnote here, quoting Mercier de la Rivière, the price of one commodity can only be paid by the price of another commodity. Back to the main text. Apart from its exchange for other commodities at the source of its production, gold, in whosesoever hands it may be, is the transformed shape of some commodity alienated by its owner. It is the product of a sale, or of the first metamorphosis, C to M. Footnote here, quoting again, in order to have this money, one must have made a sale. Back to the main text. Gold, as we saw, became ideal money, or a measure of values, in consequence of all commodities measuring their values by it, and thus contrasting it ideally with their natural shape as useful objects, and making it the shape of their value. It became real money by the general alienation of commodities, by actually changing places with their natural forms as useful objects, and thus becoming in reality the embodiment of their values. When they assume this money shape, commodities strip off every trace of their natural use value, and of the particular kind of labor to which they owe their creation, in order to transform themselves into the uniform, socially recognized incarnation of homogeneous human labor. We cannot tell from the mere look of a piece of money for what particular commodity it has been exchanged. Under their money form, all commodities look alike. Hence, money may be dirt, although dirt is not money. We will assume that the 2 gold pieces, in consideration of which our weaver has parted with his linen, are the metamorphosed shape of a quarter of wheat. The sale of the linen, C to M, is at the same time its purchase, M to C. But the sale is the first act of a process that ends with a transaction of an opposite nature, namely the purchase of a Bible. The purchase of the linen, on the other hand, ends a movement that began with a transaction of an opposite nature, namely with the sale of the wheat. C to M, linen to money, which is the first phase of CMC, linen to money to Bible, is also M to C, money to linen, the last phase of another movement, C to M to C, wheat to money to linen. The first metamorphosis of one commodity, its transformation from a commodity into money, is therefore also invariably the second metamorphosis of some other commodity, the retransformation of the latter from money into a commodity. Footnote here, quoting again, in order to have this money, one must have made a sale. Back to the main text. M to C, or purchase, the second and concluding metamorphosis of a commodity. Because money is the metamorphosed shape of all other commodities, the result of their general alienation, for this reason it is alienable itself without restriction or condition. It reads all prices backwards, and thus, so to say, depicts itself in the bodies of all other commodities, which offer to it the material for the realization of its own use value. At the same time, the prices, wooing glances cast at money by commodities, define the limits of its convertibility by pointing to its quantity. Since every commodity, on becoming money, disappears as a commodity, it is impossible to tell from the money itself how it got into the hands of its possessor, or what article has been changed into it. It does not stink from whatever source it may come. Representing on the one hand a sold commodity, it represents on the other a commodity to be bought. Footnote here, quoting again, if money represents in our hands the things we can wish to buy, it also represents the things we have sold to obtain that money. Back to the main text. M to C, a purchase, is at the same time C to M, a sale. The concluding metamorphosis of one commodity is the first metamorphosis of another. With regard to our weaver, the life of his commodity ends with the Bible, into which he has reconverted his 2 pounds. But suppose the seller of the Bible turns the 2 pounds set free by the weaver into brandy, M to C, the concluding phase of C to M to C, linen to money to Bible, is also C to M, the first phase of C to M to C, Bible, money, brandy. The producer of a particular commodity has that one article alone to offer. This they sell very often in large quantities, but their many and various wants compel them to split up the price realized, the sum of money set free, into numerous purchases. Hence a sale leads to many purchases of various articles. The concluding metamorphosis of a commodity thus constitutes an aggregation of first metamorphoses of various other commodities. If we now consider the completed metamorphosis of a commodity as a whole, it appears in the first place that it is made up of 2 opposite and complementary movements, C to M and M to C. These 2 antithetical transmutations of a commodity are brought about by 2 antithetical social acts on the part of the owner, and these acts in their turn stamp the character of the economic parts played by them. As the person who makes the sale, they're a seller. As the person who makes a purchase, they're a buyer. But just as upon every such transmutation of a commodity, its 2 forms, commodity form and money form, exist simultaneously but at opposite poles, so every seller has a buyer opposed to them, and every buyer a seller. While one particular commodity is going through its 2 transmutations in succession, from a commodity into money, and from money into another commodity, the owner of the commodity changes in succession their part from that of seller to that of buyer. These characters of seller and buyer are therefore not permanent, but attach themselves in turns to the various persons engaged in the circulation of commodities. The complete metamorphosis of a commodity in its simplest form implies 4 extremes, and 3 dramatic personae. First, a commodity comes face to face with money. The latter is the form taken by the value of the former, and exists in all its hard reality in the pocket of the buyer. A commodity owner is thus brought into contact with the possessor of money. So soon now as the commodity has been changed into money, the money becomes its transient equivalent form, the use value of which equivalent form is to be found in the bodies of other commodities. Money, the final term of the first transmutation, is at the same time the starting point for the second. The person who is a seller in the first transaction thus becomes a buyer in the second, in which a third commodity owner appears on the scene as a seller. Quoting Latrosna, there are therefore 4 terms and 3 contracting parties, one of whom intervenes twice. Back to the main text. The 2 phases, each inverse to the other, that make up the metamorphosis of a commodity constitute together a circular movement, a circuit. Commodity form, stripping off of this form, and return to the commodity form. No doubt, the commodity appears here under 2 different aspects. At the starting point, it is not a use value to its owner. At the finishing point, it is. So too, the money appears in the first phase as a solid crystal of value, a crystal into which the commodity eagerly solidifies, and in the second, dissolves into the mere transient equivalent form destined to be replaced by a use value. The 2 metamorphoses constituting the circuit are at the same time 2 inverse partial metamorphoses of 2 other commodities. One and the same commodity, the linen, opens the series of its own metamorphoses and completes the metamorphosis of another, the wheat. In the first phase or sale, the linen plays these 2 parts in its own person, but then, changed into gold, it completes its own second and final metamorphosis, and helps at the same time to accomplish the first metamorphosis of a third commodity. Hence the circuit made by one commodity in the course of its metamorphoses is inextricably mixed up with the circuits of other commodities. The total of all the different circuits constitutes the circulation of commodities. The circulation of commodities differs from the direct exchange of products, barter, not only in form but in substance. Only consider the course of events. The weaver has, as a matter of fact, exchanged his linen for a Bible, his own commodity for that of someone else. But this is true only so far as he himself is concerned. The seller of the Bible, who prefers something to warm his inside, no more thought of exchanging his Bible for linen than our weaver knew that wheat had been exchanged for his linen. B's commodity replaces that of A, but A and B do not mutually exchange those commodities. It may of course happen that A and B make simultaneous purchases, the one from the other, but such exceptional transactions are by no means the necessary result of the general conditions of the circulation of commodities. We see here on the one hand how the exchange of commodities breaks through all local and personal bounds inseparable from direct barter, and develops the circulation of the products of social labor, and on the other hand, how it develops a whole network of social relations, spontaneous in their growth and entirely beyond the control of the actors. It is only because the farmer has sold their wheat that the weaver is enabled to sell their linen. Only because the weaver has sold their linen that our Hotspur is enabled to sell their Bible. And only because the latter has sold the water of everlasting life that the distiller is enabled to sell their eau de vie, and so on. The process of circulation, therefore, does not, like direct barter of products, become extinguished upon the use values changing places and hands. The money does not vanish on dropping out of the circuit of the metamorphosis of a given commodity. It is constantly being precipitated into new places in the arena of circulation, vacated by other commodities. In the complete metamorphosis of the linen, for example, linen to money to Bible, the linen first falls out of circulation, and money steps into its place. Then the Bible falls out of circulation, and again, money takes its place. When one commodity replaces another, the money commodity always sticks to the hands of some third person. Footnote here, self-evident as this may be, it is nevertheless for the most part unobserved by political economists, and especially by the free trader vulgaris. Back to the main text, circulation sweats money from every pore. Nothing can be more childish than the dogma that because every sale is a purchase, and every purchase a sale, therefore the circulation of commodities necessarily implies an equilibrium of sales and purchases. If this means that the number of actual sales is equal to the number of purchases, it is mere tautology. But its real purport is to prove that every seller brings their buyer to market with them. Nothing of the kind. The sale and the purchase constitute one identical act, an exchange between a commodity owner and an owner of money, between two persons as opposed to each other as the two poles of a magnet. They form two distinct acts, of polar and opposite characters when performed by one single person. Hence the identity of sale and purchase implies that the commodity is useless if, on being thrown into the alchemistical retort of circulation, it does not come out again in the shape of money. If, in other words, it cannot be sold by its owner, and therefore be bought by the owner of the money. That identity further implies that the exchange, if it does take place, constitutes a period of rest, an interval, long or short, in the life of the commodity. Since the first metamorphosis of a commodity is at once a sale and a purchase, it is also an independent process in itself. The purchaser has the commodity, the seller has the money, i.e., a commodity ready to go into circulation at any time. No one can sell unless someone else purchases. But no one is forthwith bound to purchase because they have just sold. Circulation bursts through all restrictions as to time, place, and individuals imposed by direct barter, and this it effects by splitting up into the antithesis of a sale and a purchase, the direct identity that, in barter, does exist between the alienation of one's own and the acquisition of some other person's product. To say that these two independent and antithetical acts have an intrinsic unity, are essentially one, is the same as to say that this intrinsic oneness expresses itself in an external antithesis. If the interval in time between the two complementary phases of the complete metamorphosis of a commodity becomes too great, if the split between the sale and the purchase become too pronounced, the intimate connection between them, their oneness, asserts itself by producing a crisis. The antithesis, use value and value, the contradictions that private labor is bound to manifest itself as direct social labor, that a particularized concrete kind of labor has to pass for abstract human labor, the contradiction between the personification of objects and the representation of persons by things, all these antitheses and contradictions, which are immanent in commodities, assert themselves and develop their modes of motion in the antithetical phases of the metamorphosis of a commodity. These modes therefore imply the possibility, and no more than the possibility, of crises. The conversion of this mere possibility into a reality is the result of a long series of relations that, from our present standpoint of simple circulation, have as yet no existence. Footnote here, see my observations on James Mill in A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. With regard to this subject, we may notice two methods characteristic of apologetic economy. The first is the identification of the circulation of commodities with the direct barter of products, by simple abstraction from their points of difference. The second is the attempt to explain away the contradictions of capitalist production by reducing the relations between the persons engaged in that mode of production to the simple relations arising out of the circulation of commodities. The production and circulation of commodities are, however, phenomena that occur to a greater or less extent in modes of production the most diverse. If we are acquainted with nothing but the abstract categories of circulation, which are common to all these modes of production, we cannot possibly know anything of the specific points of difference of those modes, nor pronounce any judgment upon them. In no science is such a big fuss made with commonplace truisms as in political economy. For instance, J.B. Say sets himself up as a judge of crises because, forsooth, he knows that a commodity is a product. Back to the main text. B. The currency of money. And a footnote here from the translator, this word, currency, is here used in its original signification of the course or track pursued by money as it changes from hand to hand, a course which essentially differs from circulation. Back to the main text. The change of form, C to M to C, by which the circulation of the material products of labor is brought about, requires that a given value in the shape of a commodity shall begin the process, and shall, also in the shape of a commodity, end it. The movement of the commodity is therefore a circuit. On the other hand, the form of this movement precludes a circuit from being made by the money. The result is not the return of the money, but its continued removal further and further away from its starting point. So long as the seller sticks fast to their money, which is the transformed shape of their commodity, that commodity is still in the first phase of its metamorphosis, and has completed only half its course. But so soon as they complete the process, so soon as they supplement their sale by a purchase, the money again leaves the hands of its possessor. It is true that if the weaver, after buying the Bible, sells more linen, money comes back into their hands, but this return is not owing to the circulation of the first 20 yards of linen. That circulation resulted in the money getting into the hands of the seller of the Bible. The return of money into the hands of the weaver is brought about only by the renewal or repetition of the process of circulation with a fresh commodity, which renewed process ends with the same result as its predecessor did. Hence the movement directly imparted to money by the circulation of commodities takes the form of a constant motion away from its starting point, of a course from the hands of one commodity owner into those of another. This course constitutes its currency, or route. The currency of money is the constant and monotonous repetition of the same process. The commodity is always in the hands of the seller, the money, as a means of purchase, always in the hands of the buyer, and money serves as a means of purchase by realizing the price of the commodity. This realization transfers the commodity from the seller to the buyer and removes the money from the hands of the buyer into those of the seller, where it again goes through the same process with another commodity. That this one-sided character of the money's motion arises out of the two-sided character of the commodity's motion is a circumstance that is veiled over. The very nature of the circulation of commodities begets the opposite appearance. The first metamorphosis of a commodity is visibly not only the money's movement, but also that of the commodity itself. In the second metamorphosis, on the contrary, the movement appears to us as the movement of the money alone. In the first phase of its circulation, the commodity changes place with the money. Thereupon, the commodity, under its aspect of a useful object, falls out of circulation into consumption. Footnote here, even when the commodity is sold over and over again, a phenomenon that at present has no existence for us, it falls, when definitely sold for the last time, out of the sphere of circulation into that of consumption, where it serves either as means of subsistence or means of production. Back to the main text. In its stead, we have its value shape, the money. It then goes through the second phase of its circulation, not under its own natural shape, but under the shape of money. The continuity of the movement is therefore kept up by the money alone, and the same movement that as regards the commodity consists of two processes of an antithetical character is, when considered as the movement of the money, always one and the same process, a continued change of places with ever fresh commodities. Hence the result brought about by the circulation of commodities, namely, the replacing of one commodity by another, takes the appearance of having been effected not by means of the change of form of the commodities, but rather by the money acting as a medium of circulation, by an action that circulates commodities, to all appearance motionless in themselves, and transfers them from hands in which they are non-use values to hands in which they are use values, and that in a direction constantly opposed to the direction of the money. The latter is continually withdrawing commodities from circulation and stepping into their places, and in this way continually moving further and further from its starting point. Hence, although the movement of the money is merely the expression of the circulation of commodities, yet the contrary appears to be the actual fact, and the circulation of commodities seems to be the result of the movement of the money. Footnote here, quoting Latrosna, it, money, has no other motion than that imparted to it by the products. Back to the main text. Again, money functions as a means of circulation only because in it the values of commodities have independent reality. Hence its movement, as the medium of circulation, is in fact merely the movement of commodities while changing their forms. This fact must therefore make itself plainly visible in the currency of money. Thus the linen, for instance, first of all changes its commodity form into its money form. The second term of its first metamorphosis, C to M, the money form, then becomes the first term of its final metamorphosis, M to C, its reconversion into the Bible. But each of these two changes of form is accomplished by an exchange between commodity and money, by their reciprocal displacement. The same pieces of coin come into the seller's hand as the alienated form of the commodity, and leave it as the absolutely alienable form of the commodity. They are displaced twice. The first metamorphosis of the linen puts these coins into the weaver's pocket. The second draws them out of it. The two inverse changes undergone by the same commodity are reflected in the displacement, twice repeated, but in opposite directions, of the same pieces of coin. If, on the contrary, only one phase of the metamorphosis is gone through, if there are only sales or only purchases, then a given piece of money changes its place only once. Its second change of place always expresses the second metamorphosis of the commodity, its reconversion from money. The frequent repetition of the displacement of the same coin reflects not only the series of metamorphoses that a single commodity has gone through, but also the intertwining of the innumerable metamorphoses in the world of commodities in general. It is a matter of course that all this is applicable to the simple circulation of commodities alone, the only form that we are now considering. Every commodity, when it first steps into circulation and undergoes its first change of form, does so only to fall out of circulation again and to be replaced by other commodities. Money, on the contrary, as the medium of circulation, keeps continually within the sphere of circulation and moves about in it. The question therefore arises how much money this sphere constantly absorbs. In a given country, there take place every day at the same time, but in different localities, numerous one-sided metamorphoses of commodities, or, in other words, numerous sales and numerous purchases. The commodities are equated beforehand in imagination by their prices to definite quantities of money. And since, in the form of circulation now under consideration, money and commodities always come bodily face to face, one at the positive pole of purchase, the other at the negative pole of sale, it is clear that the amount of the means of circulation required is determined beforehand by the sum of the prices of all these commodities. As a matter of fact, the money in reality represents the quantity or sum of gold ideally expressed beforehand by the sum of the prices of the commodities. The equality of these two sums is therefore self-evident. We know, however, that, the values of commodities remaining constant, their prices vary with the value of gold, the material of money, rising in proportion as it falls and falling in proportion as it rises. Now if, in consequence of such a rise or fall in the value of gold, the sum of the prices of commodities fall or rise, the quantity of money in currency must fall or rise to the same extent. The change in the quantity of the circulating medium is, in this case, it is true, caused by the money itself, yet not in virtue of its function as a medium of circulation, but of its function as a measure of value. First, the price of the commodities varies inversely as the value of the money, and then the quantity of the medium of circulation varies directly as the price of the commodities. Exactly the same thing would happen if, for instance, instead of the value of gold falling, gold were replaced by silver as the measure of value, or if, instead of the value of silver rising, gold were to thrust silver out from being the measure of value. In the one case, more silver would be current than gold was before. In the other case, less gold would be current than silver was before. In each case, the value of the material of money, i.e. the value of the commodity that serves as the measure of value, would have undergone a change, and therefore so too would the prices of commodities which express their values in money. And so too would the quantity of money current whose function it is to realize those prices. We have already seen that the sphere of circulation has an opening through which gold, or the material of money generally, enters into it as a commodity with a given value. Hence, when money enters on its functions as a measure of value, when it expresses prices, its value is already determined. Now, if its value falls, this fact is first evidenced by a change in the prices of those commodities that are directly bartered for the precious metals at the sources of their production. The greater part of all other commodities, especially in the imperfectly developed stages of civil society, will continue for a long time to be estimated by the former antiquated and illusory value of the measure of money. Nevertheless, one commodity infects another through their common value relation, so that their prices, expressed in gold or in silver, gradually settle down into the proportions determined by their comparative values, until finally the values of all commodities are estimated in terms of the new value of the metal that constitutes money. This process is accompanied by the continued increase in the quantity of the precious metals, an increase caused by their streaming in to replace the articles directly bartered for them at their sources of production. In proportion, therefore, as commodities in general acquire their true prices, in proportion as their values become estimated according to the fallen value of the precious metal, in the same proportion the quantity of that metal necessary for realizing those new prices is provided beforehand. A one-sided observation of the results that followed upon the discovery of fresh supplies of gold and silver led some economists in the 17th and particularly in the 18th century to the false conclusion that the prices of commodities had gone up in consequence of the increased quantity of gold and silver serving as means of circulation. Henceforth we shall consider the value of gold to be given, as in fact it is momentarily, whenever we estimate the price of a commodity. On this supposition, then, the quantity of the medium of circulation is determined by the sum of the prices that have to be realized. If now we further suppose the price of each commodity to be given, the sum of the prices clearly depends on the mass of commodities in circulation. It requires but little racking of brains to comprehend that if 1 quarter of wheat costs £2, 100 quarters will cost £200, 200 quarters £400, and so on. That consequently the quantity of money that changes place with the wheat, when sold, must increase with the quantity of that wheat. If the mass of commodities remains constant, the quantity of circulating money varies with the fluctuations in the prices of those commodities. It increases and diminishes because the sum of the prices increases or diminishes in consequence of the change of price. To produce this effect, it is by no means requisite that the prices of all commodities should rise or fall simultaneously. A rise or a fall in the price of a number of leading articles is sufficient in the one case to increase, in the other to diminish, the sum of the prices of all commodities, and therefore to put more or less money in circulation. Whether the change in the price corresponds to an actual change of value in the commodities, or whether it's the result of mere fluctuations in market prices, the effect on the quantity of the medium of circulation remains the same. Suppose the following articles to be sold or partially metamorphosed simultaneously in different localities, say 1 quarter of wheat, 20 yards of linen, 1 Bible, and 4 gallons of brandy. If the price of each article is £2, and the sum of the prices to be realized is consequently £8, it follows that £8 in money must go into circulation. If, on the other hand, these same articles are links in the following chain of metamorphoses, 1 quarter of wheat to £2, to 20 yards of linen to £2, to 1 Bible to £2, to 4 gallons of brandy to £2, a chain that is already well known to us, in that case the £2 cause the different commodities to circulate one after the other, and after realizing their prices successively, and therefore the sum of those prices, £8, they come to rest at last in the pocket of the distiller. The £2 thus make 4 moves. This repeated change of place of the same pieces of money corresponds to the double change in form of the commodities, to their motion in opposite directions through 2 stages of circulation, and to the interlacing of the metamorphoses of different commodities. Footnote here, quoting Latrosna again, it is products which set it, meaning money, in motion, and make it circulate. The velocity of money's motion supplements its quantity. When necessary, it does nothing but slide from hand to hand without stopping for a moment. Back to the main text. These antithetic and complementary phases, of which the process of metamorphosis consists, are gone through not simultaneously, but successively. Time is therefore required for the completion of the series. Hence the velocity of the currency of money is measured by the number of moves made by a given piece of money in a given time. Suppose the circulation of the 4 articles takes a day. The sum of the prices to be realized in the day is £8. The number of moves of the 2 pieces of money is 4, and the quantity of money circulating is £2. Hence, for a given interval of time during the process of circulation, we have the following relation. The quantity of money functioning as the circulating medium is equal to the sum of the prices of the commodities divided by the number of moves made by coins of the same denomination. This law holds generally. The total circulation of commodities in a given country during a given period is made up on the one hand of numerous isolated and simultaneous partial metamorphoses, sales which are at the same time purchases, in which each coin changes its place only once, or makes only one move. On the other hand, of numerous distinct series of metamorphoses, partly running side by side, and partly coalescing with each other, in each of which series each coin makes a number of moves, the number being greater or less according to circumstances. The total number of moves made by all the circulating coins of one denomination being given, we can arrive at the average number of moves made by a single coin of that denomination, or at the average velocity of the currency of money. The quantity of money thrown into the circulation at the beginning of each day is of course determined by the sum of the prices of all the commodities circulating simultaneously side by side. But once in circulation, coins are, so to say, made responsible for one another. If the one increases its velocity, the other either retards its own, or altogether falls out of circulation, for the circulation can absorb only such a quantity of gold as when multiplied by the mean number of moves made by one single coin or element is equal to the sum of the prices to be realized. Hence, if the number of moves made by the separate pieces increase, the total number of those pieces in circulation diminishes. If the number of the moves diminish, the total number of pieces increases. Since the quantity of money capable of being absorbed by the circulation is given for a given mean velocity of currency, all that is necessary in order to abstract a given number of sovereigns from the circulation is to throw the same number of £1 notes into it, a trick well known to all bankers. Just as the currency of money, generally considered, is but a reflex of the circulation of commodities, or of the antithetical metamorphoses they undergo, so too the velocity of that currency reflects the rapidity with which commodities change their forms, the continued interlacing of one series of metamorphoses with another, the hurried social interchange of matter, the rapid disappearance of commodities from the sphere of circulation, and the equally rapid substitution of fresh ones in their places. Hence, in the velocity of the currency, we have the fluent unity of the antithetical and complementary phases, the unity of the conversion of the useful aspect of commodities into their value aspect, and their reconversion from the latter aspect to the former, or the unity of the two processes of sale and purchase. On the other hand, the retardation of the currency reflects the separation of these two processes into isolated antithetical phases, reflects the stagnation in the change of form, and therefore in the social interchange of matter. The circulation itself, of course, gives no clue to the origin of the stagnation. It merely puts in evidence the phenomenon itself. The general public, who, simultaneously with the retardation of the currency, see money appear and disappear less frequently at the periphery of circulation, naturally attribute this retardation to a quantitative deficiency in the circulating medium. Footnote here, quoting Sir Dudley North in Discourses upon Trade, 1691, money being the common measure of buying and selling, everybody who hath anything to sell, and cannot procure chapmen for it, is presently apt to think that want of money in the kingdom or country is the cause why their goods do not go off, and so want of money is the common cry, which is a great mistake. What do these people want who cry out for money? The farmer complains. He thinks that were more money in the country, he should have a price for his goods. Then it seems money is not his want, but a price for his corn and cattle, which he would sell but cannot. Why cannot he get a price? 1. Either there is too much corn and cattle in the country, so that most who come to market have need of selling, as he hath, and few of buying. Or 2. There wants the usual vent abroad by transportation. Or 3. The consumption fails, as when men, by reason of poverty, do not spend so much in their houses as formerly they did. Wherefore it is not the increase of specific money, which would at all advance the farmer's goods, but the removal of any of these three causes, which do truly keep down the market. The merchant and shopkeeper want money in the same manner. That is, they want a vent for the goods they deal in, by reason that the markets fail. A nation never thrives better than when riches are tossed from hand to hand." Unquote. Herrenschwann's fanciful notions amount merely to this, that the antagonism, which has its origin in the nature of commodities and is reproduced in their circulation, can be removed by increasing the circulating medium. But if, on the one hand, it is a popular delusion to ascribe stagnation in production and circulation to insufficiency of the circulating medium, it by no means follows, on the other hand, that an actual paucity of the medium in consequence, e.g., of bungling legislative interference with the regulation of currency, may not give rise to such stagnation. Back to the main text. The total quantity of money functioning during a given period as the circulating medium is determined on the one hand by the sum of the prices of the circulating commodities, and on the other hand by the rapidity with which the antithetical phases of the metamorphoses follow one another. On this rapidity depends what proportion of the sum of the prices can, on the average, be realized by each single coin. But the sum of the prices of the circulating commodities depends on the quantity, as well as on the prices, of the commodities. These three factors, however, state of prices, quantity of circulating commodities, and velocity of money currency, are all variable. Hence, the sum of the prices to be realized, and consequently the quantity of the circulating medium depending on that sum, will vary with the numerous variations of these three factors in combination. Of these variations, we shall consider those alone that have been the most important in the history of prices. While prices remain constant, the quantity of the circulating medium may increase owing to the number of circulating commodities increasing, or to the velocity of currency decreasing, or to a combination of the two. On the other hand, the quantity of the circulating medium may decrease with a decreasing number of commodities, or with an increasing rapidity of their circulation. With a general rise in the prices of commodities, the quantity of the circulating medium will remain constant, provided the number of commodities in circulation decreases proportionally to the increase in their prices, or provided the velocity of currency increase at the same rate that prices rise, the number of commodities in circulation remaining constant. The quantity of the circulating medium may decrease, owing to the number of commodities decreasing more rapidly, or to the velocity of currency increasing more rapidly than prices rise. With a general fall in the prices of commodities, the quantity of the circulating medium will remain constant, provided the number of commodities increases proportionally to their fall in price, or provided the velocity of currency decreases in the same proportion. The quantity of the circulating medium will increase, provided the number of commodities increases quicker, or the rapidity of circulation decreases quicker than the prices fall. The variations of the different factors may mutually compensate each other, so that notwithstanding their continued instability, the sum of the prices to be realized and the quantity of money in circulation remain constant. Consequently, we find, especially if we take long periods into consideration, that the deviations from the average level of the quantity of money current in any country are much smaller than we should at first sight expect, apart, of course, from excessive perturbations periodically arising from industrial and commercial crises, or less frequently from fluctuations in the value of money. The law that the quantity of the circulating medium is determined by the sum of the prices of the commodities circulating and the average velocity of currency may also be stated as follows. Given the sum of the values of commodities and the average rapidity of their metamorphoses, the quantity of precious metal current as money depends on the value of that precious metal. Footnote here, quoting William Petty, there is a certain measure and proportion of money requisite to drive the trade of a nation, more or less than which would prejudice the same. Just as there is a certain proportion of farthings necessary in a small retail trade to change silver money and to even such reckonings as cannot be adjusted with the smallest silver prices. Now, as the proportion of the number of farthings requisite in commerce is to be taken from the number of people, the frequency of their exchanges, as also, and principally, from the value of the smallest silver pieces of money, so in like manner, the proportion of money, gold and silver specie, requisite in our trade is to be likewise taken from the frequency of commutations and from the bigness of the payments." Unquote. The theory of Hume was defended against the attacks of J. Stewart and others by A. Young in his work Political Arithmetic, 1774, in which work there is a special chapter entitled Prices Depend on Quantity of Money. I have stated, quote, he, meaning Adam Smith, passes over without remark the question as to the quantity of coin in circulation and treats money quite wrongly as a mere commodity, unquote. This statement applies only insofar as Adam Smith, ex officio, treats of money. Now and then, however, as in his criticism of the earlier systems of political economy, he takes the right view. Quote, the quantity of coin in every country is regulated by the value of the commodities which are to be circulated by it. The value of the goods annually bought and sold in any country requires a certain quantity of money to circulate and distribute them to their proper consumers and can give employment to no more. The channel of circulation necessarily draws to itself a sum sufficient to fill it and never admits any more. That's quoting from The Wealth of Nations. In like manner, ex officio, he opens his work with an apotheosis on the division of labor. Afterwards, in the last book, which treats of the sources of public revenue, he occasionally repeats the denunciations of the division of labor made by his teacher, A. Ferguson. Back to the main text. The erroneous opinion that it is, on the contrary, prices that are determined by the quantity of the circulating medium, and that the latter depends on the quantity of the precious metals in a country, this opinion was based by those who first held it on the absurd hypothesis that commodities are without a price, and money without a value when they first enter into circulation, and that, once in the circulation, an aliquot part of the medley of commodities is exchanged for an aliquot part of the heap of precious metals. 2 footnotes here. First, quoting Jacob Vanderlint in Money Answers All Things, the prices of things will certainly rise in every nation as the gold and silver increase amongst the people, and consequently, where the gold and silver decrease in any nation, the prices of all things must fall proportionately to such decrease of money. Unquote. A careful comparison of this book with Hume's essays proves to my mind without doubt that Hume was acquainted with and made use of Vanderlint's work, which is certainly an important one. The opinion that prices are determined by the quantity of the circulating medium was also held by Barbon and other much earlier writers. Quote, no inconvenience, says Vanderlint, can arise by an unrestrained trade, but very great advantage, since, if the cash of the nation be decreased by it, which prohibitions are designed to prevent, those nations that get the cash will certainly find everything advance in price as the cash increases amongst them, and our manufactures and everything else will soon become so moderate as to turn the balance of trade in our favor and thereby fetch the money back again. Unquote. Second footnote. That the price of each single kind of commodity forms a part of the sum of the prices of all the commodities in circulation is a self-evident proposition, but how use values, which are incommensurable with regard to each other, are to be exchanged en masse for the total sum of gold and silver in a country is quite incomprehensible. If we start from the notion that all commodities together form one single commodity, of which each is but an aliquot part, we get the following beautiful result. The total commodity equals X hundredweight of gold. commodity A equals an aliquot part of the total commodity, which also equals the same aliquot part of X hundredweight of gold. This is stated in all seriousness by Montesquieu. Quote, if one compares the amount of gold and silver in the world with the sum of the commodities available, it is certain that each product or commodity, taken in isolation, could be compared with a certain portion of the total amount of money. Let us suppose that there is only one product or commodity in the world, or only one that can be purchased, and that it can be divided in the same way as money. A certain part of this commodity would then correspond to a part of the total amount of money. Half the total of the one would correspond to half the total of the other, etc. The determination of the prices of things always depends fundamentally on the relation between the total amount of things and the total amount of their monetary symbols. Unquote. As to the further development of this theory by Ricardo and his disciples, James Mill, Lord Overstone, and others, John Stuart Mill, with his usual eclectic logic, understands how to hold at the same time the view of his father, James Mill, and the opposite view. On a comparison of the text of his compendium, Principles of Political Economy, with his preface to the first edition, in which preface he announces himself as the Adam Smith of his day, we do not know whether to admire more the simplicity of the man, or that of the public who took him in good faith for the Adam Smith he announced himself to be, although he bears about as much resemblance to Adam Smith as, say, General Williams of Cars to the Duke of Wellington. The original researches of Mr. John Stuart Mill, which are neither extensive nor profound in the domain of political economy, will be found mustered in rank and file in his little work, Some Unsettled Questions of Political Economy, which appeared in 1844. Locke asserts point blank the connection between the absence of value in gold and silver and the determination of their values by quantity alone. Quote, mankind having consented to put an imaginary value upon gold and silver, the intrinsic value, regarded in these metals, is nothing but the quantity. Unquote. Back to the main text. C. Coin and symbols of value. That money takes the shape of coin springs from its function as the circulating medium. The weight of gold represented in imagination by the prices or money names of commodities must confront those commodities within the circulation in the shape of coins or pieces of gold of a given denomination. Coining, like the establishment of a standard of prices, is the business of the state. The different national uniforms worn at home by gold and silver as coins, and doffed again in the market of the world, indicate the separation between the internal or national spheres of the circulation of commodities and their universal sphere. The only difference, therefore, between coin and bullion is one of shape, and gold can at any time pass from one form to the other. Footnote here, it lies of course entirely beyond my purpose to take into consideration such details as the seigniorage on minting. I will, however, cite for the benefit of the romantic sycophant, Adam Muller, who admires the, quote, generous liberality with which the English government coins gratuitously, the following opinion of Sir Dudley North, quote, silver and gold, like other commodities, have their ebbings and flowings. Upon the arrival of quantities from Spain, it is carried into the Tower and coined. Not long after, there will come a demand for bullion to be exported again. If there is none, but all happens to be in coin, what then? Melt it down again. There's no loss in it, for the coining costs the owner nothing. Thus the nation has been abused, and made to pay for the twisting of straw for asses to eat. If the merchant were made to pay the price of the coinage, he would not have sent his silver to the Tower without consideration, and coined money would always keep a value above uncoined silver. Unquote. North himself was one of the foremost merchants in the reign of Charles II. Back to the main text. But no sooner does coin leave the mint than it immediately finds itself on the high road to the melting pot. During their currency, coins wear away, some more, others less. Name and substance, nominal weight and real weight, begin their process of separation. Coins of the same denomination become different in value because they're different in weight. The weight of gold fixed upon as the standard of prices deviates from the weight that serves as the circulating medium, and the latter thereby ceases any longer to be a real equivalent of the commodities whose prices it realizes. The history of coinage during the Middle Ages and down into the 18th century records the ever-renewed confusion arising from this cause. The natural tendency of circulation to convert coins into a mere semblance of what they profess to be, into a symbol of the weight of metal that they are officially supposed to contain, is recognized by modern legislation, which fixes the cost of weight sufficient to demonetize a gold coin or to make it no longer legal tender. The fact that the currency of coins itself effects a separation between their nominal and their real weight, creating a distinction between them as mere pieces of metal on the one hand and as coins with a definite function on the other, this fact implies the latent possibility of replacing metallic coins by tokens of some other material, by symbols serving the same purposes as coins. The practical difficulties in the way of coining extremely minute quantities of gold or silver, and the circumstance that, at first, the less precious metal is used as a measure of value instead of the more precious, copper instead of silver, silver instead of gold, and that the less precious circulates as money until dethroned by the more precious, all these facts explain the parts historically played by silver and copper tokens as substitutes for gold coins. Silver and copper tokens take the place of gold in those regions of the circulation where coins pass from hand to hand most rapidly and are subject to the maximum amount of wear and tear. This occurs where sales and purchases on a very small scale are continually happening. In order to prevent these satellites from establishing themselves permanently in the place of gold, positive enactments determine the extent to which they must be compulsorily received as payment instead of gold. The particular tracks pursued by the different species of coin and currency run naturally into each other. The tokens keep company with gold to pay fractional parts of the smallest gold coin. Gold is, on the one hand, constantly pouring into retail circulation, and on the other hand, is as constantly being thrown out again by being changed into tokens. Footnote here, quoting David Buchanan from Inquiry into the Taxation and Commercial Policy of Great Britain, 1844, if silver never exceeds what is wanted for the smaller payments, it cannot be collected in sufficient quantities for the larger payments. The use of gold in the main payments necessarily implies also its use in the retail trade. Those who have gold coin offering them for small purchases and receiving with the commodity purchased a balance of silver in return, by which means the surplus of silver that would otherwise encumber the retail dealer is drawn off and dispersed into general circulation. But if there is as much silver as will transact the small payments independent of gold, the retail trader must then receive silver for small purchases, and it must of necessity accumulate in his hands." Unquote. Back to the main text. The weight of metal in the silver and copper tokens is arbitrarily fixed by law. When in currency, they wear away even more rapidly than gold coins. Hence their functions are totally independent of their weight and consequently of all value. The function of gold as coin becomes completely independent of the metallic value of that gold. Therefore, things that are relatively without value, such as paper notes, can serve as coins in its place. This purely symbolic character is to a certain extent masked in metal tokens. In paper money, it stands out plainly. In fact, it's only the first step which costs. We allude here only to inconvertible paper money issued by the state and having compulsory circulation. It has its immediate origin in the metallic currency. Money based upon credit implies, on the other hand, conditions which from our standpoint of the simple circulation of commodities are as yet totally unknown to us. But we may affirm this much, that just as true paper money takes its rise in the function of money as the circulating medium, so money based upon credit takes root spontaneously in the function of money as the means of payment. So there's a footnote here. I just want to make a comment. I haven't really been commenting in this chapter so far because I feel like this chapter is fairly self-explanatory, such that parts that might not be self-explanatory and possibly could benefit from extra emphasis or explanation, I'm not really sure how to improve upon, partly because I just don't have a clear idea of what people might be stuck on. So if you are confused about things in this chapter, please leave a comment below. One of the comments that we did get on one of the earlier chapters reads as follows. I have a question, and Marx might answer this later, but how do we analyze money whose exchange value is not the same as the crystallized labor in it? The biggest example I can think of is how a $10 bill and a $100 bill take the same amount of labor to produce them, but whose exchange value is radically different. Is this connected to Marx discussing states making it illegal to buy money, i.e. for people outside the state to create and sell? I think on metal coins and the different values of coins, there might be one coin that's worth 10 times another coin. It's of a different size, but it doesn't contain 10 times the labor needed to produce it. I hope that Marx clarifies this further. And yeah, so there's still like 30 chapters left. Definitely give it time. But I'm assuming that the value of currency for states is being artificially inflated or deflated compared to the labor that's required to produce it. So, yeah, back on chapter 2, Marx was still talking about very elementary concepts. But here in this chapter, and again, we're still way at the beginning of the book, Marx is starting to talk about money other than direct, simple commodity money. In other words, here's a lump of gold. It's a metal, it's natural, it's an element, it existed before humans evolved, and it takes a certain amount of effort, on average, for society to, pull it out of the ground and put it into the shiny lump in your hand. And that amount of labor is equal to other amounts of labor that can be used to create other things, and then you can exchange those things for the gold. So we're building up from simple concepts to more complex concepts. So here in this paragraph, Marx just mentioned inconvertible paper money issued by the state and money based upon credit. So Marx is about to discuss paper money in more depth at the end of this section, and then the next section, section 3, which is titled Money, and it's about as long as sections 1 and 2 put together, extremely long chapter, is going to get into more complex topics that again build off of these simple ones. So we know, for example, today in 2024, we're not using precious metals as money. You can still buy precious metals, you can hang on to them for a while and sell them again, but we don't use them as money anymore. In fact, for over 50 years now, the United States has refused to redeem the dollar in gold. So in other words, for a time, gold and silver were used as money. Then there was paper that was used as day-to-day currency, but which was redeemable to the bearer on demand. When that was presented to a bank, they would have to give you the precious metal that that piece of paper represented. Then that connection was severed entirely. So what's it backed by now? The faith and credit of the US government. These moves have allowed the capitalist class to stabilize advanced monopoly capitalism to a greater extent. It has given them more flexibility in managing crises. And of course, the petty bourgeois reactionaries such as libertarians don't understand this, and they're just clamoring to turn back the wheel of history, go back to the gold standard, etc., which according to them would just fix every problem that we have, except there's a reason that they moved away from it in the first place. Capitalism needed to maintain itself against the majority of the population which it was exploiting. Not just the majority, but the overwhelming majority of the world's population. So remember that the state is a product of class society, and a state reflects the interests of the ruling class, in this case the capitalist class, and they do what they do first and foremost to try to stabilize and perpetuate their rule. Anyway, in as far as analyzing, the transformation of money across the history of capitalism, that's something we will get into more and more. Definitely after we get, past the third chapter of Kapital, Volume 1. Remember, this is a multi-volume set. Anyway, for now, let's get to that footnote. The Mandarin Wan Maoin, the Chinese Chancellor of the Exchequer, took it into his head one day to lay before the Son of Heaven a proposal that secretly aimed at converting the assignats of the empire into convertible banknotes. The Assignats Committee, in its report of April 1854, gives him a severe snubbing. Whether he also received the traditional drubbing with bamboos is not stated. The concluding part of the report is as follows, quote, "The committee has carefully examined his proposal and finds that it is entirely in favor of the merchants and that no advantage will result to the crown," unquote. In his evidence before the Committee of the House of Lords on the Bank Act, a governor of the Bank of England says, with regard to the abrasion of gold coins during currency, quote, "Every year a fresh class of sovereigns becomes too light. The class which 1 year passes with full weight loses enough by wear and tear to draw the scales next year against it." Back to the main text. The state puts in circulation bits of paper on which their various denominations, say 1 pound, 5 pounds, etc., are printed. Insofar as they actually take the place of gold to the same amount, their movement is subject to the laws that regulate the currency of money itself. A law peculiar to the circulation of paper money can spring up only from the proportion in which that paper money represents gold. Such a law exists. Simply stated, it is as follows. The issue of paper money must not exceed in amount the gold, or silver as the case may be, which would actually circulate if not replaced by symbols. Now, the quantity of gold which the circulation can absorb constantly fluctuates around a given level. Still, the mass of the circulating medium in a given country never sinks below a certain minimum easily ascertained by actual experience. The fact that this minimum mass continually undergoes changes in its constituent parts, or that the pieces of gold of which it consists are being constantly replaced by fresh ones, causes of course no change either in its amount or in the continuity of its circulation. It can therefore be replaced by paper symbols. If, on the other hand, all the conduits of circulation were today filled with paper money to the full extent of their capacity for absorbing money, they might tomorrow be overflowing in consequence of a fluctuation in the circulation of commodities. There would no longer be any standard. If the paper money exceeds its proper limit, which is the amount in gold coins of the like denomination that can actually be current, it would, apart from the danger of falling into general disrepute, represent only that quantity of gold which, in accordance with the laws of the circulation of commodities, is required, and is alone capable of being represented by paper. If the quantity of paper money issued be double what it ought to be, then, as a matter of fact, 1 pound would be the money name not of 1/4 of an ounce, but of 1/8 of an ounce of gold. The effect would be the same as if an alteration had taken place in the function of gold as a standard of prices. Those values that were previously expressed by the price of 1 pound would now be expressed by the price of 2 pounds. Paper money is a token representing gold or money. The relation between it and the values of commodities is this, that the latter are ideally expressed in the same quantities of gold that are symbolically represented by the paper. Only insofar as paper money represents gold, which like all other commodities has value, is it a symbol of value. Footnote here, the following passage from Fullerton shows the want of clearness on the part of even the best writers on money, in their comprehension of its various functions. Quote, that, as far as concerns our domestic exchanges, all the monetary functions which are usually performed by gold and silver coins may be performed as effectually by a circulation of inconvertible notes, having no value but that factitious and conventional value they derive from the law, is a fact which admits, I conceive, of no denial. Value of this description may be made to answer all the purposes of intrinsic value, and supersede even the necessity for a standard, provided only the quantity of the issues be kept under due limitation, unquote. Because the commodity that serves as money is capable of being replaced in circulation by mere symbols of value, therefore its functions as a measure of value and a standard of prices are declared to be superfluous. Back to the main text. Finally, someone may ask why gold is capable of being replaced by tokens that have no value, but, as we have already seen, it is capable of being so replaced only insofar as it functions exclusively as coin or as the circulating medium, and as nothing else. Now, money has other functions besides this one, and the isolated function of serving as the mere circulating medium is not necessarily the only one attached to gold coin, although this is the case with those abraded coins that continue to circulate. Each piece of money is a mere coin, or means of circulation, only so long as it actually circulates. But this is just the case with that minimum mass of gold which is capable of being replaced by paper money. That mass remains constantly within the sphere of circulation, continually functions as a circulating medium, and exists exclusively for that purpose. Its movement therefore represents nothing but the continued alteration of the inverse phases of the metamorphosis C to M to C, phases in which commodities confront their value forms, only to disappear again immediately. The independent existence of the exchange value of a commodity is here a transient apparition, by means of which the commodity is immediately replaced by another commodity. Hence, in this process, which continually makes money pass from hand to hand, the mere symbolical existence of money suffices. Its functional existence absorbs, so to say, its material existence. Being a transient and objective reflex of the prices of commodities, it serves only as a symbol of itself, and is therefore capable of being replaced by a token. Footnote here, from the fact that gold and silver, so far as they are coins, or exclusively serve as the medium of circulation, become mere tokens of themselves, Nicolas Barbon deduces the right of governments, quote, to raise money, that is, to give the weight of silver that is called a shilling the name of a greater weight, such as a crown, and so to pay creditors shillings instead of crowns. Quote, money does wear and grow lighter by often telling over, or changing hands frequently. It is the denomination and currency of the money that men regard in bargaining, and not the quantity of silver. 'Tis the public authority upon the metal that makes it money. Unquote. Back to the main text. One thing is, however, requisite. This token must have an objective social validity of its own, and this the paper symbol acquires by its forced currency. This compulsory action of the state can take effect only within that inner sphere of circulation which is coterminous with the territories of the community, but it is also only within that sphere that money completely responds to its function of being the circulating medium, or becomes coin. And that's the end of Section 2. We're going to conclude Chapter 3 in the next video, Section 3, Money, so look for that soon. In the meantime, thanks to the patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters, and we'll see you in the next video. Section 3. Money. The commodity that functions as a measure of value, and, either in its own person or by a representative, as the medium of circulation, is money. Gold, or silver, is therefore money. It functions as money on the one hand when it has to be present in its own golden person. I like that. It is then the money commodity, neither merely ideal as in its function as a measure of value, nor capable of being represented as in its function of circulating medium. On the other hand, it also functions as money when by virtue of its function, whether that function be performed in person or by representative, it congeals into the sole form of value, the only adequate form of existence of exchange value, in opposition to use value, represented by all other commodities. A. Hoarding. The continual movement in circuits of the two antithetical metamorphoses of commodities, or the never-ceasing alternation of sale and purchase, is reflected in the restless currency of money, or in the function that money performs of a perpetuum mobile of circulation. But so soon as the series of metamorphoses is interrupted, so soon as sales are not supplemented by subsequent purchases, money ceases to be mobilized. It is transformed, as Bois-Guilbert says, from movable into immovable, from coin into money. With the very early development of the circulation of commodities, there is also developed the necessity and the passionate desire to hold fast the product of the first metamorphosis, which, remember, in the commodity circuit is C to M. So Marx is saying that after that sale, people are trying to hold on to their money. This product is the transformed shape of the commodity, or its gold chrysalis. Footnote here, quoting Mercier de la Rivière, monetary wealth is nothing but wealth in products transformed into money, and again, a value in the form of products which has merely changed its form. Back to the main text. Commodities are thus sold not for the purpose of buying others, but in order to replace their commodity form by their money form. From being the mere means of effecting the circulation of commodities, this change of form becomes the end and aim. The changed form of the commodity is thus prevented from functioning as its unconditionally alienable form, or as its merely transient money form. The money becomes petrified into a hoard, and the seller becomes a hoarder of money. In the early stages of the circulation of commodities, it is the surplus use values alone that are converted into money. Gold and silver thus become of themselves social expressions for superfluity or wealth. This naive form of hoarding becomes perpetuated in those commodities in which the traditional mode of production is carried on for the supply of a fixed and limited circle of home wants. It is thus with the people of Asia, and particularly of the East Indies. Vanderlyn, who fancies that the prices of commodities in a country are determined by the quantity of gold and silver to be found in it, asks himself why Indian commodities are so cheap. Answer: because the Hindus bury their money. From 1602 to 1734, he remarks, they buried 150 millions of pounds sterling of silver, which originally came from America to Europe. Footnote here, quoting Vanderlyn, "'Tis by this practice they keep all their goods and manufactures at such low rates." Back to the main text. In the 10 years from 1856 to 1866, England exported to India and China 120 million pounds in silver, which had been received in exchange for Australian gold. Most of the silver exported to China makes its way to India. As the production of commodities further develops, every producer of commodities is compelled to make sure of the nexus rerum, or the social pledge. Footnote here, quoting John Bellers in Essays about the Poor, Manufactures, Trade, Plantations, and Immorality, 1699, money is a pledge. Back to the main text. His wants are constantly making themselves felt and necessitate the continual purchase of other people's commodities, while the production and sale of his own goods require time and depend upon circumstances. In order then to be able to buy without selling, he must have sold previously without buying. This operation, conducted on a general scale, appears to imply a contradiction, but the precious metals at the sources of their production are directly exchanged for other commodities, and here we have sales, by the owners of commodities, without purchases, by the owners of gold or silver. Footnote here, a purchase in a categorical sense implies that gold and silver are already the converted form of commodities or the product of a sale. Back to the main text. And subsequent sales by other producers, unfollowed by purchases, merely bring about the distribution of the newly produced precious metals among all the owners of commodities. In this way, all along the line of exchange, hoards of gold and silver of varied extent are accumulated. With the possibility of holding and storing up exchange value in the shape of a particular commodity arises also the greed for gold. Along with the extension of circulation, increases the power of money, that absolutely social form of wealth ever ready for use. Quoting Columbus in his letter from Jamaica 1502, "Gold is a wonderful thing. Whoever possesses it is lord of all he wants. By means of gold one can even get souls into paradise." Unquote. Since gold does not disclose what has been transformed into it, everything, commodity or not, is convertible into gold. Everything becomes saleable and buyable. The circulation becomes the great social retort into which everything is thrown, to come out again as a gold crystal. Not even are the bones of saints, and still less are more delicate res sacrosancti, extra commercium hominum, able to withstand this alchemy. Footnote here, Henry III, most Christian king of France, robbed cloisters of their relics and turned them into money. It is well known what part the despoiling of the Delphic temple by the Phocians played in the history of Greece. Temples with the ancients served as the dwellings of the gods of commodities. They were sacred banks. With the Phoenicians, a trading people par excellence, money was the transmuted shape of everything. It was therefore quite in order that the virgins who, at the feast of the goddess of love, gave themselves up to strangers, should offer to the goddess the piece of money they received. Back to the main text. Just as every qualitative difference between commodities is extinguished in money, so money on its side, like the radical leveler that it is, does away with all distinctions. Footnote here quoting Shakespeare, "Gold, yellow, glittering, precious gold. Thus much of this will make black white, foul fair, wrong right, base noble, old young, coward valiant. What this, you gods? Why, this will lug your priests and servants from your sides, pluck stout men's pillows from below their heads. This yellow slave will knit and break religions, bless the accursed, make the whore leprosy adored, place thieves and give them title, knee, and approbation, with senators on the bench. This is it that makes the wappened widow wed again. Come, damned earth, through common whore of mankind." Unquote. Back to the main text. But money itself is a commodity, an external object, capable of becoming the private property of any individual. Thus social power becomes the private power of private persons. The ancients therefore denounced money as subversive of the economic and moral order of things. Footnote here quoting Sophocles, "Money, nothing worse in our lives, so current, rampant, so corrupting. Money, you demolish cities, root men from their homes, you train and twist good minds and set them on to the most atrocious schemes. No limit, you make them adept at every kind of outrage, every godless crimes. Money." Back to the main text. Modern society, which soon after its birth pulled Plutus by the hair of his head from the bowels of the earth, greets gold as its holy grail, as the glittering incarnation of the very principle of its own life. Footnote here, quoting the Deipnosophists, the desire of avarice to draw Pluto himself out of the bowels of the earth. Back to the main text. A commodity, in its capacity of a use value, satisfies a particular want, and is a particular element of material wealth. But the value of a commodity measures the degree of its attraction for all other elements of material wealth, and therefore measures the social wealth of its owner. To a barbarian owner of commodities, and even to a West European peasant, value is the same as value form, and therefore to him, the increase in his hoard of gold and silver is an increase in value. It is true that the value of money varies, at one time in consequence of a variation in its own value, at another in consequence of a change in the values of commodities. But this on the one hand does not prevent 200 ounces of gold from still containing more value than 100 ounces. Nor on the other hand does it hinder the actual metallic form of this article from continuing to be the universal equivalent form of all other commodities, and the immediate social incarnation of all human labor. The desire after hoarding is in its very nature unsatiable. In its qualitative aspect, or formally considered, money has no bounds to its efficacy, i.e., it is the universal representative of material wealth, because it is directly convertible into any other commodity. But at the same time, every actual sum of money is limited in amount, and therefore, as a means of purchasing, has only a limited efficacy. This antagonism between the quantitative limits of money and its qualitative boundlessness continually acts as a spur to the hoarder in their Sisyphus-like labor of accumulating. It is with them as it is with a conqueror who sees in every new country annexed only a new boundary. In order that gold may be held as money and made to form a hoard, it must be prevented from circulating, or from transforming itself into a means of enjoyment. The hoarder therefore makes a sacrifice of the lusts of the flesh to his gold fetish. He acts in earnest up to the gospel of abstention. On the other hand, he can withdraw from circulation no more than what he has thrown into it in the shape of commodities. The more he produces, the more he is able to sell. Hard work, saving, and avarice are, therefore, his three cardinal virtues, and to sell much and buy little, the sum of his political economy. Footnote here, quoting Very, "These are the pivots around which all the measures of political economy turn. The maximum possible increase in the number of sellers of each commodity, and the maximum possible decrease in the number of buyers." Unquote, back to the main text. By the side of the gross form of a hoard, we find also its aesthetic form in the possession of gold and silver articles. This grows with the wealth of civil society. Quoting Diderot, "Let us be rich, or let us appear rich." Or I'll add, quoting Jello Biafra, "Go broke appearing rich." Continuing, "In this way there is created on the one hand, a constantly extending market for gold and silver, unconnected with their functions as money, and on the other hand, a latent source of supply, to which recourse is had principally in times of crisis and social disturbance. Hoarding serves various purposes in the economy of the metallic circulation. Its first function arises out of the conditions to which the currency of gold and silver coins is subject. We have seen how, along with the continual fluctuations in the extent and rapidity of the circulation of commodities and in their prices, the quantity of money current unceasingly ebbs and flows. This mass must, therefore, be capable of expansion and contraction. At one time, money must be attracted in order to act as circulating coin. At another, circulating coin must be repelled in order to act again as more or less stagnant money. In order that the mass of money, actually current, may constantly saturate the absorbing power of the circulation, it is necessary that the quantity of gold and silver in a country be greater than the quantity required to function as coin. This condition is fulfilled by money taking the form of hoards. These reserves serve as conduits for the supply or withdrawal of money to or from the circulation, which in this way never overflows its banks. Footnote here, quoting Sir D. North, "There is required for carrying on the trade of the nation a determinate sum of specific money which varies, and is sometimes more, sometimes less, as the circumstances we are in require. This ebbing and flowing of money supplies and accommodates itself without any aid of politicians. The buckets work alternately. When money is scarce, bullion is coined. When bullion is scarce, money is melted." Unquote. John Stuart Mill, who for a long time was an official of the East India Company, confirms the fact that in India, silver ornaments still continue to perform directly the functions of a hoard. The silver ornaments are brought out and coined when there's a high rate of interest, and go back again when the rate of interest falls. According to a parliamentary document of 1864 on the gold and silver import and export of India, the import of gold and silver in 1863 exceeded the export by almost 20 million pounds. During the 8 years immediately preceding 1864, the excess of imports over exports of the precious metals amounted to almost 110 million pounds. During this century, far more than 200 million pounds has been coined in India. Back to the main text, and that's the end of subsection A. B. Means of payment. In the simple form of the circulation of commodities hitherto considered, we found a given value always presented to us in a double shape, as a commodity at one pole, as money at the opposite pole. The owners of commodities came, therefore, into contact as the respective representatives of what were already equivalents. But with the development of circulation, conditions arise under which the alienation of commodities becomes separated by an interval of time from the realization of their prices. It will be sufficient to indicate the most simple of these conditions. One sort of article requires a longer, another a shorter time for its production. Again, the production of different commodities depends on different seasons of the year. One sort of commodity may be born on its own marketplace, another has to make a long journey to market. Commodity owner number 1 may therefore be ready to sell before number 2 is ready to buy. When the same transactions are continually repeated between the same persons, the conditions of sale are regulated in accordance with the conditions of production. On the other hand, the use of a given commodity, of a house for instance, is sold, or in common parlance let, for a definite period. Here, it is only at the end of the term that the buyer has actually received the use value of the commodity. He therefore buys it before he pays for it. The vendor sells an existing commodity. The purchaser buys as the mere representative of money, or rather of future money. The vendor becomes a creditor. The purchaser becomes a debtor. Since the metamorphosis of commodities, or the development of their value form, appears here under a new aspect, money also acquires a fresh function. It becomes the means of payment. The character of creditor or of debtor results here from the simple circulation. The change in the form of that circulation stamps buyer and seller with this new die. At first, therefore, these new parts are just as transient and alternating as those of seller and buyer, and are in turns played by the same actors. But the opposition is not nearly so pleasant, and is far more capable of crystallization. Footnote here, the following shows the debtor and creditor relations existing between English traders at the beginning of the 18th century. Quoting from an essay on Credit and the Bankrupt Act, 1707, quote, "Such a spirit of crudity reigns here in England among the men of trade that is not to be met with in any other society of men, nor in any other kingdom of the world." Unquote, back to the main text. The same characters can, however, be assumed independently of the circulation of commodities. The class struggles of the ancient world took the form chiefly of a contest between debtors and creditors, which, in Rome, ended in the ruin of the plebeian debtors. They were displaced by slaves. In the Middle Ages, the contest ended with the ruin of the feudal debtors, who lost their political power together with the economic basis on which it was established. Nevertheless, the money relation of debtor and creditor that existed at these two periods reflected only the deeper lying antagonism between the general economic conditions of existence of the classes in question. Let us return to the circulation of commodities. The appearance of the two equivalents, commodities and money, at the two poles of the process of sale has ceased to be simultaneous. The money functions now first as a measure of value in the determination of the price of the commodity sold. The price fixed by the contract measures the obligation of the debtor, or the sum of money that they have to pay at a fixed date. Secondly, it serves as an ideal means of purchase. Although existing only in the promise of the buyer to pay, it causes the commodity to change hands. It is not before the day fixed for payment that the means of payment actually steps into circulation, leaves the hand of the buyer for that of the seller. The circulating medium was transformed into a hoard because the process stopped short after the first phase, because the converted shape of the commodity, viz. The money, was withdrawn from circulation. The means of payment enters the circulation, but only after the commodity has left it. The money is no longer the means that brings about this process. It only brings it to a close, by stepping in as the absolute form of existence of exchange value, or as the universal commodity. The seller turned his commodity into money, in order thereby to satisfy some want. The hoarder did the same in order to keep their commodity in its money shape, and the debtor in order to be able to pay. If they do not pay, their goods will be sold by the sheriff. The value form of commodities, money, is therefore now the end and aim of a sale, and that owing to a social necessity springing out of the process of circulation itself. The buyer converts money back into commodities before they have turned commodities into money. In other words, they achieved the second metamorphosis of commodities before the first. The seller's commodity circulates and realizes its price, but only in the shape of a legal claim upon money. It is converted into a use value before it has been converted into money. The completion of its first metamorphosis follows only at a later period. Footnote here, it will be seen from the following quotation from my book which appeared in 1859, Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy, why I take no notice in the text of an opposite form. Quote, "Contrariwise, in the process M to C, the money can be alienated as a real means of purchase, and in that way, the price of the commodity can be realized before the use value of the money is realized and the commodity actually delivered. This occurs constantly under the everyday form of prepayments, and it is under this form that the English government purchases opium from the ryots of India. In these cases, however, the money always acts as a means of purchase. Of course, capital also is advanced in the shape of money. This point of view, however, does not fall within the horizon of simple circulation." Unquote, back to the main text. The obligations falling due within a given period represent the sum of the prices of the commodities, the sale of which gave rise to those obligations. The quantity of gold necessary to realize this sum depends in the first instance on the rapidity of currency of the means of payment. That quantity is conditioned by two circumstances. First, the relations between debtors and creditors form a sort of chain, in such a way that A, when they receive money from their debtor B, straightway hands it over to C, their creditor, and so on. The second circumstance is the length of the intervals between the different due days of the obligations. The continuous chain of payments, or retarded first metamorphoses, is essentially different from that interlacing of the series of metamorphoses which we considered on a former page. By the currency of the circulating medium, the connection between buyers and sellers is not merely expressed. This connection is originated by, and exists in the circulation alone. Contrariwise, the movement of the means of payment expresses a social relation that was in existence long before. The fact that a number of sales take place simultaneously, and side by side, limits the extent to which coin can be replaced by the rapidity of currency. On the other hand, this fact is a new lever in economizing the means of payment. In proportion as payments are concentrated at one spot, special institutions and methods are developed for their liquidation. Such in the Middle Ages were the virements at Lyons. The debts due from A to B, from B to C from A, and so on, have only to be confronted with each other in order to annul each other to a certain extent, like positive and negative quantities. There thus remains only a single balance to pay. The greater the amount of the payments concentrated, the less is this balance relatively to that amount, and the less is the mass of the means of payment in circulation. The function of money as the means of payment implies a contradiction without a terminus medius. Insofar as the payments balance one another, money functions only ideally as money of account, as a measure of value. Insofar as actual payments have to be made, money does not serve as a circulating medium, as a mere transient agent in the interchange of products, but as the individual incarnation of social labor, as the independent form of existence of exchange value, as the universal commodity. This contradiction comes to a head in those phases of industrial and commercial crises, which are known as monetary crises. Footnote here, the monetary crisis referred to in the text, being a phase of every crisis, must be clearly distinguished from that particular form of crisis, which is also called a monetary crisis, but which may be produced by itself as an independent phenomenon in such a way as to react only indirectly on industry and commerce. The pivot of these crises is to be found in moneyed capital, and their sphere of direct action is therefore the sphere of that capital, viz., banking, the stock exchange, and finance. Back to the main text. Such a crisis occurs only where the ever-lengthening chain of payments and an artificial system of settling them has been fully developed. Whenever there is a general and extensive disturbance of this mechanism, no matter what its cause, money becomes suddenly and immediately transformed from its merely ideal shape of money of account into hard cash. Profane commodities can no longer replace it. The use value of commodities becomes valueless, and their value vanishes in the presence of its own independent form. On the eve of the crisis, the bourgeois, with the self-sufficiency that springs from intoxicating prosperity, declares money to be a vain imagination. Commodities alone are money. But now the cry is everywhere. Money alone is a commodity. As the heart pants after fresh water, so pants his soul after money, the only wealth. Footnote here, quoting Marx again. The sudden reversion from a system of credit to a system of hard cash heaps theoretical fright on top of the practical panic, and the dealers by whose agency circulation is affected shudder before the impenetrable mystery in which their own economic relations are involved. Unquote. And quoting John Bellers in Proposals for Raising a Cottage of Industry, 1696, the poor stand still because the rich have no money to employ them, though they have the same land and hands to provide victuals and clothes as they ever had, which is the true riches of a nation, and not the money. Unquote. Back to the main text. In a crisis, the antithesis between commodities and their value form, money, becomes heightened into an absolute contradiction. Hence, in such events, the form under which money appears is of no importance. The money famine continues, whether payments have to be made in gold or in credit money such as banknotes. Footnote here, the following shows how such times are exploited by the friends of commerce. Quoting from the Theory of Exchanges, the Bank Charter Act of 1864, on one occasion, 1839, an old grasping banker in the city in his private room raised the lid of the desk he sat over and displayed to a friend rolls of banknotes, saying with intense glee that there were 600,000 pounds of them. They were held to make money tight and would all be let out after 3 o'clock on the same day. Unquote. The Observer, a semi-official government organ, contained the following paragraph on the 24th of April, 1864, quote, "Some very curious rumors are current of the means which have been resorted to in order to create a scarcity of banknotes. Questionable as it would seem to suppose that any trick of the kind would be adopted, the report has been so universal that it really deserves mention." Unquote. Back to the main text. If we now consider the sum total of the money current during a given period, we shall find that, given the rapidity of currency of the circulating medium and of the means of payment, it is equal to the sum of the prices to be realized, plus the sum of the payments falling due, minus the payments that balance each other, minus finally the number of circuits in which the same piece of coin serves, in turn, as means of circulation and of payment. Hence, even when prices, rapidity of currency, and the extent of the economy and payments are given, the quantity of money current and the mass of commodities circulating during a given period, such as a day, no longer correspond. Money that represents commodities long withdrawn from circulation continues to be current. Commodities circulate, whose equivalent in money will not appear on the scene till some future day. Moreover, the debts contracted each day and the payments falling due on the same day are quite incommensurate quantities. Footnote here, quoting from the Currency Theory Reviewed in a letter to the Scottish people by a banker in England, 1845. The amount of purchases or contracts entered upon during the course of any given day will not affect the quantity of money afloat on that particular day, but in the vast majority of cases will resolve themselves into multifarious drafts upon the quantity of money which may be afloat at subsequent dates more or less distant. The bills granted or credits opened today need have no resemblance whatever, either in quantity, amount, or duration, to those granted or entered upon tomorrow or the next day. Nay, many of today's bills and credits when due fall in with a mass of liabilities whose origins traverse a range of antecedent dates altogether indefinite, bills at 12, 6, 3 months, or 1 often aggregating together to swell the common liabilities of one particular day. Back to the main text. Credit money springs directly out of the function of money as a means of payment. Certificates of the debts owing for the purchased commodities circulate for the purpose of transferring those debts to others. On the other hand, to the same extent as the system of credit is extended, so is the function of money as a means of payment. In that character, it takes various forms peculiar to itself, under which it makes itself at home in the sphere of great commercial transactions. Gold and silver coin, on the other hand, are mostly relegated to the sphere of retail trade. Footnote here, as an example of how little ready money is required in true commercial operations, I give below a statement by one of the largest London houses of its yearly receipts and payments. Its transactions during the year 1856, extending to many millions of pounds sterling, are here reduced to the scale of 1 million. So the statement has 2 columns, receipts and payments. The receipt side has 7 rows and the payment side has 5 rows. They both total 1 million pounds. The receipt side starts with bankers and merchants, and that's £533,596. The next one is checks on bankers, etc., payable on demand, which is £357,715, with the other 5 columns being much smaller amounts. And on the payment side, the largest is checks on London bankers, £663,672, with the second largest being bills payable after date, £302,674. Back to the main text. When the production of commodities has sufficiently extended itself, money begins to serve as the means of payment beyond the sphere of the circulation of commodities. It becomes the commodity that is the universal subject matter of all contracts. Footnote here, quoting from an essay upon public credit, 1710, the course of trade thus being turned from exchanging of goods for goods, or delivering and taking, to selling and paying, all the bargains are now stated upon the foot of a price in money. Back to the main text. Rents, taxes, and such like payments are transformed from payments in kind into money payments. To what extent this transformation depends upon the general conditions of production is shown, to take one example, by the fact that the Roman Empire twice failed in its attempt to levy all contributions in money. The unspeakable misery of the French agricultural population under Louis XIV, a misery so eloquently denounced by Bois-Guilbert, Marshal Vauban, and others, was due not only to the weight of the taxes, but also to the conversion of taxes in kind into money taxes. Footnote here, quoting Bois-Guilbert, money has become the executioner of all things. Finance is the alembic that evaporates a frightful quantity of goods and commodities in order to obtain this fatal extract. Money declares war on the whole human race. Back to the main text. In Asia, on the other hand, the fact that state taxes are chiefly composed of rents payable in kind depends on conditions of production that are reproduced with the regularity of natural phenomena. And this mode of payment tends in its turn to maintain the ancient form of production. It is one of the secrets of the conversion of the Ottoman Empire. If the foreign trade, forced upon Japan by Europeans, should lead to the substitution of money rents for rents in kind, it will be all up with the exemplary agriculture of that country. The narrow economic conditions under which that agriculture is carried on will be swept away. In every country, certain days of the year become by habit recognized settling days for various large and recurrent payments. These dates depend, apart from other revolutions in the wheel of reproduction, on conditions closely connected with the seasons. They also regulate the dates for payments that have no direct connection with the circulation of commodities, such as taxes, rents, and so on. The quantity of money requisite to make the payments, falling due on those dates all over the country, causes periodical, though merely superficial, perturbations in the economy of the medium of payment. Footnote here, citing John Fullerton's Regulation of Currencies, 1845, on Whitsuntide, 1824, says Mr. Craig before the Commons Committee of 1826, There was such an immense demand for notes upon the banks of Edinburgh that by 11 o'clock they had not a note left in their custody. They sent round to all the different banks to borrow but could not get them, and many of the transactions were adjusted by slips of paper only. Yet by 3 o'clock, the whole of the notes were returned into the banks from which they had been issued. It was a mere transfer from hand to hand. Quote, although the average effective circulation of banknotes in Scotland is less than 3 million sterling, yet on certain paydays in the year, every single note in the possession of the bankers, amounting in the whole to about 7 million pounds, is called into activity. On these occasions, the notes have a single and specific function to perform, and so soon as they have performed it, they flow back into the various banks from which they issued. Marx adds, in explanation it should be stated that in Scotland, at the date of Fullerton's work, notes and not checks were used to withdraw deposits. Back to the main text. From the law of the rapidity of currency of the means of payment, it follows that the quantity of the means of payment required for all periodical payments, whatever their source, is in inverse proportion to the length of their periods. 2 footnotes here. The first is a note by the Institute of Marxism-Leninism in the Russian edition. The stating of inverse proportion is apparently a slip of the pen. When writing inverse, the author evidently meant direct proportion. Second footnote from Marx, to the question if there were occasion to raise 40 millions per annum, whether the same 6 millions gold would suffice for such revolutions and circulations thereof as trade requires, Petty replies in his usual masterly manner, quote, I answer yes, for the expense being 40 millions, if the revolutions were in such short circles, viz. Weekly, as happens among poor artisans and laborers, who receive and pay every Saturday, then 40 out of 52 parts of 1 million of money would answer these ends. But if the circles be quarterly, according to our custom of paying rent and gathering taxes, then 10 millions were requisite. Wherefore, supposing payments in general to be of a mixed circle between 1 week and 13, then add 10 millions to 40 out of 52, the half of which will be 5.5, so as, if we have 5.5 millions, we have enough. Unquote. Back to the main text. The development of money into a medium of payment makes it necessary to accumulate money against the dates fixed for the payment of the sums owing, while hoarding, as a distinct mode of acquiring riches, vanishes with the progress of civil society. The formation of reserves of the means of payment grows with that progress. C. Universal money. When money leaves the home sphere of circulation, it strips off the local garbs which it there assumes of a standard of prices, of coin, of tokens, and of a symbol of value, and returns to its original form of bullion. In the trade between the markets of the world, the value of commodities is expressed so as to be universally recognized. Hence their independent value form also, in these cases, confronts them under the shape of universal money. It is only in the markets of the world that money acquires to the full extent the character of the commodity whose bodily form is also the immediate social incarnation of human labor in the abstract. Its real mode of existence in this sphere adequately corresponds to its ideal concept. Within the sphere of home circulation, there can be but one commodity, which, by serving as a measure of value, becomes money. In the markets of the world, a double measure of value holds sway, gold and silver. Footnote here, hence the absurdity of every law prescribing that the banks of a country shall form reserves of that precious metal alone which circulates at home. The, quote, pleasant difficulties thus self-created by the Bank of England are well known. On the subject of the great epochs in the history of the changes in the relative value of gold and silver, see Marx's contribution to the critique of political economy. Sir Robert Peel, by his Bank Act of 1844, sought to tide over the difficulty by allowing the Bank of England to issue notes against silver bullion, on condition that the reserve of silver should never exceed more than 1/4 of the reserve of gold, the value of silver being for that purpose estimated at its price in the London market. There's also a note here about an addition that was made to the 4th German edition. We find ourselves once more in a period of serious change in the relative values of gold and silver. About 25 years ago, the ratio expressing the relative value of gold and silver was 15.5 to 1. Now it is approximately 22 to 1, and silver is still constantly falling as against gold. This is essentially the result of a revolution in the mode of production of both metals. Formerly, gold was obtained almost exclusively by washing it out from gold-bearing alluvial deposits, products of the weathering of auriferous rocks. Now this method has become inadequate, and has been forced into the background by the processing of the quartz lodes themselves, a way of extraction which formerly was only of secondary importance, although well known to the ancients. Moreover, not only were new huge silver deposits discovered in North America, in the western part of the Rocky Mountains, but these and the Mexican silver mines were really opened up by the laying of railways, which made possible the shipment of modern machinery and fuel, and in consequence the mining of silver on a very large scale at a low cost. However, there is a great difference in the way the two metals occur in the quartz lodes. The gold is mostly native, but disseminated throughout the quartz in minute quantities. The whole mass of the vein must therefore be crushed, and the gold either washed out or extracted by means of mercury. Often 1 million grams of quartz barely yield 1 to 3, and very seldom 30 to 60 grams of gold. Silver is seldom found native. However, it occurs in special quartz that is separated from the lode with comparative ease and contains mostly 40 to 90% silver, or it is contained in smaller quantities in copper, lead, and other ores which in themselves are worthwhile working. From this alone, it is apparent that the labor expended on the production of gold is rather increasing, while that expended on silver production has decidedly decreased, which quite naturally explains the drop in the value of the latter. This fall in value would express itself in a still greater fall in price if the price of silver were not pegged even today by artificial means. But America's rich silver deposits have so far barely been tapped, and thus the prospects are that the value of this metal will keep on dropping for rather a long time to come. A still greater contributing factor here is the relative decrease in the requirement of silver for articles of general use and for luxuries, that is, its replacement by plated goods, aluminum, etc. One may thus gauge the utopianism of the bimetallist idea that compulsory international quotation will raise silver again to the old value ratio of 1 to 15.5. It is more likely that silver will forfeit its money function more and more in the markets of the world. That was a footnote from Engels. Back to the main text. Money of the world serves as the universal medium of payment, as the universal means of purchasing, and as the universally recognized embodiment of all wealth. Its function as a means of payment in the settling of international balances is its chief one. Hence the watchword of the mercantilists, balance of trade. Footnote here, the opponents themselves of the mercantile system, a system which considered the settlement of surplus trade balances in gold and silver as the aim of international trade, entirely misconceived the function of money of the world. I have shown by the example of Ricardo in what way their false conception of the laws that regulate the quantity of the circulating medium is reflected in their equally false conception of the international movement of the precious metals. His erroneous dogma, quote, an unfavorable balance of trade never arises but from a redundant currency. The exportation of the coin is caused by its cheapness and is not the effect, but the cause of an unfavorable balance, unquote, already occurs in Barbon. Quote, the balance of trade, if there be one, is not the cause of sending away the money out of a nation, but that proceeds from the difference of the value of bullion in every country, unquote. McCullough, in The Literature of Political Economy, a classified catalog, 1845, praises Barbon for this anticipation, but prudently passes over the naive forms in which Barbon clothes the absurd supposition on which the, quote, currency principle is based. The absence of real criticism, and even of honesty, in that catalog culminates in the sections devoted to the history of the theory of money. The reason is that McCullough, in this part of the work, is flattering Lord Overstone, whom he calls facile princeps argentinorum, translatable to easily the leader of the silver people, or financiers. Back to the main text. Gold and silver serve as international means of purchasing chiefly and necessarily in those periods when the customary equilibrium in the interchange of products between different nations is suddenly disturbed. And lastly, it serves as the universally recognized embodiment of social wealth, whenever the question is not of buying or paying, but of transferring wealth from one country to another, and whenever this transference in the form of commodities is rendered impossible, either by special conjunctures in the markets or by the purpose itself that is intended. Footnote here, for instance, in subsidies, money loans for carrying on wars, or for enabling banks to resume cash payments, etc., it is the money form and no other of value that may be wanted. Back to the main text. Just as every country needs a reserve of money for its home circulation, so too it requires one for external circulation in the markets of the world. The functions of hoards, therefore, arise in part out of the function of money, as the medium of the home circulation and home payments, and in part out of its function of money of the world. Footnote here, quoting Fullerton, I would desire indeed no more convincing evidence of the competency of the machinery of the hoards in specie-paying countries to perform every necessary office of international adjustment without any sensible aid from the general circulation, than the facility with which France, when but just recovering from the shock of a destructive foreign invasion, completed within the space of 27 months the payment of her forced contribution of nearly 20 millions to the Allied powers, and a considerable proportion of the sum in specie without any perceptible contraction or derangement of her domestic currency, or even any alarming fluctuation of her exchanges." Unquote. And added by Engels in the 4th German edition, we have a still more striking example in the facility with which the same France was able in 1871 to 73 to pay off within 30 months a forced contribution more than 10 times as great, a considerable part of it likewise in specie. Back to the main text. For this latter function, the genuine money commodity, actual gold and silver, is necessary. On that account, Sir James Stewart, in order to distinguish them from their purely local substitutes, calls gold and silver money of the world. The current of the stream of gold and silver is a double one. On the one hand, it spreads itself from its sources all over the markets of the world in order to become absorbed to various extents into the different national spheres of circulation, to fill the conduits of currency, to replace abraded gold and silver coins, to supply the material of articles of luxury, and to petrify into hoards. Footnote here quoting from La Trosna, money is shared among the nations in accordance with their need for it, as it is always attracted by the products. And quoting Vanderlant, the mines which are continually giving gold and silver do give sufficient to supply such a needful balance to every nation. Back to the main text. This first current is started by the countries that exchanged their labor, realized in commodities, for the labor embodied in the precious metals by gold and silver producing countries. On the other hand, there is a continual flowing backwards and forwards of gold and silver between the different national spheres of circulation, a current whose motion depends on the ceaseless fluctuations in the course of exchange. Footnote here quoting Barbon, exchanges rise and fall every week, and at some particular times in the year run high against a nation, and at other times run as high on the contrary. Back to the main text. Countries in which the bourgeois form of production is developed to a certain extent limit the hoards concentrated in the strong rooms of the banks to the minimum required for the proper performance of their peculiar functions. Footnote here, these various functions are liable to come into dangerous conflict with one another whenever gold and silver have also to serve as a fund for the conversion of banknotes. Back to the main text. Whenever these hoards are strikingly above their average level, it is, with some exceptions, an indication of stagnation in the circulation of commodities, of an interruption in the even flow of their metamorphoses. Footnote here, quoting John Bellers, what money is more than of absolute necessity for a home trade is dead stock, and brings no profit to that country it's kept in, but as it is transported in trade as well as imported. And quoting William Petty's Quantulum Cunque, what if we have too much coin? We may melt down the heaviest and turn it into the splendor of plate, vessels, or utensils of gold or silver, or send it out as a commodity where the same is wanted or desired, or let it out at interest where interest is high. And again quoting Petty, this time from Political Anatomy of Ireland, money is but the fat of the body politic, whereof too much doth as often hinder its agility as too little makes it sick, as fat lubricates the motion of the muscles, feeds in want of victuals, fills up the uneven cavities, and beautifies the body. So doth money in the state quicken its action, feeds from abroad in time of dearth at home, even accounts and beautifies the whole, although more especially the particular persons that have it in plenty. And that is the end of Chapter 3. Thanks for listening. What do you think? Leave a question or comment below. I know that I didn't do as much commenting on this chapter as I often do. One reason for that is I haven't been hearing from people in the comments as much, so I'm not sure what people might be struggling with, so be sure to do that if you do have any questions. I know also the view counts on these later chapters are much lower. Right now, the prefaces in Chapter 1 have about 3,000 views each, but the later sections of Chapter 3 have more like 300 views. So I know a lot of people are just not there yet because they haven't done the earlier sections or they haven't followed up with the later sections if they have done the earlier. I know that that's just the case whenever I post things in chapters rather than as the whole, but I will be posting the link to the whole playlist so that people can get caught up and catch up to these later chapters. It is important. This is a really critical reading. It's very long, but it's also important to go through the mechanics of capitalism, how it works, and what its vulnerabilities are. Otherwise, thanks for listening, and thanks to the current patrons whose names are on the screen. If you'd like to get your name on the screen, head to patreon.com/socialismforall, or you can make a one-time or recurring contribution also on buymeacoffee.com/ Socialism for All. Every donation is encouraging, they're also materially helpful, and they allow me to spend more time on this channel than I'd be able to do without those contributions. So thank you very much for those. Also, engagement counts, so like, share, and subscribe. And remember, the point of doing these studies is to win the class struggle. So take what you've learned here and apply it in your local left. Connect with the organizations around you, network with comrades, and help to intensify the class struggle where you live. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next video.